can't keep me fin. I'm sick. Soupy fitty.
We're in a good spot. Ooh.
All right. So we are coming at you live from the Forge for the third.
It's technically the fourth.
Technically the fourth.
Technically the fourth.
Technically the fourth Dwarven Axe. The third quarter of 2022 Dwarven Axe here at the Forge, and I see that we have looks like 9 viewers. So hopefully you guys, all those bots out there, really enjoy what we're about to do.
It's gonna be great. You know,
It's gonna be awesome.
if you paid $10, you could probably get 10,000 followers on Twitch from
Easily.
the Chinese bot makers.
It's where all those bots go. They
Get those
really,
views.
yeah,
Be
all
really
those
big.
views. Yeah, I should have really paid the $10. Joining me here live is a new judge. Kind of new judge.
New old judge.
New old judge. Yeah, one that we've been trying to get into studio for a while. So this is Danny. Danny, if you want to introduce yourself, what would you say you do here? Why?
I just look at Alex walking around and then just put my hands over my face. You know,
That's typically how it goes,
That's
yeah.
typically how it goes.
Fair.
His face palm. No, you know, some of you guys might know who I am, some of you might not. You know, I'm just another amateur painter. Run a commission painting studio out of North Dakota. Did some ITC type stuff with Warhammer 40K, things like that, and then got into commission painting and won a couple different awards here and there. You know, I'm not gonna say I'm better than a bunch of people. You know, I'm just a guy that has a good eye for paint. You know, and I just happen to know this guy.
Yep.
And so that means I got a nice exclusive invitation to be a part of the team. And so
Well, we've been the last time. You want to speak into the side of the mic.
the side of the mic, like this.
The side of the mic for pickups.
Yeah, that's better.
So we tried to get Danny in February.
You did.
For quarter one, and there was a snowstorm
Literally. Yeah.
that completely shut down that.
Yeah. They closed all the highways. It was one of the worst storms that we had that year.
Yeah, it was really bad. That weekend, of course, it
Yeah.
had to be that weekend.
That weekend,
So,
ready to go, hotel
yeah.
booked.
The whole 9. Yeah, it was terrible. Then Bert jumped in, and the rest is history. So, anyway, well, welcome. Thank
Yeah.
you for jumping in and taking the time out
Absolutely.
to judge some of these awesome models that we have. We have 41 entries this time around.
And I want to thank all of those of you who got your stuff in early. It really helped so much to have stuff there and labeled. Spent quite a bit of time last night just getting everything organized and ready to go. And so that was huge. You know, that's huge
Yeah.
to be able to actually try to present and show off your stuff in a way that you're going to love, you know?
Yeah, it's how it goes. You know, it's getting your stuff in early. Some people got theirs in like a month early. It was
Hey,
crazy.
when you're ready, you're ready.
You're ready. You're ready to
And
pull the trigger.
You're ready for paint competition. You're ready.
The confidence that presents is insane.
Yeah.
By the way, Toxic Callie is saying hi.
Hey, I don't know who
To you-
Toxic
to you
Callie is.
specifically.
To me
To
specifically.
you specifically.
Oh man, is that one of the Valheim folks?
I don't know, man.
Toxic Callie, you gotta let me know who you are.
Yeah, right.
I don't know that username from Twitch, so I probably know you as someone else.
Probably. Anyway, well, do we want to get started?
Yes.
I mean, we could talk all day. We could turn this into a
Let's
podcast.
get started,
but
man.
the people came here for a specific
They're
thing.
not here to listen to us talk. They're
No.
listening to us talk about paint.
Yep, that's correct. So,
There's a
so
big difference.
Dan's going to be the one grabbing all these here models and trying to make sure that we stay on track. And if you're new here around here, just know that this will be a pretty long stream. We kind of get long-winded about and waxing poetic about all these models and some improvements that can be done, paint that can be kind of set up and going. So if feel free to jump in and out, and don't be afraid to head off stream and head back in. We're gonna be here all day until the judging's done. And if you miss a part, don't worry, it's going to be up on YouTube, and it'll be on Twitch for a little while longer as well. So if you miss your model or a model that you were really interested in, don't be afraid. It'll be there as well. When we take a break, during that break time, there will be a display of all models going through a slideshow. So just be aware that you'll probably see your model there, and you can be excited about that. So that was a request, I believe, from Liam. And I thought it was an amazing idea. I'm calling out Liam specifically because I thought it was an amazing concept to just go through and have a slideshow. So when on break, people don't just stare at an empty, the void. So. Oh, sorry. Oop.
Yep, there we go. Now we're back.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, I
Cooking with gas.
appreciate you that. And I agree, and I mean, the goal of this, the concept of this, to fill a void in kind of a regional competition way and be able to showcase local art, regional art as much as possible, I think is huge. A lot of us know that Crystal Brush really isn't kind of doing anything right now.
Are
they
defunct.
still? They're just done. They're just done. And so completely. The Dwarven Axe's goal is to fill that void, and that starts here. And that's listening to every piece of critique possible to make it better, to make it something worth being a part of.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's what we're going to do here. That's what we strive to do.
Yeah.
And hopefully we don't fail too bad. So who is our first entry?
We're starting with sci-fi singles.
Sci-fi singles. Okay. Well,
sci-fi singles category. So how many do we have in the category? Can you tell me? Do you know?
We have 8 total in the category for sci-fi singles.
8 total in the category, and I have got some pieces that I'm very interested in showing off. And Star Wars has been a pretty big part of all of our lives, right? I'm just gonna say
that small indie film.
That small indie film
showed up. Okay.
And so I think we should start with the legendary Boba Fett.
Ayo.
Yeah.
So who's this Boba Fett?
So by? I was told by Brett that this was painted by Liam. That's what I was told.
Bert
said that. Bert said that. Who knows who's Brett?
I don't know who Brett is.
Oh yeah, it's always Brett's fault in the VRP service. Always Brett's fault. Calling you out, Brett.
That's fair. That's fair.
And so I'm assuming that is correct, and I'm very excited to take a look at this. I love Legion. That's definitely kind of where when I play, my main game is now Legion from 40K. Star Wars, watched it with my mom. All of us have a long history with Star Wars.
Yeah.
And so why not kick it off with that? Let's get this focused in here. Oh, you broke it.
Yep, I'm gonna switch over. Sorry, you know me from last time. I'm terrible about this. I love to display just the judges instead of the actual models itself because we're just so pretty. All right.
Sure.
So, we got ourselves Boba Fett here in all his glory. So Liam did a good job with this one, man. He's it feels gritty, feels dirty. The flames on the back really do help kind of convey that feeling of it's Boba Fett flying, man.
Oh yeah, something's going on.
Yeah,
it definitely does respect to the pose.
Now, just because Liam is the first one on the grinder, it's going to be as always, we go through these, we try and critique them the best we can, give you guys some ample advice, and just understand that if we're ripping something apart, it's because we're starting off at 100 in the professional category specifically. We are starting off at 100, and you get knockdown points based on that. So it's never because anything that you're doing is particularly bad or terrible or how dare you pick up a paintbrush. It's more of, hey, we want to give you some honest feedback, and that's why you guys are here. So we're trying to give that and convey that as best we can. So, he's watching the stream here. This is getting meta.
I just need to be able to see the chat.
That's
on
fair.
My side.
That's fair.
And to mirror into that, that was kind of the mission that you put forward. This is to help painters grow.
Yeah.
Not also to feel good. We like to have our work showcased. We like to be encouraged. But a lot of us, artwork is something that's really kind of it's a treasure, I think, in a lot of ways. It's very transparent, illuminate of who you are. And so you can take it very personal when someone's critiquing your stuff. Mm-hmm. But the goals here are really for all of us to just be able to improve and continue to show that our artwork can go to another level, I think, of expression.
And I think that as well with that, you can't grow without critique.
Correct.
You can't improve upon what you have without critique. And that's not, never be mean about it. It's just we're trying to further our hobby and our art. And you can't do that without, you can disagree all you want. That's fine because we're just two dudes talking about models.
And we've
on the
got
internet.
styles that we like, styles that we don't like.
Yep.
And you talk to a whole nother group of paint judges, and they're going to have a whole nother realm of advice,
Yep.
from the competition world. You and I have done that where we're like, I can't believe this judge thought this. And then we go to another competition, and another judge's like, this is the best thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, right. And you're like,
and it's the same armies basically on parade. And you're like, this judge said I'm better than you this time.
Yeah, right.
And it's just,
I finally
kind
made
of
it.
funny.
All right, so we got Boba Fett in front of us. What I'm really picking out the flames. I like the flames. They could use a little bit more highlighting. I think near the bottom, even a little black, to kind of indicate that it's kind of dirty flames.
Sure. Sure.
Yeah. So and Star Wars is kind of described as a more of a dystopia based sci-fi rather than Star Trek being utopian.
Right.
So everything has a little bit of grime, a little bit of dirt.
Well, it's a space western.
Yeah,
It's dirty, it's grungy.
Yeah.
It's not clean looking.
Yeah, and that's what I like about this model is that it really does capture the grunge feeling well.
Of course, I love the turf basing that we have here. Just kind of the dirt, mud kind of feel.
Okay.
It doesn't feel important. I don't know. Just something about the color blends well for me.
Yeah, I can see that.
I like that dark mud feel on models.
Mm-hmm.
And so, talking on those flames, flames always have that normal progression, right? It goes white, into yellows, into oranges, into reds, and then into blacks, depending, and sometimes into browns, depending on how depth you want to go.
Yep.
I think with the scale of the model, I like that it really doesn't have too much in the red and black.
Yeah, that's fair.
Sometimes it's kind of like you're showing off too much.
Yeah. I can jam with that, and I can agree with that. Absolutely. Liam, you did a great job with the green.
Yes.
And really, there's a slight difference between the helmet, and this might just be the lighting, but the helmet, the chest, and then the cape.
Yep.
They all look similar, but they're all slightly different.
Slightly different. And the coloring on the wrists as well, the braces, they seem to match. Like, it really just looks like he was looking at a picture of Boba Fett and was like, all right, this is the color I need, this is the color I need.
Yep.
And it doesn't look off. It looks like Boba Fett.
Yeah, it really does strike me as if this guy was on the table, it would be Boba Fett. It really, the ways to improve upon is to tighten up some of the wash. As much as it is grungy, there is a difference between grunge and just overwash.
Yep.
And you're towing that line.
It reminds me of some of the early work that I was doing where I was just null and oiling, just taking a bottle and just dumping it on everything.
Yep.
And when you're a newer painter, the difference between an unwashed model and a washed model looks so much better.
Yeah.
But then as you evolve, you start to go, okay, this is overwash, and you start to just kind of learn, okay, washing, you don't just spill it all over the model and then just say it's good. You have to critique and move it around.
Yep.
And that's where you see those overspillings on like the thighs, on the arms, on the armor padding itself, where it's just like it's just sat there.
Yep.
And it's undone some of the work.
Yeah, and you can go back and clean that up either with the original color or the original blending of colors too. So don't be afraid to go back and add that back in.
Well, and that's highlighting.
Yeah, that's highlighting, and that's adding in different layers as well. So don't be afraid to even pick out where your light source is coming from and build off of that. So, but I mean. Hey, if we wanted to have a good kickoff, I think this is a good kickoff model.
Yeah, I love Boba Fett. I think it's great. What do you think about the gun?
The gun, to me, it's one of those. See, it
looks like it's one color.
It looks like it's one color that's been washed, and to be fair, it probably is. But
I'd love to see a little bit of lead belcher, a little bit of silver bits.
The issue is that with these guns specifically in Star Wars too, a lot of the guns are just plain silver.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. And that's kind of a bummer in that way, that if you want to stay true to the style and to the original art.
You can't, there isn't much creative license.
No, there's not a lot of creative license behind that. So
there's a lot of creative license.
I mean, Liam's kind of locked in with that.
Okay.
But, which is fair, but highlighting could be done on the weapon because over here, actually, there's a nice amount of highlighting on the barrel itself when the light hits it. But it is just a little overwashed. So. So, but yeah, excellent model. Thank you, Liam, for entering that in. So
and it was here when I arrived, so that was a
That's
big
something.
love of the model.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. We're gonna go into the land of 40K.
Ooh.
Here we go.
We're going swinging.
So we've got something that I enjoy. It looks like we have a Tau crisis
From Logan.
suit
Yeah.
from Logan, and my apologies. I mean,
We took a bunch of pictures last night
it's
for
just
for
ingrained
everything.
in my
so yeah,
brain.
so we had the name tags with it. So it's just we're still waking up here.
it's ingrained in my brain. Let's see.
So kind of first indications, it's got that rough texture of highlighting.
Yep.
On the edges and corners, and it's definitely a stylistic choice. It doesn't feel dirty for the sake of being dirty. It feels like it's a stylistic choice. Though I kind of wish that it was over here more.
Oh, sure,
as
yeah, because it's
well.
only on one side.
Yeah, because it's only on one side, but the lighting isn't.
Oh, so there's some. See, okay,
Yep.
so right side.
Yep.
there
So
it is
it's
again.
all along this side over here, which would indicate that it's like sunlight
Yeah,
or
so the
or
light
some
is
lighting.
shining on that side.
Yeah, but then you don't. It's not like the color itself or blending darkens on this side.
Well, the highlighting
either.
also looks a little bit like weathering, and that might not
Yeah.
be the intent.
Yeah.
But when you turn it to the other side, it throws off. It looks as if it's unweathered on
Yep.
the other side. I think that's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm. If it's a lighting choice, then you need to be mindful of that shift between the lighting, where it's hitting,
Yep.
and then on the other side have it be a darker tone for the actual base tone, because it's
Yep.
all the same base tone.
And the way you do that is you just mix the two colors.
Yeah, exactly.
And you highlight as normal
Yep.
in a lower tone.
Yep. And a little bit of blending. I do enjoy the base, as we say here in the Dwarven Axe, the tufts.
Tufts is the way to
win.
go.
Tufts win
And
tournament.
they
or
look
Tufts
like
win events.
beautiful army painter tufts.
Yep.
Which are just my go-to.
Yeah.
So I always have a sweet spot for army painter tufts.
That's fair. No, the color blending on this is
And,
excellent. Otherwise,
I
for
think
choice.
we're a little bit.
Ooh.
There we are.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, we're back in.
We're getting in focus.
The focus is here. All right. Let me see if I can brighten this up a bit.
Yeah.
Oh,
Let's
it's the wrong way.
change some of this. Let's
There we
go. Come on.
There we go. All right.
Wonderful.
So, yeah, I mean the color choice and the color palette for me is really it's simple, but
Yeah.
it executes well.
I love the brass.
Yeah, the brass
I
really
like the brass on
picks
this
it out,
game.
especially with how matte the rest of the model is.
Yep.
It really does kind of pull out that moment. There is a small bit of, I think that's brass, and it's like a.
It looks like it's overpainted.
It looks like it's an overpaint. So just be careful if you're
That's
looking at
definitely
models.
the critique that I would have on the model is a little bit of hand control in the execution of the bronze. You can see it there too. And there too is just being mindful of how the slightest motion in your painting hand can really just get onto other stuff.
Yep.
And for tabletop, if you're just looking to play and do some stuff, that doesn't matter as much. But in the competition world, that is
That can make and break.
That's a loss of points.
Yep. This model, to be fair, if you plopped it down on a tabletop with buddies
Oh,
that
yeah.
were like this,
Dude,
it would
perfect.
look
Perfect.
incredible.
It's probably gonna look better than most of your
yeah.
friends.
Oh yeah, easily. So yeah. I think that really covers it.
He says he didn't have time to add shadow to the opposing side.
Okay.
Ah,
all right.
excellent.
Well, hey, you know what?
That means it's not done. There's more fun to be had.
There's more fun to be had, and I appreciate that you were able to let us know, because that indicates that you know what the next process and next steps are. So excellent. I'm hoping that we can see this in the future.
Absolutely. I'd love to see some more work on the undercoating of the legs.
Yeah.
Right here.
Yep.
Here. There's a lot of opportunity on Tau models to add those little metallics, those little things that just speak another story of what's going on.
Yep. Yeah, like this, the ball joint here is
Yep.
kind of difficult to probably see on camera, but it's
on
it-
both of them.
yeah, it is there and it works. It's just it looks more blobbish.
2 nights, last minute, he says.
It's a little blobbish rather than blended, so just be aware of that. So
Excellent. Well, thank you,
cool.
Logan.
Thank you, Logan.
This
Appreciate
is
it.
great.
Yeah.
Let's move to another piece in the
what do we got?
sci-fi category. I have been looking at this one. I've been looking at all of them, so there isn't like I've got one.
We've been
that,
casually glancing.
Is better or worse, but got one from Zoe
Oh,
here.
man, Zoe.
Sci-fi single. The Zoe is one that I have only met in the Discord.
She's a gem. She's a real gem.
Yeah.
This is actually the first time that she's entered something into Dwarven Axe.
Interesting, and I'm
So,
here for it.
Yeah, you are.
Wow.
You get to judge it based on that, based on all that glory.
Yeah.
So
I was looking at something. I'm like, I've seen these before.
yeah.
Let's
So
go.
this is exciting. So right off the bat, the metals, the metallics, really solid.
Oh yeah.
Loving those metallics.
Wow.
It is nicely blended for the silver and even the gold. They feel right, and they also match up.
They feel
well.
together.
Yeah, they do.
Thematic.
Yeah.
Look at the writing on the purity seal, the little clock gauge on the back of the backpack.
the glow of the Inquisition symbol.
Yep.
You know, the face. She was really proud of the face. She mentioned it to me when I had to grab these for her.
Yes.
And she mentioned that the face and the little gauge on the back.
Yep.
There's like blending between green, yellow, and red for the gauge, and it's
like
really
that.
well done.
Is that a feather on top or a flame?
It's a flame.
It is a flame.
It is a flame.
Okay. And that is just well done. You can even see, and this is a different build-up than what was on Boba Fett. Boba Fett was
Yep.
white to yellow to orange, and this one is the other way around, where it's from black to red to orange to yellow to white.
Mhm.
And so I really like that. And this is a prime example of the right way to add all of those colors in on a small flame.
Yep.
On a small flame, which is not easy.
No, it's not. It's definitely not easy to do. But yeah, in having it stylistically choiced, I think, you know, depending on however you want to do it, because sometimes the red to orange to yellow to black, you know, to white to black is the opposite of what a flame normally does.
Yeah.
But it can look stylistically better doing it that way, as long as you're consistent across models.
Yes.
So
yes,
if
and
you-
that's
if you
that,
go
that
with
brings
one-
up an interesting point with artistic creativity. Is sometimes rule of cool trumps logical. paint
Absolutely,
scheme.
absolutely. Because sometimes it's just like, man, it just looks way cooler, and that's how it
Yeah.
works in the 40k universes.
It is. It's all about cool. That's the only reason that we pick up the models.
Yeah, right. So some critiques that I'll come up with right away is the cloak.
Yep.
The cloak needs a bit more.
It does.
It needs a bit more blending. It needs a little bit more highlight. And something a little bit more interesting.
Well,
with
picking out those raised edges just a little
Yeah,
bit,
just
even
a
with
little
something
bit.
that's like a German gray,
Yeah,
whatever the next tone is from the base tone,
yeah.
can be just make it feel a little bit better.
And you don't even have to do it much. It just
No,
has to be
very subtle.
enough. Yeah, it just has to be
A
subtle.
close blend, especially if you like this style,
Yep.
where there isn't a whole lot of extra sharp top points.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep. You don't have a lot
Yeah,
of edges.
The
that you
edges
can
don't
pick it up.
stick out.
Yep.
The tires points don't stick out. Some people really like that style in their
Mhm.
stuff.
Yep.
Oh.
Absolutely. And I don't think there's anything that takes away from that. You don't want
No.
Not all models have to be bright and contrasty and like slap you in the face with color. So I will say the cloak is really what gets me on this one. Is like the inset red is really cool.
Yeah.
It's just I wish there was more to it.
Yes.
I want more high, you know, if you're going to go with the highlight and low light in there, match it with the raised and lowered edges as
Yeah.
would be for light striking it.
And it feels a little bit like an afterthought, a little bit from
Yeah.
the model, when
Yep.
it's a very big piece
Yes.
of playground.
Yes. And that I think that's what gets me most is that all the other details are well executed and super well done.
Mm-hmm.
And then that is the one point where it just kind of, it doesn't feel like it was, it feels like it was the last thing. You wanted to get the model done, and that was the last of it. Which, been there, done that, got that t-shirt.
We've got
yeah.
a ton of those.
Let me
that
tell
fall
you the
into that
stories.
category.
Yeah. The going back to something that I really do like, the basing. She's got the basing. You're going to see it on other models
Oh,
throughout this event, but the basing on this is really unique and it feels really cool. I like the crackled effect for like ice.
Yep.
It feels it doesn't feel overdone,
No.
and it doesn't feel like it's trying to be anything other than ice.
And
I
it
appreciate
feels
that.
it feels like it's telling more with
Yeah.
less.
Yep. Yeah.
Right. That's like sometimes with ice in winter you can always add.
Oh, let me tell you.
Oh, a little bit of you know, you got some wet snow and things like that. You can always add.
Yep.
But with this base, I don't feel any of that's necessary.
No.
I wouldn't want.
No,
any
I
of
wouldn't want it.
that.
This is definitely
it's perfect as it is.
a bitter cold ice.
Yep.
That's like an icy lake or
Yep.
field. That's all I want from it.
Yeah.
You know, you want that bitter going out rather than just having some snow slapped on and ice effects slapped on. That's not what this is after, and I really do like that.
Yeah,
So
it's simple, and for the army, I'm sure it creates a wonderful uniformity.
Oh yeah,
a wonderful uniformity
Absolutely.
with the whole army on the table.
So, well, thank you, Zoe. I think we've gushed enough for that.
Hey, Rob!
Hey, it's Rob, all right. All right. Well, we'll keep the cussing to a minimum there, Rob, for your 4-month-old.
What cussing?
So
I can't cuss.
all that
I'm not
cussing.
allowed to do that.
This is a stream for kids. Who do we got next?
All right, we've got Steven.
Steven. All right, with the Lord Executioner.
That's what we've got.
Oh, man.
The Lord Executioner.
Well, you can tell with the blood that he's definitely an executioner.
Poor wolf.
He's got a lot of blood on a lot of blades. This man needs to clean himself up.
Sticking into the winter theme as well.
By the way, for those that I think Logan did it with his Tau, and Zoe definitely did it with hers, is rim your bases, and make sure that you're tossing more than one layer down on it, because you get this. I'm just as guilty of this, so don't take this as like I'm. This is from
Hey,
experience.
Zoe.
Hey, it's Zoe.
So glad that you're on with us. Let's go.
Yay. So
base rimming.
base rimming is important. It really sets the model.
And this one hurts it.
It does.
This one hurts it. I'm just going to flat out say that. But here's the thing, what I've learned with base rimming is I usually do that first.
Oh, okay.
Actually, is one of the things that I started to do to prevent, because with base rimming, you run into a couple issues. One is, all right, I've got the model painted, I've got all this stuff on there, and it looks like then you take a brush and you try to go around. Well, if the paint consistency isn't good, it dries. You see the brush strokes. You see the over paint onto the snow, onto the work that's just been done.
Yep.
If you paint the brim first, then you don't have to worry about that. And then you just remember what color you used, and if you get some other paint spots, some other ground texture onto the rim, then you can just clean that up after the fact.
I never thought about doing that.
Yep.
And that's a great technique.
Yeah. So I started doing that when I was commissioned to do large batches of Star Wars Legion color-coded bases. And the first unit I did, I'm like, this is horrible. So then I ripped all the models off the bases, sprayed them the unique colors that the guy wanted, and then put the models back on and finished the work.
Got it. Okay.
And I'm like, this is way better.
I mean, especially if you have a steady hand with whatever you're doing. And even, you know what, now that I think about it, if you use like a mud effect or something like that and you get a little bit on the rim, it's really easy to spot clean that.
You can take that off.
Yeah,
sand it off.
Sand it off and then spot clean it again and spot put the color on, or even leave it there and just have it as part of the base that's kind of just
slightly hanging off.
Hanging off a little bit. And,
and one of the things I used to do is I used to take the airbrush and I'd hold the model and I'd just try to avoid that.
That's a freaking terrifying experience.
It is very scary. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And with the way that I base it, I could clean up most of it pretty well. But man, if I overshot onto that model, done, just throwing it.
Oh man. Keeps me up at night.
We've talked a lot about the rim.
Nightmares.
There's a lot more on the model.
Really? That's interesting.
It's not just the rim.
Not just the rim of the base. Okay. Right off the top, it's definitely telling a story.
Yes.
Like this model uniquely tells a story, and especially with the basing, paired with the basing, like the dragging blood in the snow. Mm-hmm. The blood effects on the axe and on the blade itself onto the back. It's really telling a story for what the model's doing.
Yeah.
It's placing it in an environment and relaying something, and I like that.
It seems to say that, he's in a winter, he's in a snow area, he just killed something and has removed the skull completely and is walking away in triumph. Yeah.
And I like that. The areas where it falls, I would say, is like the bone.
Yes.
The colors of the bone, it needs to be a little bit stronger. And bone is unique in that it's aged bone is really difficult to actually execute well. And it takes a lot of layers. It takes more layers than people actually realize
Yes.
to get aged bone.
When with so much bone on the model, it is clearly one of the center points of the model.
Yes.
And so that's what makes it even more vital, because it's on the both shoulder pads, it's on the skull, and then you also have to use different toning to distinguish them so they don't all look the same.
Yep.
And so that takes a little bit of lurking on the interweb and asking questions.
Yeah, this also suffers from having, I would say, too much blood in some ways. You definitely get the feeling, he's an executioner. I love the blood on the face.
Yes.
The blood on the face
blood on the actual person.
Yep.
I like that.
Is excellent.
The blade and the skull, the execution needed to be done differently.
The blade on the back, too.
Yeah.
I like the dripping effect that it's going down his cloak.
Yes.
But it's just, it doesn't feel real enough for it to just, and this is the problem with having how good Blood for the Blood God is, because
sometimes you love it too much.
You love it too much, and in the moment you're like, this is gonna look amazing, and I love everything about this, and then you get done and you look at it, you're like, that's too much.
Same with typhus corrosion.
Yeah, typhus corrosion is much the same way.
You know, and what I would have done is I would have stuck with light sponge effect.
Yes.
Even on the weapons, light sponge effect, and just continued to build a little bit.
Here's the good thing about blood. Typically, it's a finishing item for the model.
Yeah,
you put it on at the very end.
Last thing.
And you can do a little bit at a time, and never be afraid to put down a model and let it sit. Yeah, let it sit. And it's the most infuriating and difficult things to do for a model, but it's one of the most important.
Yeah,
Just letting it sit.
Ruined at least 2 models not letting it sit.
Well, and I know that Danny and I have had conversations multiple times where we'll take pictures and send it back and forth between each other, and like, what should I do? I need to add more. And it's like, just let it sit.
Just let it sit, man.
And just let it sit.
Every impulse in you says, I'm going to take this bottle of Blood for Blood God,
I'm just gonna
screw him, and I'm going to put some more on there.
What does he know?
I feel that I need it, and I got this far without him.
Yeah, what does this guy know?
And then we get that photo of shame. I'm like, you're right.
Yep. I've done it too.
Yep,
I know. Everybody's guilty of it. Just like, I should have just let it sit, and
I told you.
If that's one thing that I can relay to people, is that is the most important skill to have in this hobby, is just put a model down and let it sit.
Patience.
Yep, patience. Let it sit. It's not going anywhere. It's not going to change.
Yep.
But you'll definitely change around that model.
You will.
And you'll get that feeling for like, okay, now I know what to add. This is too little. I need to add more. And sometimes having that step away and then coming back to it, you go at, yeah, I know that's the right amount. Like, it feels good.
So, and another critique on it is, if you look at the back on the red robes, there is lacing that I would love to see be a different color other than red. I'd love it for it to be maybe a white. Preferably, I'd actually like to see it like a Rhinox hide, like a worn leather.
Yeah, a little leather, little brown.
Yeah,
in there, brown and red.
Add some more distinguishing. Yep. It'll complement the sheath.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, man. Yeah, no, it's a good exercise in effects.
Yes.
Because you also have the nihilic oxide, the patina effect from GW. Yeah. And that stuff can be really strong. Yes. I like to actually water mine down 1-to-1 with water.
Yep.
Because it's how strong it is. So you and there's a little bit extra on the blade, actually, I noted. Yeah. Or is it? No, it's along the edge.
It's along the
entire edge,
which throws off the execution of the blood and that, because the patina effect would be on there before the blood.
Yep.
Not after.
Yep.
And so that's a process of addition.
Unless you really clean that edge of the blade and just wanted to leave the rest of it.
Yeah, that right. Yeah, because he's very worried about cleaning that specific piece. The base itself, I like the snow, I like the gray, I like the blood. With that raised rock, one of the things that I found that make the scene feel a little bit more is adding a little bit more texture underneath, so that there's a little bit more, because you know that rock there, and then it's just flat.
Yep.
And so you want to make it feel a little bit more interesting, a little bit more raised. And I'd even add like a frozen winter tuff, to the side of the rock. You could do that. Just to give it a little more character, just because of how big the rock is.
Yeah. And snow builds up around things.
Yeah.
So snow alone is not going to just sit on the top and then on the ground flat. It's going to be around this because wind blows it or it melts off of it and then builds up around the rock. So that's a good example of like knowing what the environment that your guy is sitting in.
Yep.
Or what the environment of the model that you're trying to place and telling a story, even to yourself, about what is this model doing and why. Yeah. And that's important. So,
yeah, I like it.
No, I like it too. It's an excellent model. Yeah. So thank you, Steve, for entering that in. And we will get to another model. What are we thinking? Where are we going? What do we got?
So we've got Fulgrim.
Fulgrim.
Be careful because it's not completely glued.
Yeah, it's not completely glued to the base here. So who did Fulgrim on this one?
Is this the right?
Yep. Eric Beers?
That's what I've got here.
Eric Beers. Nice. All right. So Eric, first off, you really captured Fulgrim well. The highlights on this guy, awesome. I really enjoy the overall color tone. And you even have some freehand on the shoulder pads, which is really cool, especially down here with this Iron Hands guy.
And this is a Forge World model.
Yes, it is. It's a Forge World resin model. They are uniquely large and very very intimidating to do. I continue to tell the story that I still have not worked with my Horus. And
you had him before you met me.
Yeah, I've had him since 2014.
So scared.
I'm terrified of that model. well, terrified of that model. I used to be terrified of the model. Now I just don't have time.
There you go. That's life.
That's how it goes.
That's life.
That's how it goes. But yeah, the metal work is all really well done.
Oh, yes.
It's not your typical just slap down a metallic and be done with it. Especially like the gems you can see there too.
Along the gold, the colors. It is a beautiful piece.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's non-metallic metal on the blade, and some patina up there too.
When looking at the cloak, you can see the different tones built into the cloak.
Mm-hmm.
Just the way that the blacks and the browns and the warmth that is there, with also that grimdark feel. All the writing along the seals that are along the cloak.
Yep.
Absolutely beautiful. The wear of each of it, there's nothing that sticks out that makes me go, that doesn't belong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the brown, especially the cloak, is something that is really, especially in a large model like this, it's a center point that really stands out.
Yes.
And you did an excellent job capturing that leather, that worn warmth of leather that has been tried and true, and it's well taken care of. Yes. It's well oiled, well taken care of, but it's also seen its days.
So this piece right here, what is that supposed to be? Is that feathering or continued armoring? Because it's just black.
It's supposed to be feathering, and I'd have to get closer, but I think there's slight gray on it as well.
Right.
But that would be a really interesting.
I think there's a really good opportunity there for something else.
Yeah, and a little bit brighter, especially with how dark the cloak is.
Yep.
And then you have the more grayish tone on his hair. So, but
you could do kind of like an eagle feather or hawk feather type thing.
Brighten it up a bit.
Slightly different than the browns and the hair.
Yep.
But is enough to where it's like, okay, this actually came off of some type of animal. Unless you're going for the black raven look.
Yeah. Which is difficult to execute because
it is on such a dark model. My brain right now is trying to calculate how I would do the black raven, and it shouldn't be doing that right now.
It's difficult. It's difficult. And with this environment too, on how dull, and I don't want to say dull as in like
it's matted.
It's matted. It's very matted down. There's not a lot of highlights. You're doing a lot of highlight work around the face and around this area, which is really good because you're trying to draw the eye into that, but you run the risk of anything that's dark around it. It kind of gets pulled into this void of dark.
It meshes into it looks about the same tone as the rocks.
Yeah,
and it shouldn't.
Yeah. I think that's kind of where I'm
this is an Iron Hands guy, right?
Yep.
I'd love to see more silver metal work done on him. It's just black and white.
Well, that's not non-metallic metal on it.
Oh, okay.
So it's a bit more. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Right. I'd like
where
to see
it feels
a
a
little
little
bit more pop.
Yeah, a little more pop. Even some. This is one model where having some small blood effects to indicate having that red tone to strike against the gray and
Yes.
And you know the rock below, which has a little bit of warmth to it, but like you can indicate these guys are really dead.
They're gone.
You know, the same with the
recently.
Yeah, recently dead. You know,
Recently,
so,
we're in the midst of a battle right now. They were
Yep.
alive. They're not no more.
Yep. Yeah, getting that kind of feel.
Yep, I like it.
I need to look at the packs a little bit more on the belts themselves, but like against this leather up here, the packs feel like they just have kind of one tone to them.
Yep.
And at least from this distance,
And that's
have
part
that.
of the expansion that you can do
Yeah.
into the base. Once you get the centerpiece of the model, you've got Fulgrim done.
Yep.
Then you can start to embellish a little bit more on these, and that's where it feels like
Yep.
like it's at right now. Like,
Yep.
like that's the next step.
Yep. That would be the next step that
You
I
know,
would
is to treat
advise.
this Marine as if he was a single Marine and he's the centerpiece.
Yep.
Then do the same, and then do the same, and that's when it kind of expands a little bit more.
I will say the one thing that kind of sticks out to me is this what is this called? It's not a centerpiece. It's not it's a standard picker.
Oh yeah, sure.
I love that. I
Yes.
think it looks really good. It's well highlighted.
It's great.
It really draws the eye to the base in
Great.
that area. So you did a great job having all parts kind of come together into the singular model.
Absolutely.
It's hard to even pick out things where it's like, yeah, no, this is a really done model.
It is
This
very,
really
it's a
complete.
very, you can put it on a shelf in an
Yeah.
office somewhere. You can enter it in competitions like you just have, and it's gonna do well. Place well.
I even think there's a little freehander on that
Oh, yeah.
on that leg. So that's
Yeah.
I mean it's
I'm excited to dive a little bit deeper into this
Yeah.
off camera
same.
and be able to get some looks at some of these parts that we're having trouble seeing.
Yeah, because this is like an incredible piece. So
Yeah.
it's a centerpiece for sure for a 30K army. And hey, guess what? Horus Heresy is making a comeback. So there you go.
There's a lot of people that are moving into it. I even was kind of considering, Horus Heresy, but I got to
deep
clean
dive.
house first
Yeah.
before.
That's how it goes. You can't do it all.
Yeah.
Can't do it all.
Absolutely. Well, awesome. This is great. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Eric.
Oh,
Whoa,
I did it. I got it.
you broke it. For everyone everyone just remember that the base pieces are loose, so it's not Danny's not purposely breaking things in half.
Trying not
Or-
to.
So
I'm doing
we
the
might
best
have
that I
to
can.
zoom out for this one.
You might have to.
Oh, yeah. All right, so this one is a Rob Seeley special.
It's always good to see Rob's stuff.
Yeah, Rob is a consistent winner for the Dwarven Axe. He's very proficient at painting models. He's okay. He's all right. Rob, your model's up. Just letting you know, so you can look away from your cute 4-month-old. So,
Yeah. Number 30.
yeah, there you go.
go.
Magun Ra. So as it stands, like the freehand, excellent. As with any of Rob's stuff, he has a unique style of having this kind of blended. I don't want to say cell shade, but this kind of highlight style that's very reminiscent of Richard Gray,
Okay.
which is a well-known miniature painter. He does a lot of really good stuff, but it's this kind of non-metallic metal sketchwork style, and
Yes.
I think he captures it really well on like the blade and the gun itself. Some little bit of non-metallic metal on some bits too.
Yep, I love the edging and the highlighting.
Yeah.
The depth of the model colors from dark to light tone is very pleasing.
Yeah.
Very pleasing.
Yeah, it's a very pleasing model to look at. The gems too. You did a
Yes.
great job having
The
gems
depth, the
have some
hue
some
They
highlight
stand
around them.
out.
Yeah, they do.
at all angles.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
the top knot, the little bit of freehand up here, it's
Yeah.
all well executed on it. The thing that I think I would pick out and really critique is the base.
Yes.
Like where he's standing is I like the color tone
Mm-hmm.
around. I like that. And I like the captured light effect that you have on it where it's some dark in some areas, light in some areas, so it's capturing some lighting effects.
Yes. Looks like powders.
Yeah, some good weathering powders. You can't go wrong. the one thing that I would say is like the thing that he's standing on. It doesn't have any. It feels rather dull.
It feels forgotten.
Yeah, or you know,
and it could easily. There's a great opportunity for like a gray with some runish hues. You know, like kind of like that temple.
Yeah.
Feeling.
Yep.
You know, or if it's supposed to be rusted, because it looks kind of like something's kind of rusted, but isn't like the whole thing is rusted. So
even having a small OSL in some of the runes would capture it well, or having something engraved, or you know, there's a band in the middle where it has a bunch of the runic writing on it. So having a small amount of just picked out area where that brightens up, so that it doesn't get lost in like this kind of grayish background. I think that's what's happening. That would pull it out more for me.
Yep.
And like some of the skulls have some great gradient, and then you get over here and it's like there's not a lot of gradient on it, so
adding some more gradient to the bones. But I do like that the bones on the ground are different than the bones on the model.
Yes there's a distinct there's a very clear distinction between the two.
Yes.
And that makes it feel like, hey, he's in the environment, not a part of the environment. Also getting into the freehand on the cloak is excellent. It's well executed.
If you can do well executed freehand, it bumps you up in categories. It just does.
Yeah.
In every painting competition, if you have this model without the freehand and the same model exactly the same with the freehand always adds you bonus points.
Yep.
As long as it looks right.
Yes.
That's why a lot of models don't have it, is because if they do it wrong, it takes away.
Yep,
and this does not take away.
The color blending on the cloak. And we've seen this in progress on one of the Discords that we've been on.
Yep.
But the color blending on the cloak is really well executed. It's subtle.
Yes.
But it captures light well.
And I like the dark hue at the edges.
Yep.
That show that, you know, this guy's walking around through this dirty battlefield, and the hem is just getting darker and darker as he's moving around.
Yep.
Wow.
So it's a beautiful model. And again, it's one that you can add. I enjoy the fact that it is specifically a display model.
Yes.
It is on a plinth. It is dedicated.
It is made for this.
Just for that.
Yeah.
It really does. So plinths are one of those things that really elevate a model to feeling like a display piece rather than just, hey, I grabbed this off my board and tossed it into the as an entry into whatever.
This feels like it's made for paint competition.
Yes.
It's made for display purposes. And it really gets into that category that I think that the Dwarven Axe is trying to lean into between the distinguishing between pro and amateur categories.
Yep. So plinths. So the two things that we've learned here so far are plinths and tufts. See, tufts.
Apparently the rules are so bad. That's why he put it on a display piece.
Oh, okay. that would explain.
That is a very good gaming mentality right there.
I feel that I have had that. Why do you think my Atropos looks so good?
Well, I've got a Commissar on one, and I've got a Tau Commander on another one, and it's just like, yep. Not going to lose any tears with these guys being stuck on this thing.
Not going to feel bad about that. So, yes, Rob, so thank you so much for entering this in. It's an excellent model. I can't wait to take a look at it off camera as well and get a little bit closer, get a little more personal.
Yep. And heads up, your gun's a little bit loose, by the way. It's okay, though. Taking really good care of it.
Was touched. So who do we got next? What do we got?
So we've got another one. We've got two more left, and you know what? I want to get a little orky.
Okay. Ooh, you got to get orky.
A little orky here.
I feel that.
Bring this guy
little orcish
in from
Mav. Mav. All right, swing it. Coming in swinging.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get. I mean, you know, it's an orc. You can't go wrong. Do orcs really lose?
That's fine. You can blame me. You can 100% blame me. That's okay.
Is Rob blaming you?
Yep, that's fine. I'll take the blame. I'm pretty sure I'm the one who moved it, and so I must have bumped it.
It's not like Rob has done anything that have risked his models in the past. He had a whole display board that gushed water all over his models, and I had to like shut it off in the middle of judging. Ran over, turned
this
the thing
hobby
off.
is all about moving stuff and then going, "Oops, wait, what? What was that?"
Oh man. He was like, they're all sealed. I'm like, yeah, that's not the point.
It's not the point.
It's not the point. Have some decorum,
I think
man.
that's some of the worst stuff. I know I saw an orc player drop his whole display board once at a thing, and his big mech and all of that stuff just shattered. And I mean, obviously you're out of the competition now.
Yeah.
You know, and that sucks to have to see that beautiful artwork die, but then also kind of have it ruin your GT because you functionally just can't play.
It was like at Wafest, Axel Johnson came over and he was giving me a hug and he like made a grand gesture and knocked one of my knights and hit the floor and shattered.
No.
And it's a bar full of guys, second round, drinking, having a good time, rowdy. And in that room, you could have heard a pin drop.
Yep.
It went dead silent. And anytime that you hear plastic hit the ground and start shattering, it's a painful experience. It is dead silent in the room. Oof.
Yeah. So here we go.
Here we go.
Orcs, I've got some orcs. I used to hate orcs. Hate them. Just the style, the Misa Uka, all of that. And then my mother-in-law passed away at the house, and so I'm getting a little bit more critiquey or just like deep on that. But I found this war wagon on eBay that was just like junky, and I think you remember when I sent you the picture, it was like $40 for this war wagon. Everyone's like, the rules suck, all of this stuff like that. I'm like, I just want to paint something I don't have to care about. And I poured so much emotion into that wagon that I ended up like putting out a bolo to my Warhog brother in, and I was just like, guys, does anyone have just anything that's an orc? Anything that's an orc, just would you send it to me? I'm really having a hard time right now, emotionally, mentally, and for some reason, my brain is just like, I want to paint this. And so I've got a couple squads and stuff that's just like painted out of this grieving passion.
And orcs are they're forgiving in that way.
They're so forgiving.
They are so forgiving in that way where you can just, I think eventually everyone they hate orcs initially, and then they turn and then love orcs because it's just the most ridiculous things. And you can kind of get away with a lot. They have a lot of hobby flexibility.
They do.
And so you can kind of, like you said, you can pour a little bit of grief into them. You can pour a little more emotion into them. And have
mistakes
them
are more understood on orcs because they're orcs.
Yeah. Mistakes are not mistakes. They're happy mistakes.
It's like, was that intentional? Was that intentional because he's orc, or was that just bad painting?
Yeah.
Like, you have to figure it out.
The answer is yes.
Yeah. So we've got this captain.
So right off the bat, the colors are brash. They're bright.
Yep.
They're very orky.
Very orky.
I love that.
He obviously moves an inch faster because he's red.
Easily. He believes it. Therefore, it is. The one critique that I'll come off with initially is that it's overwashed.
Yes, super overwashed.
If you came back in with even a dry brushing to tone that down on like the red,
it's glossy too.
Yeah, it's really glossy. It really is.
Which it might be going for that leather, that glossed leather look,
the pleather look.
But you can still maintain some of that with that dry brush that you mentioned.
And I think dry brushing helps in this way that keeps it orky. It keeps it feeling more rough. And
when we say dry brushing, we're thinking, and I'm certain that you're thinking this the same way, is not heavy dry brush. We're thinking light.
Yep, very light
dry brush. Like when you're dry brushing and you're like, okay, is this enough paint? And your brain goes, no, take more off.
Yep.
That
level.
Edge highlighting dry brushing.
Yep.
And that's the only way that I edge highlight nowadays is with just dry brushing.
Yeah, I would say that's probably your go-to on that.
Yep.
Especially in a lot
really
of
the
a lot of the colors, a lot of the things. There's a little bit of bleed over with some of the colors in some areas, so just be careful of that.
The metallics, I want to see more out of those metallics. That gold, it looks wrong.
It looks wrong.
It looks wrong in my brain.
Wrong.
I'm just like, it needs to be there, but the way that it's placed, there needs to be something under it.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. Having some layering underneath your metallics, so you don't just have one layer of metallics down.
Like the gold belongs, but there needs to be like a copper or something else under it to make it feel how it meshes with the rest of it. With the red, with the kind of worn weaponry that the orcs use. It looks like that jewelry that they say is like, it's gold plated.
Okay, yeah, it looks a little too clean,
yes.
It's a little too bright, a little too garish. Yeah, no, I can understand that. I think overall it's executed well.
Yes,
as a piece, it feels whole.
Yes.
I think just tightening up some of those areas and
this
colors.
Backpack here, love to see some more work there. There's some overspraying.
Yeah, I mean, over brushing overall is something where that's just practice. That's just getting better with brush control and understanding that, hey, your model's not done unless you clean things up.
Some work on the hands and the teeth.
Mm-hmm.
The orcs have very distinguishing claws. We'd like to see a little bit of bone work there. There's another opportunity there too. Yeah.
I think that this is a good middle location for an orc to be.
Yes.
It's not quite just not worked on, but it's definitely not done.
Yes.
Is what I would say. So, definitely not, or some of the areas where they're more black, like around this pack around his back, it doesn't feel complete. It feels like it's kind of not necessarily forgotten, but just not.
It's not a priority.
Yeah.
Not a priority.
And I think especially if you're entering something into a painting competition, you need to take.
That's an area that can get you dropped down very quickly.
Like the case down here too is the same kind of black as this. It's just it doesn't have the same, or it needs more to it, and it doesn't have to be anything extreme. You don't have to do some ridiculous.
Sometimes less is more, man.
Yeah, sometimes less is more. You don't have to do some ridiculous freehand on it to make it look just this awesome thing. You need something to to really distinguish it.
If something, even if it is painted, quotation marks, if something appears unpainted in a competition, big problem.
Yeah. Same with the the rim of the base. Needs to get cleaned.
Just like flipping a model over.
Yeah.
Those are all things.
Yeah. I say it every single Dwarven Axe, but there was a White Dwarf article about the judges at Golden Demon, and they said the first thing they do is flip a model over.
Yep.
They look at it from the other side.
Because why waste your time if you can go, nope.
Yep. Because if you flip it over and it's not done, then the model's not done.
Yep.
And that's
it.
That automatically takes points away from the person that entered it in because they didn't take the time to complete the model.
Yep.
And that is you have to think of it, especially if you're entering it in. This is different than tabletop.
Yeah. So Mav, this is great. We love it, but I agree with you.
I'll go on my tirade if I want.
Continue on it. Continue on it.
The idea is that there's a difference between putting something on the table for an army and then putting something on a display quality level model.
Yep.
So and having that distinction is important.
Yes. For paint competition, your mentality needs to shift to this is display quality.
Yeah.
A little bit. You can take stuff that's from your army and put it in there and do well.
Yep.
Absolutely. But if you're saying, I'm entering the hobbyist side of the world, then your mentality has to shift to that. Like if the most important thing about the game is the artwork, what are you doing? And what are you doing? How are you looking to achieve that? And that area of dialogue.
That's something that I would actually say that I haven't fully even captured in my jump from being just a hobbyist in the game to like a professional hobbyist as a painter is that it's a hard line to jump and understand that you're not going to be perfect at it
Well, it doesn't have to be every piece.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have to be every piece.
But like you and me, we have distinguished pieces that are this is hobby competition.
Yes.
And this is game
is
functioning. Which and that's a difference.
There's a distinct difference between that. So All right.
We've got one more.
Oh, we got one more?
One more.
One more. All right.
We've got Vulcan here, Salamanders.
The big baddie himself, huh?
Yep. It's so nice to see a little bit of dark tone in the world of 40K.
There we go.
For representation.
his charcoal black skin.
Yeah, I always love that. When I first would jump in, I'd be like, is there anyone that's like, not pasty white in 40K universe? Everyone's like, well, the Salamanders, they're pitch black. And I'm like,
black.
Okay, that's not. I'm mocha. I'm mocha. I don't know if that counts.
You're lightly stirred coffee. That's fair.
Yep.
So right off the bat, awesome use of the dry brushing technique on the basing because it feels like stone. It feels rough and hewn. The greens, having some distinction between greens is actually really well done, I would say, because there's actual distinction between like the shoulder pad green, the armor green, and the cloak green.
I see what you're saying, sure.
This is Mark. This is a very large improvement over what Mark has presented in the past.
Okay.
So I would say he's doing well in that way.
Good. So you're seeing progression from this painter.
Yes.
Good.
And I think that's something that's important to note is that seeing progression over the course of even this year has been like marginally, I wouldn't say marginally improved, but improved.
Good.
And seeing growth in that practice is really well done.
Yeah. The interesting thing here is we've got a forge-rolled Primarch model, and there's since it's of that quality, it's display quality, sculpting.
Yep.
And so that means there's, as you're a budding painter, you're learning more new techniques. On a Primarch model, there's always going to be areas that you miss.
Yeah.
As a newer painter.
Yes.
That you're not doing the justice to the sculpt to, and that's not a bad thing.
No.
It's not a bad thing.
No.
But that also means there's also lots of room to be able to continue to add
Yeah.
and progress the model over time. So I would definitely, if you come back to this model and do more on it, always take pictures before each session, because then you can see how you've evolved as a painter through that work.
Well, and like even overall, I would say that the blocking in of the colors and what you're getting at is important and well done.
Yes.
It feels like you've gotten to a stage of sketch where you've captured the where you want the colors to be, what you want the colors to be. And then past that is more just I'm tightening up the colors, I'm tightening up the clarity of the models that I'm working on, so that when I call this one complete, or when I feel that it is a like a high-end model, you can be confident in that your placement and your the context in which those color placements are, that it's well done.
Yes.
And that I think is important to have as even just a basic sketched out item.
Absolutely.
No matter the level, having an idea where you're getting at and where you're going is important. So
yeah, and one technique here too, having enjoyed Marines, loving Primarchs, enjoying some of them, and especially with these Forge World models, it is not cheating to Google the model and look at a bunch of different versions of it and take bits and pieces that you found that you like and execute those, especially as a new painter.
yes,
If you're overwhelmed with the amount of canvas in front of you, and that's to use, that's the amount of spaces where you have to put paint, look at pictures of the model.
Yep.
And focus down and go, okay, what is going on with the cape? What's going on with the armor? Can I execute that?
Yep.
Because that will help bring this model really to the limelight where it needs to be as a sculpt.
Yep. Yeah.
There's more gold that needs to be on because it's a Primarch. There's gold everywhere on Primarchs, and I just know that offhand. The greens, they're all separated, which is good, but I know that there's not that much green. There's a lot of green on them, but not as much green is here. So that means there's areas that aren't done.
Or if you're, again, it's also the difference between stylistic choice for what's on the box and what is the model that's in front of you. So that could be a stylistic choice as well.
Yeah.
But you're correct, where it's like, if depending on what you're trying to get after, it can be difficult to overdo a certain color or overdo a metallic or overdo, in this case, maybe green. Yeah. Where you're putting green just to get green on the model or get paint on the model.
The salamanders.
Yep. So it's green.
Yeah. So it's green.
Yeah.
But like some of the quills that are a darker green would actually be gold on the model itself. The areas that are red on the leather work, those would probably be a darker brown leather.
Got it. Okay.
And so stylistically, I think it clashes a little.
Yep. I can see that.
What I'm saying is some of that, like on the front chest, that red, I like that red, but it feels like it clashes with some of the rest of the model.
Yep. Well, and red and green are contrasting colors, so it's going to stand out, especially against green in the background, and so this is going to be a highlight point. And if you don't have that as well executed, it's going to look garish or clash. And it does make it easier to see on a battlefield. So if this is a tabletop model, it's going to make it really easy to see. But in a
And as far as what's pleasing to the eye,
yeah, that's gonna be difficult to say. So
yeah, that's a whole nother thing.
that's a whole different ball of wax. So, but I think Mark, you did great. You've definitely stepped up your game, and I'm excited to see more from you, because I think you've taken the time and care to actually step things up. So
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
so this is the last sci-fi
for
mini.
Sci-fi
Oh,
singles.
man.
So we are now going to be shifting into. I think we've got. Yeah. So we have an interesting category that is a amateur category.
Yeah,
And there's
okay.
only one
There is only
entrant
one.
that was labeled properly for this category. So
fair.
if you are watching and there's things that should be in this category, it was not labeled right. And I know some folks, they put in a different label, or they were like, oh, it's it's sci-fi taken or something like that. The labeling system is very specific for us to know where things are supposed to be.
Yes.
There isn't really supposed to be flexibility in filling out the category section.
You'd
If the
think.
category is sci-fi single or sci-fi or fantasy single, you need to follow the labeled categories that the competition is using,
Yeah.
or it gets lost. And in some cases, judges aren't going to be as gracious as we are with the labeling not being clear, because that's a good way to get your stuff just set on a table and be like, it's not in this competition, you didn't fill it out properly.
That being said, we haven't lost anyone's models.
We have not. We have not. Everything is accounted for.
It's just
let me
whether
go
or
grab
not
some stuff.
it's going to be amateur related or not, So that's about it. So that was a very harsh way to say that we have one entry into amateur and more people should enter in amateur. That's all I'm saying.
My intention to be harsh.
No. So this is Kelsey Cotton's Pink Abomination. It is an amateur category entry. She put it in as someone as a joke and someone as a wanting to get some critique on it. So apparently this was painted for a very young one that wanted to see a pink dinosaur. And speaking as a parent myself, with a daughter who loves the color pink and loves dinosaurs, I can't argue with it. So there's that. Overall, it's just a cool model. I mean, what more do you want? The main thing that I would say is gap filling. So anytime that you have a model like this, gap filling is important, because I think regardless of your level of skill, gap filling can make or break a model in its like how it looks, because it really draws the eye to it. And a simple gap fill with like milliput or green stuff, and just being having a little bit of comfort level with that, or even just if it's a slide in like part, or a peg in a hole kind of thing, sanding it down so that it fits in properly, it can be everything to a model. So hey, hold on guys. So Bobby, your squad did get entered correctly. Yeah, that's SEAL Team 6. Yes, it is incorrectly.
Had to hug around a little bit.
Yep, we had to get some.
It almost got lost.
It almost got lost, but it didn't. You're fine. Don't worry about it. So yeah, I mean, glitter and gloss, for a pink dinosaur that a little girl is going to enjoy, I see nothing wrong with this model. I mean, that is. So I hope that this is going to scare someone in D&D. That's what I would say. Because if my players were going up against something like this would be awesome to describe in D&D. A giant pink dinosaur with purple teeth came out of nowhere and starts just harassing you guys. That'd be terrifying and exciting.
Absolutely. And unexpected.
Unexpectedly.
Very unexpected. And then let's see. I'm liking the rock.
Yeah.
Is that? Do you think is that a gloss varnish coating over just the whole thing? Because it kind of makes the rock look wet.
I think so.
Yeah.
Because it feels like it's over the entirety of the skin as well.
Which, I mean, if it's for a kid,
yeah.
gloss that up.
Yeah. Right. Slap some glitter on this thing, man.
I like the blue eye.
Yeah.
That pops out in it as well. So that's yeah, I'm enjoying this piece.
I mean, again, it's one of those, like, I don't really have anything that I'm not excited about seeing on it, because it really is it's an amateur entry for a little girl to enjoy a pink dinosaur.
Close up of the model. Which model?
One model.
Yep. Have we moved past it? Sometimes it's hard to do
see a close-up on
super
the-
close.
I mean, we can get closer.
bring
with
some
the dinosaur.
joy. People are glad it's bringing some joy.
Ooh.
So that's a
Look at
good
that.
thing.
Look at that bad boy.
Oh, wow. We
You
just
can-
got a follower.
You can feel the roar. Hey, the almighty.
I thought I had followed it.
Get out of here. Get out of here. All right.
Swap the cameras. What?
Swap the cameras.
We only have two.
Wait, this is
This
the
is the
camera.
only
We get-
camera.
Oh. I'm an idiot. This is very normal.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
This
Just
is a
go with our AV guy over
This
there.
is a professional category. I just got to say. I'm very professional. This is a really cool model. Look at this.
Yep. One day we're gonna have a third person to run cameras, and all we do is talk.
That'd
and
be
we'll have
nice.
a fourth person that just passes us things.
Won't that be nice?
Yep. One day.
Great. One day.
One day. Well, excellent.
Where's
Thank you.
Trent?
Liz. So we're going to
Where's
be
Trent?
moving into the land of big things, the Titanic category.
Ooh. All right.
Yep, the land of big things. And I think since we've been talking about Primarchs,
Yep.
why not?
Why not get the big boy,
Why not bring out another?
Sir Thickums?
Yep, and this is from Steven.
Steven. All right.
Yep.
Steven.
And I hope it's in the right category because there wasn't anything next to it.
Yeah, so that some people just tossed in models into the case or didn't go through the proper channels. So that's the other reason why some things were
You know, and
misidentified.
speaking of Titanic, isn't there a raffle that people can buy from the store
There
to win
are,
something
there
that's
are.
kind
So,
of on display?
Kind of Titanic-ish.
Yeah.
So last weekend we had a 24-hour painting competition for charity for the kids' site at Chaska Lions Club to get kids that can't afford glasses, and it's I would say a very worthy cause, and the Forge is raffling off a lot of different items, including a knight that I built and painted in 24 hours, and then some stuff from Maniac. I believe one of his Duchess models, and some like a cutting mat and other things, and then some hobby supplies. So
Do you know if people can buy raffle tickets?
They can, in
over
fact.
the phone.
yeah, you can use the
Ooh.
Forge PayPal and indicate which raffle you'd like to enter into, and it's $5 a ticket, I believe.
$5 ticket. And so that's why we're going to go into this radio part real quick before we do this critique. If you call 952-456-6462, that's 952-456-6462. You, even if you're not physically here, you could put in for the raffle in
Nope.
this.
You can.
You can.
You can.
And
You
it could
can,
be
in fact,
shipped to you. And so after we go through the 4 entries that we have in Titanic, we are going to bring out that model that was painted
All
and
right.
review it a little bit.
Oh, God.
Just so that you can see what you might be winning because it's for the kids.
I did not agree to this.
He did not agree
I
to
did
this
not
at
know this was
all,
happening.
but
This is
I
Danny.
am all about promotion,
This
and it's
is-
for the children.
It's for the kids.
It's for the children. Do
Want
you
someone
want
thinking-
children to be walking around with no glasses, bumping into stuff?
No.
No.
I have a daughter who can see perfectly fine, and she just runs around and bumps into stuff too. So it's regardless of it's just children.
Exactly. So there's an opportunity here
Yeah.
to win something really well done,
Yep.
and it's going to be fun. So let's jump into
All
Steven's
right,
model.
Steven. So we've got some modifications actually on this guy. So the face, like the demonic Oni face, is super cool. It's really, really awesome. So
I like it better than Mortarian's actual face.
to be honest, I like Mortarian's face, but this is
way better.
way demonic. This is way
Yeah.
cooler. So I do enjoy that. It definitely feels glow. Like it's got that synth
Yes.
wave, very glowish. Everything that's amped up on highlight and fluorescent is highlight and fluorescent.
Definitely. The green, it looks like speed paint, contrast paint. Maybe?
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. So some contrast, some highlights.
Yep.
There's Kelsey out there.
Oh, okay.
That's both Kelseys.
Both the Kelseys.
Both the Kelseys.
are out
Kelsey Cotton
there,
and
and they distracted him.
Yep. Sorry.
So I'm liking the metals.
Yeah.
Metals with a little bit of Nuln oil always brings me joy. Reminds me of my favorite Astral Claws army.
Your
My
youth.
youth of painting. Yep.
Again, it's one of those having some extra layers on like the green and the purple. The purple has some blue on it, which helps highlight it. But like the green, especially, there's a lot of this green cloth that needs some extra highlighting.
Some more. You
same
could
with the
look
bone.
in. So there's a green that's underneath the wings. I think it's Death Guard.
Oh,
That.
Yeah, I think it's Death Guard, or it might be some slime.
Well, so it's interesting that we're talking greens because I'm actually working with some
There you
greens,
go.
and I'm really feeling that this Death Guard green right here might be a really nice highlight color on that cloth.
Especially on a Death Guard model.
Yep. So
A Death Guard green and a Death Guard model.
right.
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
I know. Well, I do like that the original bone white color that is from the it's Death Guard's original color scheme from 30K.
And that's the Death Guard that I like.
Yep.
Is
I
that bone.
really enjoy that.
This one's a bit blotchy.
Yep.
A bit blotchy.
It's a little blotchy.
So the interesting thing in the paint world is not just the colors that are on it, but the texture of the colors, and the texture feels like maybe they were having difficulty getting the color to stay. Maybe there's a darker color underneath it.
Probably needing some extra layers to thin it
kind of
enough.
like when you're battling white.
Oh god,
right?
Battling white.
Yep.
It's the struggle. Everybody thinks
It's
that
the
white's gonna be
struggle.
easy. White and black. It's like, oh, that should be easy to paint. No.
No, it's a more headache than you think. So what would you do to fix that? Like how would you, if you wanted to get that bone to look just a little bit more
bone.
Yeah, more bone,
bone-like.
more rich. What would you do?
Really, I would base coat with brown. I would start out with so if you're going from like so assuming that this is primed black, I would build up with a brown and then a lighter brown, and I would lay those down, and those can be a little blotchy, those can be a little bit streaky. You don't have to get as much coverage out of it, but that dark brown will probably go over that black really, really nicely. And then you add in more of that bone tone, the bone colors to the armor.
Yep.
And that will give it more depth and give you more play with color tones, because paint is inherently somewhat transparent.
Yes.
So you're going to get all the layers behind it and all the layers in front of it to get whatever tone you're going after.
And that's when you start to thin down a little bit more.
Yeah.
Is the closer you get to the color that you want, is the more you start to thin.
Yep,
Yep.
exactly. So I think that's really what I would suggest is, and if you want the texture of like that kind of worn actual bone, is do some stippling and highlighting with the stippling and maybe some dry brushing with the like a highlighting bone or a bone color, and build it up.
And the reason I bring it up is because it's such a center point onto the model.
Yeah.
And right now in its current state, it takes away from the wonderful work that I like on the weapon. It hinders some of the goal. So there's some opportunity here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So it's such a after painting 2 Mortarians, it is a very unique model, and it's also a very fun model to work on.
There's
so
a lot of freedom with it.
There's
a lot of schemes.
There is a lot of schemes. There's a lot of freedom. It's a big model. It's got a lot of intricacies. It's not as punishing as like a knight with a lot of flat area.
Yeah.
So you have a lot of opportunity to just play with details and small bits.
Yeah, but I like what's going on with the wings. I've never seen that color
No.
of wings on a Mortarion.
Absolutely not.
Normally, it's that pale, that bone color with, different kind of probably the 3 wash family, the purple, the red, and things like that.
Yep.
And this is an interesting color take.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look horrible.
No, I do like it. I think if it was a little bit cleaner, it would help.
Yes.
Some of the white splotchy areas, I don't.
I think
quite,
it's supposed to be patterning.
I think so too. It kind of takes away from it in a
Yes.
way, and that's kind of where I'm like, I wish that
rather
it
it
was
not be
cleaner.
there.
Yeah, I kind of wish it was a little bit cleaner in that way. But that's like really it on those wings that I think that you could improve upon, is just be careful when you're adding texture.
Yep.
Is
'Cause I'd
making
almost
sure it's
rather
clear.
it be the this color here
Yeah,
that
kind of
that webbing color, and then taken like a pinkish or something and put that in the crevices along the veins, rather than have the stippling.
Okay. In a lot of ways, I would say that's one direction that you could take. If you wanted to do it this exact thing, I would say stippling and building it up slowly. So
sure.
You know, if you're doing that gradient, because I'm assuming that what they did was they just took the contrast, or I think it's contrast paint on this over black, and then having white or gray on the outsides and where it's highlighting, building it up.
Yeah, and if you build it up more, then it's going to blend more, and it's not going to look as out of place.
As jarring. Yeah,
I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Kind of a little bit of the same on like that we were talking about with the armor.
Yeah, this will affect.
I like it.
This will affect like 3 people, but it really reminds me of the ley line stone in Guild Wars 2. That kind of pockmarked prismatic color to it. It has kind of that tone for pocking that I like. So
I like that the stitching is done, and I like the brass feel on that.
You do? Okay.
Yeah, I like the brass.
It's not a bad stylistic choice. It definitely feels more like like rings.
Staples.
Yeah.
Yep, I like the brass.
So
yeah, I enjoy this. The bone, I do like that there's a distinguishing between the bone.
Yep, bone and the armor.
Yeah, the base, not good.
No, I would say improve upon your basing, and then rim as well. Same with the little nurgling. The nurgling is part of the scene, you know.
Yes.
So be aware that you have to, if you're going to have something on the base, it is part of the model. It's part of the scene.
Yeah, keeping that base rim clean is huge, and the stone that it's on, you can expand that stone really easy just with Dawn Stone and Administratum Gray.
Yep.
Just dry brush it.
Yep. Dry brush it,
and it's gonna pop so much more. People are gonna assume that you're just this wonderful professional.
So you can definitely tell that he put the model onto the base and then painted the base afterwards.
Kept the model off,
and because you have this overbrush on some of the areas where you have the glow effect, it takes away from that indication of the model. So I would be careful with.
And you just need to go back in and clean it up.
Yep. Or even leave the model off and then
finish the base
and then put the model on.
Yep.
So just be careful of that, because you don't want that to take away from the model that you just worked super hard to get.
Yes. And the effect I'm getting, it looks like it's kind of like a swampy, maybe that's supposed to be like an acid type thing that's going on. And so I would look at using some, I'm trying to think of it, kind of one of the water effects.
Yeah.
Mixing in.
Oh, like Nurgle's Rot or something like that.
Mixing in Nurgle's Rot in with the wet, the water flow effects.
Yeah.
That you use for ponds.
Yep. There's a lot of directions that you can go.
There is.
So
a lot of opportunity. But this is great, Steven.
Thank you, Steven.
Keep it up.
Amen.
All right.
Cool.
Okay, so we see he did have 2 in Titanic.
Look at that. He did?
I told you he did. Well, I guess we'll look at that one too.
Well, one of them can go into open.
Yep. That's what we're gonna do.
Open or something like that. Yeah, why not?
Doing it again.
Toss it in.
Steven again.
Steven part 2.
This is part of that mistakes of labeling that I ran into. I did not know where Mortorian went, and did not check.
So we'll just have to say that one of these will go in open.
This one's in Titanic. The other one is in open.
There you go. Just because we need to.
That's what we're gonna do.
So, but we can review both of them.
We can.
That's okay.
We can.
That is okay. Steven, if you're listening or tuning in, let us know if you have a preference on one or the other. Otherwise, we will just stick with this one. Assume this one's in Titanic and the other one's in open. So we'll go over with that. All right. So right off the bat, Knights have a special place in my heart. I've done a couple 3.
Love them.
I've done a couple 3. Painted a couple 2. So this is a really unique kit bash because it slaps together a Storm Surge and a Knight Dominus, like very unique, and it actually works. I think that the kit bash itself is unique, and it works pretty well.
Yeah. And
Mo-
I like where the storm shoulder Surge's thighs
Yeah.
are. It looks like it's kind of belongs there a little bit.
The entire leg assembly, and I think hold on, it's coming around. It's coming around again. So the hip joint and the entire legs are all from the Storm Surge.
Yep.
And then nope, I'm wrong.
That's Storm Surge.
Nope,
that's Night.
This
That's
is Night.
there. So it's half. It's a half and
it's half and half. So the lower half is all is.
And that's why it looks taller.
Yeah. Yep. So, I dig the
hey, look at this.
chains.
There are towel.
Yep. There's towel bits. There's the bits up here. Like, there's a lot of cool bits on this for a.
It makes it interesting.
Yeah. It's definitely not a. Well, so here's the thing. Storm Surge has a lot more mobility and movability, posing.
Yes. Yes,
than
it does.
a Knight Dominus does. The Knight Dominus is very, very static, and I hate that.
Yeah.
But this makes it look way more mobile.
It does. It makes it feel like it's creeping through town,
Yep.
breaking stuff, doing things.
Yep. But the one big thing that I will say is that you don't have the connection points between on the legs, and that is
that
important
takes
part.
away.
You know.
Takes away from the feel of the model itself.
Yep.
From a sculpting standpoint.
Yep.
The wires on the back, the same thing. Those open gaps are the reason. So if you look at the bottom of the feet, where those stretches supposed to go, they're just open areas, right? Like right there.
Yep.
And that stands out.
Yep.
It stands out a lot. Same up here. Stands out on the sculpt. So some of those areas where you're like, I don't need to put those pieces in, for competition purposes, it actually stands out.
Yeah, and even if you took chains or wire or something and put them in that place and had them attached somewhere else so that it felt like it was a completed point, you can get away with that, I would say.
I like this chaotic feel. You know, it's got the purity seal, the imperial seal upside down. You know, a very we're not in the Imperium feel. I like that.
Yep, I do too. Drill out your barrels. Absolutely, every single time, drill out your barrels.
I hate drilling out barrels.
I know, but you know what you have to do? Drill out your barrels.
No. Yeah, I know. Alex is always big on that. I always mess up my barrels, so I just leave it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
If you're gonna do one or the other, you gotta commit.
Yeah, you gotta pick one.
However, if you're going to do it, I like it when people paint a small dot for black to indicate that it's a barrel. Otherwise, it just looks flat.
Yep. There's a lot of pieces on a Knight where bronze is your friend.
Yep.
And so definitely like kind of where skulls are. If there's silver, then using and we have some bronze. See, so there's already bronze integrated in it. There's a lot of areas for more.
Yep. Same back here.
Yeah, right there. There's a lot of great opportunity.
But there's even
out more.
There's even large swaths of this model that aren't painted.
Yep.
They're just the primer or
Just
some simple dry brushing, a very quick dry brush.
Yeah. There's overpaint.
Yep. I think the effect of the model, like the sculpting work on it, is what makes it stand out most.
Yep, the conversions.
The conversions definitely make this thing stand out. And I think if you had pushed forward with more of the painting, I think it would look a lot more complete.
Yes.
Especially with like the modifications for the flames or electricity. This is so cool.
Yeah.
The face having the chains over it and the different lengths, like it feels like a mask or a veil.
And I like that.
Yeah, I love that.
That's
love
great.
that effect.
There's so many additions on here that are cool. And you're the Knight Master. You're the guy that people come for and say $600. Here you go. Let's do a Knight. So I think you're gonna agree with this next statement that I'm gonna say.
Uh-oh.
The part that makes the Knight start to look good, pleasing to the eye, it starts with the skeleton.
Yes.
Starts with the skeleton.
Yep.
The skeleton needs to be looking good before you expand outward.
Yep. You have to have all parts of the Knight feel like it's one cohesive piece.
Yep.
And having the armor be, you can treat the armor and the skeleton as two separate pieces.
Yes.
In that they don't have to match, they don't have to be the same. They can be completely different from each other. But having that understanding of your application of color. So if you're going to do all the skeleton being one continuous color or having bits and pieces picked out on it, and have that different as the armor,
Mm-hmm.
you can get away with that really easily with a knight. And
Yes.
and that I would say is it's fundamental in that you don't really notice it as much,
Yep.
but it's just as important as putting the time into like the armor panels and make them look really unique.
Yes.
So
Yep.
cool.
All right.
All right, Steve. I think we've done a lot of Steve specials here, and really crushed explaining some good Steviness.
Yes. Yes. He's got quite a few entrants in
He's got
there,
a lot
along
of
with
entries there.
Kelsey. And so we're gonna get to see those multiple
Oh, yeah.
times. I think I want to move into. We've got one for McCory.
Yep, Corey Eldford.
Okay. Yep. And already
This is really cool.
get this on here. It is one of the few knights I've ever seen that is facing the lengthwise direction on the base.
Yep.
And already that makes it stand out differently.
Yep.
Makes it stand out differently. Just to piggyback off of what we were just talking about, the under armor skeleton.
Yep.
Yep, you can see how it's uniform. It's not crazy, but it's pleasing to the eye.
Yep. And it draws down like the modification for this tail too.
Yeah. And it feels finished.
Yep.
And it doesn't take much.
No.
You know, it's a little bit of copper. It looks like it's got a wash. It's got some
Highlights.
Some looks like some metallic pickoffs with maybe dry brushing.
Yep.
Yep. And it creates a story of the undercarriage, even though it's not the most noticeable piece on the model.
Yep.
It adds to the model.
Absolutely. So some things off the bat. This is a very converted model because this tail is not very much so not part of the
not in the Knight
chaos. No, it's not part of the Chaos Knight kit either. Same with the fingertips. These are glued on. The claws are, which is really cool. I really do like the color scheme that you used for for the metallics for the undercarriage. It's really well executed. It feels very part and parcel to the rest of the model. It's got this sketch quality to it, but this also like worn metals.
Yep.
Without it feeling
Feels
overdone
great.
or underdone. Yeah, I would say that like this, the stubber, the heavy stubber on it, feels out of place.
It does.
Color wise.
Yes.
Especially when the rest of the model
I would like it to be the same color as the under,
or be a
then
completely different
dry
color.
brushed a little bit. Oh, sure.
Yeah, or a completely different color. Like I could see it either way.
Yeah.
You know, it just feels like it stands out. If I removed it, it would feel much more
It'd be better.
in line. Yeah. I will say the blending is excellent. Like
Wonderful.
this blue blending is awesome. The little scratches and bits,
so good.
really cool.
Yeah. Yep. I love every aspect really of how the metals and the blues complement each other and to creating just a very pleasing model.
Yep. It feels dirty.
Yes.
It's definitely overwashed.
Oh,
but
yes.
in a this is going to sound weird. It's overwashed in a controlled way.
Yep.
However,
and part of it is the dry brushing begins to tone it back down.
yes. Yeah, I would say so. And you have some of that where you're not just washing it completely and then leaving it. You're building in color and
adding
taking
some
it
black
away.
streaks, I think, unless that's an over.
Unless this is like
that
if this is
that might be an overwash strip actually.
This might be like an enamel or an oil where you're pulling.
I like the
pulling away.
scratches.
Yep,
that are
love the
added
scratches.
Here, a little bit of freehand scratching.
Yep, goes a long way. It really does. I will say there are components missing.
Yes.
So like this entire top is, especially compared to the shoulder pad and all the other armor bits, the top is really underwhelming. It doesn't have a lot to it.
Yeah.
And that to me takes things away from it.
Yes.
It's not
you
especially if you're going to be looking at it from up here, your focal point's going to be on top of the carriage,
like
on top of that.
the lens here.
Yeah.
For example.
Yep. It's not.
I can see that. I know there's some great opportunity to complement this model with some weathering powders, like black exhaust here, doing a little bit of coloring on the paneling, and then a little bit more black exhaust there as well.
Yep, it can really step it up. And these piping too, like you did it, you got most of the way with it. you can definitely pull in the rest of this color palette down here with these bronzes and coppers.
I like the piping.
Yeah, well, and
like
the
the
piping is
piping.
cool. It just
I think I would like that stubber to be the same color as the piping.
Oh, okay. So integrating the color in where it's brighter, it's
Yeah.
more polished in that area. Okay, I can see that because then it gets away from this being unique, and it pulls
Yeah.
it up here
It's kind of a
too.
blend.
Yeah. I can jam with that. So
Good,
the
good,
basing is really cool. It in some ways I wish it was a little more spread out because
sure.
back here feels kind of empty.
Yeah.
There's little puddles, which is cool.
Puddles are always good.
But there's empty area like right back here that doesn't have a lot. There's empty area up here, and it feels
And
very.
it looks very clearly as it's a guard entrenchment.
Yep.
That the chaos is. Well, the direction of the guard barricade makes it feel like it's actually coming out of the
Yep.
defense, rather than taking it over.
Going in, but you could
Um,
add more bits and bobs everywhere.
Exactly.
Dead bodies, and guard sprues are littered with extra bits.
Oh yeah, or you do renegade guard in the back,
Mm-hmm.
since maybe there's a couple renegade guard that are following this thing and they're going over the entrench.
Yep.
The other way around. But definitely having someone that's dead, maybe some skeletons or something like that. Adding some blood effects to the base itself. I'm not certain if this is the AK interactive or Vallejo mud effect, but I love this mud effect like candy.
I
is
think it's
wonderful. use it
I
on
think it's
basically
Vallejo.
everything now.
I think it's the Vallejo mud.
It looks like the dark Russian
Yeah.
mud.
It's a little too black for that.
Too black for
Too
the
black
Russian
for the
mud.
Russian mud.
Interesting.
I love that it's stepping on a barbed wire.
Yes.
So it feels like it's actually in place. So here's a good example of having a it is Vallejo mud. Corey confirmed. Ha! Knew it. I know my muds. I love when a model actually feels like it's part of the environment.
So is it the Russian though, Corey?
Real big questions. Testing me on that. I don't think it's the Russian. But having a model in the environment that it's supposed to be a part of is really important.
Yes.
So having mud on its toes.
Not Russian. I think I was wrong. That's all right.
Russian's a little more brown.
Might be the dark mud then.
It could be the dark mud. It's partly the dark mud. Anyway, having a model be in the environment that it's supposed to be stepping in, and especially with this mud, is so useful because you can slap down that mud and then push the model onto it.
And this is where I draw back to that earlier conversation we had about the rimming.
Yep.
That's why I'm able to get away with painting the rim first, because this mud comes on last.
Yep. Well, and you can tell because it's not rimmed and it's got mud.
Rimmed, no.
It's got mud all around it.
Yeah.
So be careful with that, Corey. I would say.
It's a great opportunity to clean it up a little bit. I don't know. It's a stylistic choice. So I'm just keeping that in my brain, I think.
Something that I will say, blood effect, if it's splattered up here, it needs to be on the chain, or it needs to be on the
lightly
teeth.
on the chain. See.
Yeah, it's lightly on the.
But it would
the
be
teeth.
more focal pointed on the teeth,
Yes.
because that's the initial.
Yeah, that's the initial
point.
splatter point. Also, there is. I needed to swing around, but there's striping on this side, and then there's none on this side.
Oh.
So
And is the striping the same color as the blood?
the blood, I don't think so. I think they're slightly different, but I could be wrong.
We gotta wait for it. I gotta wait for it to come
Yeah,
back
you gotta wait
around,
for it to
because the stripes are only
the
on
thing.
the inner side,
Um,
not the outer side.
I will say with Chaos Knights, especially having the spikes be uniquely colored, or at least somewhat.
I'm gonna have to take a better look at that striping when we're judging it.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea. That's where I'm gonna go for it.
Yeah.
But like, there's spikes that aren't done fully, and this thing is littered with them. There's tons of spikes on this thing, so I would be careful and probably add a little bit more to the colors of the spikes, because especially when you have like this nice blending and all the sweet dirtiness that you have with
Look at the
armor.
spikes on the back of the tail.
Oh, back here. Yeah,
So
that's a
there's
good point.
an opportunity to bring those other spikes to that color tone.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunity, I would say, with this model
great.
for spikes.
It's
So,
great. Yeah, I would not want to be against it in a night joust. I just feel like if it got close to me, I'd be saying goodbye.
Now, Corey, that's to say that at Renegade Open, you should be bringing this to the night joust. And I got an Atropos friend that it really wants to talk to. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and I think I'll be at Renegade Open judging, so I guess I'll
there
have
you
to
go.
bring,
Yeah, you gotta bring a
one of
night.
my nights
You gotta
as
bring
well,
one.
so we can at least say that we played in the Renegade Open.
There you go.
So this is our last in the Titanic category.
Yep.
Another night that's chocked full of nights. And
In the
then
Titanic
after
category?
this, we're going to
That's-
be talking about Alex's model a little bit, just really pitching the charity aspect and how you can win that model.
Yep. So this is a model from Mark. So this is another Mark special, and again, it's one of those that he's stepped up his game.
Okay.
And definitely started caring more about a model and how it looks and how it acts and how
Awesome.
it kind of presents itself. So going after cloth on a model, especially at night, is unique and difficult. It's very difficult.
Yes, it is.
It's very hard.
You know, it looks like it has a sister's feel
Yep.
to it. And that means that there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. And so sometimes we get back into that less is more. There's a lot of cool things going on with the model and being patient. You know, it's okay to field something that's not done and adding cool effects to it later as you build on. You know, and so it's nice to see the black. The metal appeared to be dry brushed on.
Yep.
And so I always like that application for metal, whether it's gunmetal or lead belcher. They're both basically the same paint. On black, they both pop and look really well.
Yep.
An area I like the paneling that it has, the freehand of the letters. I like that there's a statement there. So then we go into what can we do better a little bit. The white. White is hard.
White is
When you're first starting out.
anyone tells you that white or black are easy colors, slap them, because it's not true. It's super difficult to do a white that isn't just flat. Flat white is easy. Flat black is easy.
Sure.
Getting a white or a black that blend well or feel good it's a really difficult task.
And that's where the trick that you taught me using Vallejo's Ivory White.
Yep. Do an off-white. It doesn't even have to be Vallejo's Ivory, but just like an off-white, not quite white.
Yep. Or you start with a bone underneath and then go to this white.
Yep.
That will fix the chalky feeling.
Absolutely.
That gets rid of the chalk.
Yep, that gets rid of that kind of translucent feel that white can have. And all white is not quite white.
No.
All white is somewhat, it's not pure. It's got something of a cool or warm tone to it that can be difficult to capture. So stepping in that right direction, you're doing a great job here, Mark, where you're trying to get to that direction and adding in things that are unique and making your night feel very unique is something I would say is commendable.
Huge.
Yeah,
Yes.
I love that it
Huge.
is a sister on top preaching.
Yep. Let's go.
Yeah, it feels very 40K. It is over the top and
Very
insane.
40K.
It is very 40K. The chains in the front, I think
I'd
this
like
is
to see more.
I think it's a stylistic choice.
Yep.
I don't mind them. I wish they were smaller.
Yes.
Because to scale, they
Yes.
don't. That's an interesting thing to note about scale. Scale in a miniature game, especially 40K, is difficult to.
Because it's 32 heroic.
Yeah, and it's like these chains, you would have to think about. They're like 4 to 6 feet tall each. Like that's huge.
It's big.
Those are big
big.
rings. I like the effect that it's going for, but it's one of those like it doesn't feel quite to scale.
Yep.
And that could also be a stylistic choice, like leaning into the 40K insanity.
Yes.
I'm not going to argue with that. But
And it is creative to use the black cloth to kind of cover up some edging areas or some what I would call conversion areas that maybe didn't blend well to hide them.
Yep.
I like that as a good start. There's
also nothing wrong with that.
correct.
I've hidden many a mistake behind I've hidden many mistakes behind weathering.
Yep. Weathering is a great grace saver. A great grace saver.
It's like, well, that's going to be a little
I like it. The white is really the only thing that I feel takes away from it with the areas. Like you look at that bottom piece right here. That looks awesome.
Yep.
that looks awesome.
Also, you did try and work through having decals on there, water slide decals, which is a difficult task to work with. And GW tries to tout it as like, oh, this is super easy. It's not. Making it super easy so that you don't see any of the background or the shininess is difficult to do, but possible. And I would recommend using a product called Microsol. And what it does is it softens the decal so that it adheres to the surface. You put down a gloss varnish over first. Oh no!
Boy.
Dang it! All right, well we're trying to get through this, but the battery died on the camera.
So I think we are at a breaking point. Then we have to charge up, and we're back.
Nope. I have a battery that's
Perfect.
That's ready to go.
Perfect.
I'll finish this thought though. But you slap down a gloss varnish first, and then after you put down that gloss varnish, you put the decal down, and you use a product called the product called Microsol, and it softens that. You put down 1 or 2 layers. I like to do 3 on top of it, and then once you get done with that, it will have softened the decal to a point where you can then put a gloss varnish over it, and it'll look painted on. And
wonderful.
It's really cool when it comes together. It feels really awesome to do because it looks like it's a fully painted item.
Good.
And that would be my recommendation for anyone that wants to try and do decals is you execute it in that way, because then you're not getting in your own way for that kind of sheen shine that can sometimes be apparent when you're using a water slide.
Of course.
So
we're going to be going into the charity intermission portion where we're going to be talking about how you can win this next piece that's going to be showing up from the Titanus category. It is not in the painting competition, but it is an opportunity of something that you can win. And then we'll probably be going into the open category, I think, unless you need to take a break.
No, I might use a bathroom break in there.
A bathroom break could be good.
Yeah, but we'll
so
get there.
maybe we should take an intermission right now then real quick for 10 minutes, get set up, be ready to go.
Yeah, I think that'd be good.
All right. We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Yep. We'll see you guys in about 10. Thanks much. All right, and we are back from break. So thank you guys for sticking with us while we harassed the front crew and the Kelseys up front.
Basically,
That's how we had to use the potty. Do that. So we have ourselves the model that's being given away here. I'm going to flip over to that now. So you can see that this is, in fact, a knight. It is. This is Canis Rex. It's the only named Imperial Knight.
And this is the model that is up for charity.
Yep.
So this model is not for winning anything. It could be yours.
It could be yours.
It could be yours for the low price of $5 a raffle ticket.
Yep.
Make sure to call 952-456-6462, and you can buy raffle tickets over the phone, or if you've come into the actual store, if you're in the area. So there's a lot of opportunity to win something that is really, really cool. And it's for the children.
It is for the kids.
For the children.
It's for the kids. So what's awesome about this is this knight was built and painted. So I grabbed a box from the forge the morning of the event, the 24-hour event, and I built and painted it in that 24-hour period. So it went from sprue to done, and based and all that kind of stuff, including a little Sir Hector down here. So it was
Gotta have 'em.
It was an arduous process. Let me tell you, I've built and painted a lot of knights, and I knew my way around, and I was confident that I could do it, and I'm glad that I did. But man, you start slowing down around the 12-hour mark, where it's like I've been working on the same model for this long. I just want to be done. I want to do something else. But this is I'm proud to say that for the charity, I hope that it helps the kids for one, but I really do hope that this goes to a good home.
Absolutely.
And someone that actually really wants to use it. So this was a fan favorite of the late Sherry Matanzans.
Sherry Lynn Matheson.
Yeah, she loved herself Canis Rex. It was her favorite model.
Author of the Blue
Dragon's
Dragon
Gaze. Yeah.
Yes. And so
yeah, so this has a special place in a lot of our hearts for running Canis Rex and seeing him on the table. It keeps her memory alive, and I think that it captures well helping kids. So
yeah, and I know someone who's just like as a part of the community. You've for years donate nights that are painted. They're something that are coveted. They're a piece of artwork, and there's a line to get an Alex Hunt painted model. And so if you're able to get one and it benefits the children, that's the way to go. It seems like a win-win to me.
Yeah, I'm excited. I hope that it, like I said, I hope that goes to a good home. As weird as it sounds, I don't want it coming home with me.
Yes.
As much as I love it and I appreciate it, I want it to go to someone that really will.
Needs to go somewhere else.
Yeah, it needs to go
You've
somewhere
already
else.
got a Canis Rex at home.
I've got a couple.
Yep.
I've got at least one. So
there's one on a shelf.
One on a
perfectly
shelf.
painted. There will never be a better one.
No, that one is painted by Sherry.
I know. That's right. It's already
That's
done.
why it's a unique.
It can never be beaten.
It can never be beaten. Yeah.
Yep, never be replicated.
That's
Done.
true. That's true. I'm gonna grab my drink because I realize it's on the table behind me.
Oh. Long arms. I did it.
Hey, you did it. All right. So what do we got next? This is
Going into the open category.
the open category. Okay.
Followed by fantasy singles.
Ooh, okay.
So
All
if
right.
you have a fantasy single model after open, we're going into this, and we are going to start with a favorite here. I think we should start actually with the owner of the Forge.
Oh my!
Are we
You
ready
love
to
him.
go?
You know him. You care about him somewhat.
Bert.
Bert's model.
Right here.
Bert's model. So this is the Slaughter Slayer.
Slaughter Slayer.
Now Bert worked on this,
As
painted
named
it.
by me.
He painted this bad boy up at the 24-hour event, and he was ecstatic to put it in. Actually, the reason that he's not sitting here right now as a judge is because he wanted to enter something into the painting competition. And so
it's not because I have a better eye for paint or anything like
No,
that.
no.
It's just because we had an empty seat and we just needed some guy to jump in.
you know, you say it like that,
makes
it sounds
me feel
horrible.
Yeah, it makes me
say
feel
it-
super special to
When
be
you,
here.
when you say it like that. But this model was done by him in that 24-hour period. He was ecstatic to get it done. I was happy to actually see him finish a model. Because that's difficult.
Here, that's
When
rare.
you're a store owner, that's hard stuff because he's working hard or hardly working. We're not sure, but he does a good job.
It could be a combination of both,
It could be a combination of
both. So before I go into the critiquing of this is really where I think that buy-in for wanting to be a part of this organization comes from, is the passion that Bert has for the hobby, for growing the community, not just his store, but the community as a whole, and have that wider reach, and recognizing there's a gap that can be filled, and he has the capability to do it. And just by putting in some passion and investing some resources, he's a backer.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
In our
And,
Kickstarter.
And that makes me glad to be a part.
Yep.
It means to be
Yep.
bad.
He
Have an owner
definitely-
so passionate that they're willing to do more than just say this would be neat.
Yep. Yeah, just more than providing space every once in a while. He's definitely dedicated the time and effort into it. So
Yeah.
for that, we will
Let's take a
now
look.
rip his model apart.
Yep,
So,
time to just,
time to-
the worst model
I can't
in
believe
the
it.
entire collection.
Can you believe it, people? It's terrible.
So off the bat, it is red.
It is red. There's a lot of really good things I would say about the skin, though. It
Yes.
captures layering really well,
Yes.
and he worked on building up highlights and having the lowlights. It didn't. So this is a good example of someone that washed things, but didn't just leave it at the wash stage.
Right.
So there's good highlighting. There is a little bit of overwashing on like the back of the hands and where
Mm-hmm.
things would pool, but overall, I would state that it's well executed for the
Yes.
skin tones and even the leather bits that are on it too.
And it's
because-
distinguishable.
yes,
It is distinguishable.
Yes.
It doesn't look like it's all blended into one thing.
Yep.
The color between the leather on top, the belt around,
Mm-hmm.
the skin tone, it's all from a distance. You can tell it's a different color.
Yep. And I like the use of blood here is there's a lot of blood, but
it's appropriate.
not it's appropriate. It's not just drenched in it. You know, it's got it appropriately
it's
placed on the
strategically
bases.
placed.
Yep.
The coloring on the mouth, for example.
Yeah, this really does it for me as the dribbles
Yeah.
down the chest, but it stops.
It stops.
That's what I like. It doesn't just continue,
Yeah.
and
It's
it
not
doesn't
blood
just
for blood's sake.
yeah. Especially in the chest cavity, it'd be really
Mm-hmm.
encouraging to try and like put it on all of the metal,
Yep.
all the metallic that he's got in his belly. The one thing that's kind of lacking for me is the blending on the whip.
Yes.
It doesn't quite do it because
gets
you have
overpowered.
and you have this area where the red and black meets the bone, and this bone's really well executed, but it just doesn't have the same draw.
And you can
know?
tell the wrist, the hand, the whip, the handle of the whip
Yep.
is not finished.
No.
And I think that there's some opportunity on the paneling as well. That is the same color.
Yes, yes, the armor paneling.
yeah.
I think I agree with that. That there could be a little bit more done there.
I'd like to see more on the horns.
Mm-hmm.
Yep,
Yep.
The horns are just kind of lost in the model.
Which is interesting because the claws and the fingernails and toenails are so well executed.
Yep. Yep.
You know,
That's
they-
what I'd like to see.
Yeah,
Is
having
and the
that
skull.
kind of feel. The skull especially is a center point, and
Yep.
it really does
And
shine.
it doesn't feel like one color bone.
No.
It is multiple colors.
No, it does not.
And I'm glad to see something of this level from Bert.
Yeah, absolutely. So the other thing that I will critique on this specifically is I wish there was more patina. I wish there was patina on the copper because it feels worn,
Yes.
feels used, and copper patinas.
Yeah,
So having that
or-
slight bluish hue would break up this
Yes.
the red and brown that you have overall on this.
The other route is to go rust.
Mm-hmm.
As you know, I enjoy my rust
I love
over
rust too.
patina.
Yep.
And,
But the problem is that because this is such a red model,
Yep.
adding in more red,
Yes.
it would kind of get lost in the shuffle, I feel. But I see what you're getting at.
Mm-hmm.
Where having anything that encourages that worn aspect of the copper,
Yes.
I think would be the next step.
Yep. I'd like
that I
to
would
see
push
a little
towards.
bit more skeletons along the basing.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's walking over these dead bodies in this just pit of just grotesque.
It would be really cool to have like one of these bodies like falling out
Yep.
in the middle of it. That's more of a stylistic choice that I'm like, oh, that'd be really
Just
cool.
thematic.
Yeah,
you know.
thematic wise.
But
So.
this is great. I'm glad to see it in here.
Yeah.
And we'll see if it takes away something. I know it's going to be very difficult for us to say no to the owner, but that's why we're here.
Especially the he bribed us. I just want to let everyone know ahead of time that Bert bribed us with drinks and a good time.
Drinks and a good time. I think he paid for 2 years worth of hotel.
Yep.
Just a lot.
Yeah, it was a lot. So I hate to say it, but he might win off bribery, and that's okay. Sometimes you just got to give it. Anyway, so here's Will.
Got Will.
We got Will Pros. Pros? I'm really bad with names. I just want everyone to know that flat
Yeah,
out.
we've got a beautiful piece here.
Yep, a
Hell Brute.
Hellbrute.
It is a Hell Brute.
I love Hellbrutes. They're such a unique feeling model.
And so right off the bat, I love the pink undertone of the skin.
Mm-hmm.
To get
Same.
back to that point I made during the Titanic, it makes all the difference. And this model pops and just looks wonderful. with that pink undertone, that living flesh.
Oh yeah. Bert says that he has unlimited monsters for us if he wins.
Oh, unlimited monsters?
Unlimited monsters.
That's a lot of monsters.
That's a lot of
That's
monsters.
a lot of monsters.
To your health. To your health, Bert. To your health. So this is a really cool model. I love the red blending. It has the aspect of being scrubbed, which is a technique of like somewhat dry brushing, somewhat stippling.
Yes.
But it's like taking a color and like mashing it into the surface a bit and scrubbing it on.
Yep.
And you can do it in such a way that it kind of feels like a blend above and beyond what you would normally have from like a layering effect for a brush.
And it makes the paneling look just clean.
Yep. It has a texture to it.
Yes.
It adds a texture, and I love that.
And not an overbrushed texture, your paints aren't thin texture, like it belongs texture.
Yep. And I agree about the skin. The skin is really what sets it apart because it has that aspect where it draws the eye to the skin.
Yep.
More than just the red.
It does. It does, and it's pleasing. The face in there looks really, really cool.
It does.
I love the metallics on the bronze. Oh, the
Yep.
copper bronze.
Yep. The silver is really well executed. The piping is done. The little bits of metal in the piping are done.
Yeah.
The one thing that I think stands out for me is the foot.
Yes.
So this foot, it has color on it. So
it matches the gun turret.
It does to an extent. It's not as well highlighted though.
Sure. Yep. So a little bit more highlighting.
Yeah, because I think
I can see that.
I think it feels like it's more of a base tone than it does actually being highlighted.
Yeah, or
But-
even just a little metallic, like
Yeah.
like some scraping, like some chipping.
Yep.
Would break that color up.
Yeah. And I think that might just be, I think you might be right, where it's just, it kind of gets lost down here, but it's all the same
it's
side.
because of the color of the base.
Yes. If
That's
this was
why.
more of a yellow base, it would stand out way further.
Yep.
So I think that might be where my eye is being drawn to it.
Yep. If the rim was a tan, like Steel Legion drab, it wouldn't blend. It wouldn't blend as much.
Yeah. It would definitely stand out. But the base is rimmed.
It is.
So there's
it is
that.
a clean base.
It is a clean
and
base.
I'm happy with it.
Ooh. Maybe not. Nope.
Oh,
It's not. It's got some
no. Some
overage
dry
over here.
brushing
Yeah,
on the
dry brushing overage,
edge.
yeah.
Disqualified.
Yeah.
Done. It's not gonna win. I like the missiles. Look at those missiles. Look how
They
clean
are-
those
they are
are.
really
Those
cool,
tips
yeah.
ready to fire out.
The bone effect that it has on it.
Yep, I
Yeah.
do like that. Looking at the horns, you can see this is the first where we've seen a different hue in the horns building up a little bit.
Yep, there is. There is a definite distinction between the horn base and the horn tip.
And I like it because this is a good example of the missiles are distinctly different than the horns. All the colors, the little detail bits. Oh, look at the eyeballs on
Yeah,
the
the
side.
eyeballs on the side
Wow.
are really unique. I will say that the missiles feel a little flat. They're all kind
Sure.
of a one color bone. They don't really, and it feels like there could have been something a little bit more done there. And I'm not saying an extra color. I'm just saying
Sure.
like it feels a little
Maybe if there
a
was
little
like,
transparent.
maybe if there was another edge color just behind before the white, might make them feel more missile-y.
Maybe
But
so.
I like them. It seems to
I
me.
like 'em, yeah.
I get this thought process of fresh missiles that were just thrown in,
Yep, just
stolen
loaded
from
in.
the Imperium, ready to go, and
Freshly
they're the
converted to
cleanest
chaos.
thing, the most nice-looking thing that we
Yeah,
have is these
yeah.
missiles that we're about to get rid of.
I think so too. It's more of a critique. That's more of a stylistic choice for me,
Yes.
where I'm looking at it going, yeah, I don't know that's where I would go with it, or I'd want it to be presented a little bit brighter, or a little bit different.
And this is where you get that distinction between judges and
Yes.
different people. Like
Yes.
he feels there should be more, and I'm like, I think it's great.
Yep. But I do appreciate that all the piping is done. It's all
the
completed.
metals, the
Yep.
skeletons, and there's that bits of copper
Yep.
that I mentioned on those nights
Yep.
that make it look more interesting.
Yep.
When really all it is some metallic on some black.
Yep.
With a little bit of and it just goes a long way to make something look good to the eye.
Absolutely. You know what else they did? They drilled out their barrels.
They did
drilled out their barrels.
and I'm glad that they've got a steady hand to do it because this
And a good
guy
Dremel.
does not.
I love it. No, Will, this is an
wonderful
excellent.
piece.
Yeah, this is an excellent
Wonderful piece.
Thank you for entering this into the open
I'm
category.
excited
We
to
appreciate
take a look
you.
at it. We are gonna go. We've got a piece here. There are 2 Kelseys that we know about, and
this is
it
the
is
other one.
time to bring out
Simba.
Simba.
This has got tufts galore on it.
It's all tough.
It is all tufts.
Oh man! Wow.
So Kelsey's been posting this up on our Discord for a while, and it's so well executed. And I know that she's super proud of it. I would be too.
Should be.
Look at how glorious
should
he
be.
stands in the wind, in his mane.
Happy.
Glorious. Right off the bat, blending, excellent. The freehand on the base, awesome, because it's got an image in the water. I don't know.
I think it's an image of Mufasa.
Yeah.
Is what she said.
Yeah.
So the Kelsey has the benefit of having helped us set up some stuff, being available and just present yesterday. So kind of got to overhear a little bit of the story with it.
Yeah.
So that's how I know it's definitely Mufasa.
Oh, for sure. It's just such a uniquely painted model.
Well, and I love how the tufts, different sizes, different shapes, and this is a prime example of how tufts can do a lot of the heavy lifting
Yeah.
for you in painting a scene. This feels like Pride Land. It feels like there's something there, and all it was is just stick. No painting to make the tufts look dynamic.
And what it does is it really does paint the right next to a river. She paid attention to what riverside plants look like, and then getting different types too. Like there's this more thick moss looking stuff along with the taller reed grass or the tall grass, and then the short grass alongside of it, interspersed with the rock, and then having even some more
Well, and you can see it's different
scrub
brands.
grass. Yeah,
It's different
yeah,
brands.
it's different brands.
It's not all Army Painter.
Yep.
It's not all this.
Yep.
It's a combination of creativity.
Yep. The rock is also, so she's done this in the past where her rock and her basing is more of this cell shade stylistic choice of painting a rock instead of just dry brushing, adding some washes, doing all that. She actually specifically like highlights those areas and
Treats them as if they're the model itself.
Yes, and she does that very, very well here.
And this is a prime example of a good painting competition-esque model.
Yep.
Yep.
It needs, if it was on a plinth, it would
Yes,
feel.
it needs a plinth.
It needs a plinth. This is a model
This
that
needs
deserves
a
a
plinth.
plinth. Yeah.
Yep.
Something to elevate that kind of feeling. She captured the eyes super well. The highlighting on the mane is really well done. The highlighting on the skin is really well done.
It is.
The one spot that I would like point at is like this fur back here on the back side
the underside.
Yeah, the underside is just not
There's a
as
little bit
highlighted.
more that can be done there.
But that's like, I'm looking at this model going, man,
It's really hard
It's really
to find a flaw, right? Like,
Yeah,
I'm actually thinking this would kick my ass. Like,
yeah, right. You just put a model down, and you're like, wow, that's impressive. Like, I wish I had the time.
but it's
that I
such
could
a
put
style
into this.
I've never painted that style.
Right? Yeah.
So I think that's part of it.
That's
too.
what's unique about it is her style is very much so the cell. I wouldn't even call it cell shade. Like if she tossed in more of a black ink into the recesses, it would be considered cell shade.
It feels very happy, very pleasing.
Yep.
Wow, I'm a grim dark artist.
Yeah. It's a very different style than you and I normally paint, which is the difficult thing.
I absolutely love it.
Yeah.
Like, wow.
The freehand on the base, the water effects that are painted in, and then also the glossy surface. Here's one thing: it's a river, or I would imagine it's a river, or is it
side of a river?
Side of a river, so it would have motion to it.
Yeah.
So doing a little bit of Mod Podge on top and like adding a little bit of wave effect, or
that could
having
be done.
having some the heavy gloss texture that you can buy for it.
The problem with that though is, can you execute that texture and do the freehand?
Yeah. And so that's where you would add it along the coast.
Oh,
so it's not
sure.
just
like
this
the water
gloss.
brushing up against the rocks, maybe a little bit of foam.
Yep.
Sure. Yep. I
Adding
see
that extra little texture.
Absolutely.
That would be where I would go. That's where your difference would be.
Yeah, but I think I saw some models that have a prime example of that actually. in
in
this unit
ours?
category. So we might actually be able to show
Cool.
a distinguishing between the two
Yep.
on water effects. But this is great. But I see what you mean. It is very still.
Yep. It's very still.
But the freehand makes up for it.
Man, doesn't it though?
Yeah, the freehand makes up for it. Wonderful.
Yeah. This
Absolutely
is an excellent entry into painting for a competition.
Yes.
Rather than just
purposeful.
Yeah. Painting purposefully.
Painting
Whoa.
purposely. It's going to be a book coming out soon.
Coming out
Painting
soon, yeah,
Purposely
signed by,
Alex
yeah.
Hunt and Danny, the random ramblings of garage basement painters.
Scream however I want.
Here we go. And in the land of Kelsey.
Oh, it's another Kelsey. Kelsey special.
Yep, the land of Kelsey. Kelsey Cotton. Kelsey Cotton. Who just brought a box of stuff and just put it in the shelf and had me really confused as to what went where.
Kelsey, I hate to break it to you, but we're not building the Kelsey corner.
Yeah.
Where all persons Kelsey can just enter things into that corner. I'm sorry, but we just cannot.
The Kelsey
do it.
category.
I can't handle that kind of chaos.
So we've got this green.
Great old one?
Yes.
No, not great old one. Great old one.
Great old one.
Great old
the
one.
Great old one. The great old one.
It would be a good category.
A good category. The Kelsey's
It would be a good category, except when it's just pure chaos, and then the rest of us have to judge it. That's the difficult part. How do you judge pure chaos? How do you do it?
That's a tough one.
I don't.
That's a tough one.
Anyway, we
I
got a
think we
model.
just judge it chaotically. All right.
That's fair.
So we've got a lot of green going on here.
Yeah, there's a lot of green.
And I like. It looks like there is snow used in the water for foam effect.
But I like that.
I like that.
I like that a lot. That's what really stands out to me is he does feel at scale. Feels like he's
on the water.
On the water. He's stepping out. I think the one part is like this part right here.
Yes.
Where it needs a bit more of that splash, that foam. But
Yeah.
other than that,
But
the
I get
basing
to
is
feel
awesome.
like this is a model in motion, not just because of the rotation.
Yes. Not because object in motion stays in motion, yeah.
I would like to see more expanding on probably the claws. I like the green.
Yeah.
There is opportunity to break out some of this some more. The webbing would probably do well in a nice pale color, maybe.
Yeah, adding
or
in
a lighter green tone.
I would say I would lean towards pointing towards more of a fleshy tone, a pink fleshy tone to draw out that break up the green, so it's not just green. And even having a fleshy tone that has a slight greenish hue.
Yep.
You could really push to that. This is very Cthulhu-esque though, where you have the eyes.
Cthulhu.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
Cthulhu. The red eyes, the green body, the middle of the ocean, and he's pissed. That's Cthulhu.
Not happy.
At a T.
So I love it. It's a great piece.
Yep. You're definitely now. I know that Kelsey basically slapped these together.
Yep.
And threw them in at the 24-hour. She painted more models at the 24-hour event than anyone else.
That sounds familiar. That sounds reminiscent of a younger,
younger
Danny.
Younger Danny.
But that was all about product.
Yeah, she just slapped him out and she's like, come on, guys, keep
Like
up.
a factory.
I thought you were good,
Oh, one
And
day
then we
that's
all-
going to change.
then
And
we
you're
all
going to look
wept.
back and go, oh,
But you know
I
what?
should slow down.
Hey, you know what though? She entered them into the competition,
Hey,
and she didn't even
great.
look back. It was great because we were like, you don't have to, and she's like, no,
No.
I'm doing it. It's like, all right.
Doing this. Well, excellent piece.
Hey, don't feel bad because I only completed 2 models. One of them was really big. That is fair, but I only completed 2 models overall.
Here's
at
what I've
24
learned.
hours.
It's better to focus nicely on 1 and 2 than produce 24 of them.
Whoa.
Unless you're a guard player.
That is hot takes from Danny Holwerda.
I know. It's hard to believe how much I've matured.
It is sometimes.
Anyway, here we go. We're in the land of Star Wars again
Heyo.
with Liam.
Liam swinging back with that there bounty hunter.
Yep. So he had 2 bounty hunters. We saw Boba Fett at the start, and they were both just sitting there with no name at all. There was a tag literally with 3 models, and it just said Star Wars. No idea. So really was heavily reliant on Bert to kind of point us in the right direction on who these were. And then since you can only have 1 in sci-fi single, we had to put this guy out into open category.
I will comment because Chris was the one sitting across from me at the 24-hour event, and he did only complete 3 models, and one of them, if I recall, was 90% done. 90% complete when he got there. So he finished that one.
Good job.
He crushed it.
Yes.
But
it probably had been waiting for 3 years to be done.
He's a guard player, so probably.
Ow.
It was a tank. It was a
says,
tank.
Yep. That's right. I've got a tank that mirrors that.
I feel that in my soul. But yes, and we're sad you couldn't be here, Chris. We know that you had to choose, and you chose the 24-hour event, and we miss you today.
Yes, and I think, the 24-hour event, probably better to be at that.
Yeah, doing it for the kids.
For the kids.
Well, he's up in your neck of the woods too. He's up in Fargo.
Is he?
So he's got a haul.
Interesting.
Anytime. So anyway,
Maybe
but we're
we'll
not
have to carpool one day.
There you go.
Who knows?
There you go. It's a long trip. Easier with a friend. So
all right. So what do we
got Liam
here?
So much the same kind of discussion points that I would have on this model as when we looked at Boba Fett, except it's not Boba Fett.
It's not Boba Fett.
I forget what this guy's name is off the top. My dad is screaming at me.
Someone
right now.
knows. Someone knows.
Yeah,
I'm supposed to know. There's a little bit of overbrush on the gun with the green. Mm-hmm. I like how the model feels. Just
I do
like
too.
Boba Fett.
The yellow actually it's overwashed. It is, but it feels right in line with the rest of the model.
It does.
That's what I love and hate that because I'm like, would I change it? No.
Bosk. It's Bosk.
Bosk. There you go. Thank you.
Yep. And I like it. I think it blends. I think it's great. I would put it above most tabletop Legion models that you're going to see. Mm-hmm. It's wonderful.
You throw that on the table. It's got some great highlights. You have the grungy kind of tan in the background. You have the red. You have your green and yellow. So you have this really nice menagerie of color that is really easily picked out when it's on the table. Yep. You can tell who it is. You can tell what it is. And it doesn't get lost. And I love that.
And it looks like, it's a...
His name is Bosk.
We've got it right here.
Bosk.
The mob is coming after us for failing in our Star Wars lore.
I'm sorry. I have failed us all.
So if we disappear, please help come find us.
Yeah.
I think this is a good example of base color wash.
Yes.
Right. Green, red, got the base colors down, wash.
Speed paint,
Bam.
execute well. Yeah, because you're not trying to overthink it. You're not trying to get real fancy with it. Though with it being on tabletop, this is an excellent example of a good tabletop model.
It is
great tabletop. But for a
it reminds me of the models that started bringing me commission painting clients.
Yes,
is what it reminds me. It's nice enough and easy enough to where someone goes, "Wow, that's really good," and you're like, "Well, I just did this." And they're like, no, I could never do anything like that.
But the problem is that for a painting competition, having this as like the base is really good. Mm-hmm. Like, and then improving upon this, you can always
always add to him.
Yeah, what I like about these models is that a lot of the times when we're like, well, it's tabletop quality, it's like this is really good tabletop quality. You can always add to this and make it into something more.
Yeah. A little more expansion on the green, the jumpsuit, putting it on a display topper. There's options.
There's a lot of options there.
There's options, and with the simple texture for the ground, you can always add.
Yeah,
you can always add.
Absolutely.
So this is great.
Love it. Thank you, Liam, for tossing that in.
Yep, just throwing it in.
Tossing it in.
Throwing it in. Okay, so here we go. Steve is back.
Oh, come back with Steve. Also,
it's big.
It's big.
From Bosk to this.
From Bosk
to ivory suit.
So just ivory suit.
That's what it says.
Maybe it's supposed to be the Ivory Saint.
Could be.
I'd imagine so.
I'm just going by what it says. SUIT.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Do with it what you will. I'm gonna brighten it up a bit. Maybe.
So first off the bat is the wings with the blue and the metallic.
Oh, so one thing before we critique this, if we could, the open category is really a catch-all category. So you get a lot of different things, which is great because you get a lot of variety.
And it's a way for us to just go, where does this go? I don't know, open category.
Open category. Yeah.
It's rather than having 50 categories.
Yeah, and what helps with that is the open category can be like dioramas. It can be as big or as small as you want it to be, and that's not necessarily. I wouldn't say that bigger is always better either.
No.
Because you get it's execution on a category. And what I like about the open category, someone will come in and be like, "Well, I have 2 sci-fi singles, but I can only enter 1."
Yep.
And so it's like, well, the open category is there to let you enter into things and have some fun with it. So
And opens how the event will expand. You know, if you start getting a lot of busts, a lot of dioramas in open category, then that's where the opportunity for us to create more categories starts.
Yep.
Is from that. So, because right now there wouldn't be a justification to have some of these categories like historical, bust, diorama, because we're not seeing those in the open category.
I would love to open up this is getting way off topic, but I would love to open up next year a bust category because it's such a unique and different style of painting.
Well, and I'd love to see a historicals, historicals open category.
Well, and originally this was based around a different competition, and that actually was one of them but it was shoehorned into fantasy, steampunk, and historicals. But yeah. Anyway, so Steve coming and swinging with his the ivory suit, sweet.
Here we go.
Saint.
Got a nice
Something
blue flame there.
Yep. Love the patina, the copper patina.
Yeah,
this is a well executed copper patina. It might even be a little bit overly done, maybe, but I think it's really well done.
Yeah.
So I like that it's aged. It definitely has been sitting there for a good long while.
I'd like to see a bit more going on with the statue itself, because I'm having trouble determining, is this a bronze statue? Is it a marble ivory statue? Or is it someone wearing armor? What is it?
Yeah, what is it supposed to be? And I can kind of understand that too.
Right? Like, is it a statue that's come alive? Or is it actual living being? Then that determines. It feels like I've got 3 different concepts going on, which clashes it off for me.
Yeah, and I can understand that too, especially with so here's a weird thing. The copper up here for the patina is really well executed, and I would actually, this is more penny.
It's better.
Penny's
I like it.
You know. Down here though, there's copper, but it's green.
Yep.
And that feels like a disconnect between the two.
Yes. Yeah.
So that's what I'm trying to really understand the difference.
It draws into that. Remember your concept.
Yeah.
What story are you trying to tell, and stay with that, rather than this is cool. Oh, this would be cool. Oh, this would be cool. This would be cool. Sometimes you can lose the model in the.
Yes,
cool.
you can. You can really lose the model in that. Sorry if the stream is blinking. I keep seeing
there's
it
some
blink
things
on my screen.
There we go.
Okay.
So, but I like that. The candles being red is an interesting, unique choice. For this, just like as we're talking about, it feels like we have a couple different concepts going on.
Yep.
The red also kind of makes me go, there's another concept in mind here too.
Yep. Gap filling is important on this model because there's a lot of really obvious large gaps.
The pieces clearly don't all fit together perfectly and flush.
Which is completely normal when you're working with sculpt, especially a GW sculpt. Some of them go together extraordinarily well. Others, not so much.
It's the part I hate most about sculpting is gap filling.
Yeah. It can be very satisfying. When done correctly, gap filling can be very satisfying. However... it's a pain.
It brings me back to my Iron Jaws army, and every single time I presented that piece to you, you're like, gaps. I'm like, I spent hours gap filling. I'm done. And I sold the whole army.
It was my fault.
Stupid gap filling. It was never satisfying. The wet blanket.
That's me. So there is a unique, the flame up here is the same as these guys down here for color. Which I don't know if I'm necessarily against, but it's a unique.
It's a unifying.
It's a unifying
color.
aspect.
It's a unifying
to it,
color.
And the same thing with the patina up here. I wish the patina down here was the same.
That would help unify it as well.
Yeah, or if this was slime. So if we were going for this is slime or some ethereal thing, I would want more than just one color. To represent that.
I'd love for it to be a stone statue.
Oh, okay.
all the way around.
All the way around, okay.
A stone statue with the bronze, or it just be completely bronze.
Mm-hmm. And just well execute the bronze and then
Yep.
like do effects down here.
Yep.
Yeah. I do appreciate that in the open category, Steve entered into a terrain piece.
Yes.
Because that's something that we have not seen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think back if we've seen that, but it's rare if that has happened.
Most
And
people do not enter.
no,
terrain
they
pieces.
don't. And I think that it's a unique category where having terrain on a table that is unique and feels
Yeah.
cool makes the entire game experience
It's about the
100%
immersion.
different. Yeah, it
It's about
is.
the immersion. There's a lot of people that play for the rules, but some of us play for the immersion.
Yep. Now, I will pick on Rob, Mr. Seeley, for
boy.
this, because he and I will sit down to a game, and both of our armies are well painted. And if we have a, well, that's me touting my own horn, but
Dun, dun, dun.
he said it too. He said it to me. But if we sit down and play, it feels really unique, and we have people actually stop by and look at our game playing.
Yep.
And then mostly because he and I will spend about a half an hour gushing over each other's models.
Of course.
So,
Of course.
as is tradition.
Yeah. As is custom.
As is custom
Right,
with
this is
Rob
the
and I.
last one in the
Ooh.
open category.
really? We're already done with the open.
Yeah, because we are very efficient and good with our time.
That's what you think. This is OB. Now,
Wait, there's one more. There's
Oh.
one more in the open category.
okay.
One
Now,
more.
John, I can never remember how to pronounce your last name, so I apologize. But Obi is just always around. He's a great modeler. It's unique in that he did not do his normal blue base. Because normally he has a blue and black base.
Interesting.
So him having a departure from that, it shocks me.
Wow.
I am not sure how to handle
Not
this.
the same person now.
No, he's not. He's not. It's not the same person. I'm terrified. Who are you? What have you done? So speaking to this, I love the dreadnought for the Thousand Suns. I think it has such a unique characteristic that
Yes.
a lot of the other dreadnoughts just miss.
Well,
And
it's
this
got
one,
that
ugh.
Egyptian
Yeah,
feel
it's just got
to
this
it.
super unique.
You know,
Well, and
the sands of,
it's so cool when you have a Thousand Suns model
yep.
that's executed well and it feels cool.
Oh yes. Oh yes. And so, looking at it, we've got some pretty cool aspects of here. The part that I like the most really is the top part, the striping.
Yeah, this.
The
Oh, yeah.
emerald, the head,
Yep.
the center part of that model. It just draws me in to the model.
The variance in color and tone
Yes.
on the what is that? A ribbon
Mm-hmm.
is really well done. The green is highlighted well. I wish that you could distinguish the runes inside of it
Yes.
a lot better. That would be
Some
a
rune
much.
distinguishing would be pretty neat.
That would be my only like big thing on that green.
And you
Is
can,
like-
you can even do like a blue in
Yeah,
there
and it-
somehow
and
with
it
like
not-
a wash or something. But
Yeah,
that
and-
is tricky.
Yeah, and not feel
If
overdone.
you used inks, maybe.
Maybe. Could be. It's a really small area to do
It is
in.
a small area, which is why if I was painting it, I might have just skipped over
That's
it
fair.
as well.
That's fair.
Sometimes the headache isn't worth the result.
It's true. There is a little bit of overbrush right there.
Yes,
A
there is.
very tiny amount. He's got weathering on the gun,
Mm-hmm.
and
And
the
some
weathering.
overbrushing there as
Yep.
well.
Yep.
The backside, some overbrushing,
Mhm.
undercarriage. Yeah, there's areas of improvement there.
For
A
sure.
lot of runes on this model.
And I think that's
lot of
more of a
runes on this
missed
model.
opportunity
Yep.
for not having it in there.
Yes.
As a bummer. I do like this glow effect while it's
Glow
going
effect,
by.
I like it.
I
Pink.
like that. I like
Pink
the
is
pink,
cool.
especially the
I
pink
like
against the
there
green.
are words on the ribbons.
Yep.
Yep. I
Yep.
like that.
But there's like runes down here
Yep,
that
there's more
could be
runes.
picked out,
There's
and
more runes.
And even if you didn't want to do
Even
a
if
glow
those
effect,
were just green, it'd be nice if those panels
Yeah.
were just green to match the top.
yeah, I would agree.
Just to keep with the uniformity.
Yep, I would agree too.
I think there's some more opportunity that can be done on the blade.
Yes.
I'd love to see that orange, or
See,
just a different
I-
green glow.
I still
um,
can dig the green. I'm gonna go a different direction. I think he could have done a little bit more highlighting on it.
There you go.
To,
I can see that.
to pull that
Yeah.
out, because I do like the darkened areas,
Yes.
and using that as a base to building a more sheen to it, a glow to it.
I do like that the seals have writing on it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a lot of people just skip those steps.
Yep.
So I like that as well.
Yep. The base, it's at least so far, it's rimmed well. I like the sandiness that you get off of the base tones. If you wanted to really kind of exemplify this, you could fill in some of these areas with different colors, so you have different tiles.
It looks like that is.
You're off your mic.
Oh, that looks. It looks like. I wonder if that's like green stuff or something with a roller.
Oh, that might be.
I'm sorry. It's just. It looks. If you look at the edging.
Yeah.
Of the base, it looks like that's not.
Or it's a plastic that he trimmed out.
Yeah, or something.
Something like that. Yeah.
But I like that because that extra work to get those lines and that coloring.
Yep. Obi, if you're
I'd like to know what it is.
Yeah, I'd like to know what it is too.
Yep, I'd like to know what it is. Just like curiosity's sake.
Yeah.
Just want to know what it is. This is great, John. Wow.
Yeah, love it.
Thank you.
Love it.
And then we go into the land
So candy.
of open category.
Oh no.
And this shows
The flexibility.
This is really more of a unit. However, the unit category is specific to scale, and I cannot even put all of them on here.
Hold on.
So,
You totally can.
all right. I'm gonna rely on my broadcast partner here at the Dwarven Axe number 4, live
Quarter 3.
on paid for view.
Look at that.
There we go. Zoe, the Custode Bike Squad.
So,
And I love this color tone for the Custodes.
Yep.
I am not a fan of the gold,
okay. Yep.
so that's why
I can deal with that.
I like the difference.
I'm gonna pull this forward just a hair. Yeah. So Zoe actually contacted us early on, being like, "Hey, I want to enter these in, but they're a little bit too big on the base size. Can I enter these into a unit?" And I said no. So she instead entered it into the open category, and I think it's a very fitting open category.
Yes.
It still has that same basing that we saw from.
Told you.
But we still have the same basing type that we saw on Greyfax.
Yep.
You know, it
For
doesn't.
the thematic of the army.
Yep, it definitely matches well with the other army components. It doesn't try and be something that it's not. It doesn't try and like it. She had a style and she stuck with it.
Yes.
And I think that's something that isn't talked about enough. Is that sometimes less is more.
Well, and just sometimes even just sticking to a style.
Yeah.
You can recognize, like, example on the bronze, that's there.
Yep.
It's overwashed.
Yep.
You can expand on that at any time.
Yep.
At any time. But if you're going for a whole army, I'd rather than saying, hey, expand on this one model, just keep it all the same.
Yep.
And then if you choose to, you can always go back later and do more work.
I wouldn't necessarily say that this is overwashed, though. I would agree that it has some extra wash in there. I think it needs more highlight. I think that's mostly what it is. I do love the...
And of the same copper color. You don't even need to come in with a different metallic.
No.
Just the other metallic again after the wash.
Yep. And it could be just an extra highlight of dry brushing or pushing that extra edge in.
It might even just be a grim dark style choice. Which,
could be too.
I love.
In all, if you look at it as an overall, the grimdark style is continued throughout the entire model except for the purple, which is like the focal point where my eye draws to, is like this splash of color.
The color, the glow effect on the blades.
Yeah, which I think is where my focal point would be.
Yes.
It's not necessarily that this copper is overwashed, but she's definitely taking the opportunity to look at where is your eye going to look at a model, and I think she captured that well. Yeah. All the details are really well picked out, like the boots. The boots are definitely what get me, because they have all the scraps are painted, all the buckles are painted.
Oh, sure.
They're well done in that way.
Yeah, but they're just I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yep.
Missiles are all painted. There's all the little bits and bobs.
Because to me, it didn't look like they were. That was going to be one of the things I was going to mention. I'd love for those to be.
You are correct. Yeah, I think having them more distinct. I think distinguished is a better.
Yeah, some more going on with those exhaust ports in the back.
That too. Yep. They're all kind of the same with the rest of the model.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do love the burnished steel though.
Yes.
The darkened burnished steel
is great, and it definitely feels like the burnished steel is where you where the person starts.
Yep.
And then adds.
Yep.
And so that's why there's so much opportunity to do more.
Yeah, there's little bits
Because the canvas is the same color.
Yeah.
It's uniform.
Yep, it's well uniformed. It's
And
got
that's
that
what
grim
makes
dark.
it pleasing.
Yeah. Yeah, I look at this grouping and I'm never like, oh, I wish it had, more to this or more to that. It feels uniform in and of itself.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. All the little details on this thing are just incredible.
Yep, and it's a pleasing Custodes army, unique Custodes army, the burnt iron. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it. All right.
Cool.
So here we go into the land of fantasy
Ayo.
singles.
Fantasy singles. All right. Singles in your area. They're all fantasy.
They're all fantasy. They're not real.
They're not real.
Yeah. Not real.
Not real at all. Sad but true.
Slowly pulling the unit away.
Until there was no more.
We've got our Antiques Roadshow music going on.
Hey, those
And
lo-fi
it's
beats
wonderful.
are DMCA.
So we have an interesting piece here
Ooh.
from Sam with the purple hair that I got to meet yesterday
It's-
when I was very cranky
It's
and tired and
smallish
hangry.
Sam. Smallish Sam.
And they're at Renfest right
yeah,
now.
they're in Renfest. Yeah, so this is hashtag Team No Prime. As
Team
is,
No Prime.
as is tradition with Sam, that we have an unprimed model because apparently Reaper does not require you to prime their models per their company policy or something like that.
All right. It sounds like she's a team player with Reaper then.
Yep.
And
I would
that's,
still say the prime your models, but here we are.
There we go. I think, looking at the model itself, it looks fine.
It looks good.
Yep.
It looks good.
Looks fine. Doesn't really bother me. I wouldn't know it wasn't primed.
Nope. I wouldn't know. Wouldn't care. It's
Yeah.
really well. I mean, in all honesty, looking at this model, it captures a nice portion of. I love the leather.
Yeah.
I love the warmth of the leather against the red.
I like the non-metallics.
Yep,
for
the
blade.
non-metallics and the blade are so good. So this is the one thing that Sam did. She started painting not that long ago, and it was like, oh, I'm gonna dive into non-metallic metal. That's what everyone does, right? We're like
no.
no. And she's like, oh, it's really easy. We're like, no.
Not when you learn how to use lead belcher and oil oil.
yeah.
Then it's
I think you're just saying when you're lazy, it's really
Lazy.
difficult.
I am very lazy. I've got 3 kids. I need to get
Yeah,
lazier in
right.
life.
Preach. I love the color.
green, man.
Yeah, the green against the red. It's not overdone. It's not garish. It matches well. It feels fantasy.
Yes.
This is what I picture a fantasy model to be.
Yes. Yep.
Like this to me captures it well.
It has kind of a cartoonish
yeah.
style to
Yeah.
it. Yep.
Yep. It's well executed for the shading where
Yes.
the shadows are to sit. It's lined well. So you have a distinction between the cloak back, like the hood, and then the red like doublet or cloak.
Yes.
The shoes are painted a different color than the stone below. So you have this kind of bluish black that's different. The only thing that's lacking for me is kind of the nose and the face. I wish it had a little more depth of color on the skin tone, but that's a difficult place to be.
Yes.
You know, that's the hard capture point because skin tone is such a learned thing.
It is.
And I would say that I'm just coming into my being able to understand and really appreciate skin without feeling
Overwhelmed or
overwhelmed
inadequate.
out of depth.
Yeah.
You know?
And there's just so many different
Inadequate.
styles to do it. And so I love how this is done. Is this all using Reaper paints too?
I have no idea.
Well, I mean, if she's preaching
If
on
she's
the,
preaching on Reaper, it's probably Reaper paints.
I'd be a Reaper team player. The hard part I can see here is the base.
Yeah.
You know, it's clear he's on a cobblestone, and take a lot more sculpting with green stuff to expand that out.
Yes, it would be.
So that's one of the things that from a showcase point takes away from the model.
Yeah, the other thing is that it's put on. I mean, she could have left it off this the rounded base,
sure.
and
Yep.
it so viewing this as a tiny plinth, you could view it as a tiny plinth.
Tiny plinth.
Because this is what the model has as part of
Yes.
its basing, and it doesn't expand past that. As like if it was a she didn't have that portion and just sat on
Yep.
the base, then I'd be more of like you could have done more. You need to do
I
more
know
with
what
the
you mean.
base. So it's kind of
That's
one of
good.
those like
Yeah. It's good.
yeah, I like it though.
Yep.
So
Very well done.
yeah, Sam's shown this off a couple times in the Discord for the Forge, and it's always been impressive. We've
Yeah.
always oohed and awed over it, so I'm excited to take a look at it closer when we judge it
And good
harshly.
job being brave enough to bring it in and let it be critiqued by the likes of us.
I will harshly judge it.
Harshly.
Harshly.
Harshly. Already silently judging.
Yep. The entire time.
Here we go.
Monkey Man.
We've got from Jim.
Hey. Jim enters into every competition.
Garganton.
He's got some unique minis, that's for certain.
Unique is the way to go. That's how you get
Unique is
noticed.
the way. This is the way.
The way.
So- Monkey Man.
It's a monkey man.
What can you?
Yeah, who doesn't like a good King
Who doesn't
Kong?
like a good King Kong? Yeah.
Come on.
It's like I'm looking at it. I'm like I love it. It's
yeah,
just-
yeah. All aspects of it is great. The fur, very well done.
it's stylistic.
Yes.
It's not what I would picture fur to be,
No,
but it's just
No.
It fits so well.
it does. It does.
So it's not your typical fur, and it's not.
It's
supposed
more
to be.
orangutan
Yeah,
colored when
yep.
it's a ape. You
Yep.
know, a big.
Yep.
Oh, it's good. I like the gray on the
Mhm.
black. The way the skin of the monkey
Yep.
is it feels right. That
Yeah.
rough texture.
Yep.
And me and my wife were just at 2 zoos last week.
Okay.
You know,
Okay.
and so
Yep.
got to see these guys up close and personal, and that the skin reminds me of that
Okay.
that
All right.
in-person experience.
Yeah. I mean, I think you captured it well.
Yep.
Um,
Looks like there's something with the eyes there.
the eyes are definitely there. I think the eyes are what make it really pop.
Yes.
It gives it life.
Mhm.
The one thing.
Okay.
There's always one.
There's always a thing.
There's always a thing. The teeth and the tongue take it away from me because the
Okay.
teeth feel a little bit dirty. They feel a little bit under.
sure.
So this is typically what happens whenever I do teeth as well, and it's just one layer over like a black.
I think
or
a
brown.
Ushabti bone would have been
Yeah,
a
and-
better.
Well, and it's always like that's the first layer, and then you
Sure.
might wash it, and you're like, oh, it's good enough.
Mm.
And that's when you go in with an extra highlight and just like do an extra layer, and then it pops because
Yep.
then you've already gotten all the in between. But it's so difficult to do on a model like
course.
this at this size.
Yeah.
So
I think it's great. I like the terrain,
yes,
and here's my why.
okay,
So at first I was like, it looks a little awkward, and then
Yeah.
I'm like, I need to put this in the scale. This is not 32 millimeter scale.
Nope.
It's even bigger than that.
mm-hmm.
The monkey is bigger than the actual ground. Like
Okay.
that's maybe it's bushes and trees rather than tufts.
Okay, yeah, I can see that at scale. I can see that.
Yeah.
I think even if it is a smaller scale,
Like
I think it works.
Flames of War,
Yeah.
smaller scales. Like what I'm thinking.
I
the
can-
ground is the distance between the monkey and the ground.
I can also agree with that. I think it's fine at the scale, even if it's at a smaller scale. I think it works.
Yep.
The one aspect that I would pick out is like on these edges, there's like a
Yes.
sharp edge where I would expect it to be like stone or a reddish dirt or something to set it apart, especially over here, where I'm
And
like,
it looks like it's the disc, whatever it's on, is green.
yeah,
I think I would have liked that to maybe be brown.
yep. Always think of what's underneath
What's
your
under the grass?
Yeah, what's under the grass, because that does show through, and
Yeah.
it does pick out, and classic GW having all their bases be green,
Mm-hmm.
as weird as that was, it feels like that, where it's
Yep.
just it's this flat green underneath, but it's a different green than the texture and the flocking above it.
Yes. So well done. This is a
Well done.
great
It's
piece.
awesome.
Glad to have it here, and it's
Thank you,
got
Jim.
some weight to it.
It's a hefty model.
Yeah, but I don't want to ever drop a model, but if there was a model for sure I don't want to drop, it's that one because it is going to fall quick. It's not going to land light.
That's fair.
All right,
else we got?
James.
James, the Speed King. The Speed Painting King. There we go. I can see it.
And this is a good example of the water texture that we were talking about.
Yep. So it's a great example of that. Trying to get it in, trying to capture the look and feel of it.
Do it.
There we go.
I believe in you.
All right.
I believe in you.
I don't believe. Yeah. So this is a good example of that kind of Mod Podge splash effect that we were talking about earlier for Simba. So that's kind of where I'd get to saying where you have the momentum over top of the surface of the water.
Yes.
So, however, awesome model. This is great.
Wonderful model.
Yeah,
cool
it's wonderful.
looking model.
This is a good example of having good layering and good wash or contrast above that's been watered down
Skin
nicely.
tone's wonderful. You can look on the chest that there's tattooing on the model.
The eel is really well done.
Yes.
Executed well, as is the rock. Oh, there's even starfish.
There is.
There's starfish down there.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun category to judge off camera.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
The back of this, so the loincloth here is done well for the blue.
Yes.
On the back side, it's the same color, but it's just darker, and it doesn't really have any highlighting on it. And then the gray is really flat.
Yes, and that comes into when you're looking at the top tier, that pro category, those back parts, the under parts that most of us don't care about and don't see, super matter.
Yep, they really do.
They super matter. It can be the difference between winning and losing. First place.
It can.
So
this is an excellent, a really well done
boots.
model.
The leather boots are there.
Oh yeah.
I think I'd like to see a little bit more worn.
Okay.
Esque on the boots.
Well, some texture.
There we go.
This is where texture would really come in nicely, where you have a like having scratches and things.
Yes. Yes.
For that
leather
wearing.
chipping.
Yeah. And I mean there is some, but it's mostly just highlight. You know. There is, so here's something. The base is painted blue and it's kind of splashing up onto that sand, but it doesn't blend nicely. It doesn't feel like water should.
Yes.
Like around that area where it's getting closer to the surface, it's getting darker on this model when actually in real life it should be getting lighter.
More shallow as it gets closer.
So that's something to be kind of aware of is the placement of the model in its environment. So,
but man, for this scale, there is so much beautiful work that's going on.
Yep.
The necklace on the loincloth, really cool. The weapons on the back, not lacking.
No, the red, I want to get a closer look at the red whenever we start judging it, because I do think that it's highlighted well. From this distance, it's a little bit underwhelming.
Looks like it one color.
Yeah, one color.
From here, this distance. That doesn't mean that there's more. But that's when we get to start flipping things over and looking at things and
getting real.
The stuff off camera, the off camera
goods,
R-rated judging.
So there is one thing, the silver. The silver feels a little bit, I don't know, it's not quite complete. And the same thing is on the back of him too. His back armor piece is just kind of plain silver without anything else. And the weapon tips just feel like they could have more. I love
the weapon tips.
I think the weapons look fine. It's just and that's where I'm trying to be like, what more could be added to them other than blood to give them a better effect? Maybe an extra edge layer.
I don't know. If I was gonna do any type of blood effect, I would use a green.
Ooh, yeah.
I would use a green. I wouldn't put red on this if I was going to add that type of weathering.
Or do some slime.
Yeah, it'd be like a slime.
Doing something like kelp on it, if he's coming out of the ocean.
That's an interesting concept there. As you're talking about that blend at the bottom here, that is where a very easy fix of using some type of the Army Painter moss bucket, for example, to cover some of that bottom gap and add that feeling that there's kelp.
Yep.
And just really using, you could put it in a wet glue, you could wet it up and then just sit it there so it molds into there.
Yep. Yeah, that would do well.
And that would remove that spot without having to do any painting.
Feeling like you just came out of the water.
Yep.
Onto this little rock, precipice to.
But I think this is a
state his
great
thing.
model.
Yeah, this is an
This
excellent
is
model.
definitely a top contending model, and I'm excited to take it apart.
I'm gonna pick on it because I like picking on James.
Oh, well, that's
That's
fine
how I
then.
do. Now, James, thank you for entering it. It is
Wow.
awesome. So thank you. What do we got next?
So we've got another Kelsey here,
Oh,
the
man.
Golden Dragon.
She just loves coming swinging. So this is another. Is it Golden Dragon or Copper Dragon?
It says it is the Bronze,
Bronze
Dragon, Blondie the Bronze Dragon.
Blondie the Dragon. Again, it's a Kelsey special.
It's a Kelsey special.
It's a Kelsey special.
It's very bronze.
It is very bronze.
And you don't normally hear of a bronze dragon.
Not typically.
Not typically. It's very bronze. I'd like to see something with the eyes, the tongue.
The tongue, the
claws.
nails, the claws. Yeah.
Yep. I want more. I want
This is-
more.
yeah, I
I
want
like what
more.
we've got. This is great for the Cthulhu game and other things like that. Is the bronze dragon in Cthulhu? I've
No.
never played. So I don't know where these things come from.
This is D&D, which you've definitely played.
Oh, I play D&D then.
Yeah, you played D&D.
Yes, for a D&D figure, perfect.
Yep.
I'd like to see more.
Yep. I would agree. Tufts definitely set you above. Just saying.
Yes.
Tufts, the
Yeah,
Tufts
the other-
elevate the
yep.
model to a whole different. It ascends
Yes.
to the sky. No, I agree with Danny that just more with the overall look and feel. Even having at this scale, doing the snow effect that you had on Cthulhu around the rocks
Yes.
would add more
And is
to
there
it.
a wash on this bronze guy? It doesn't look like there is. A light brown wash
Yeah, light brown wash.
would help break up this model apart for me.
Yep. Yeah, a light brown wash, maybe an extra dry brushing of that copper just to go back, or the bronze. I'm sorry, bronze to go back over and help highlight some areas.
Yes.
But yeah, I think picking out the claws, the teeth, the eyes, those are all the mouth. Those are
Yep.
all small things that could be done to really bring this model.
Very
up.
simple. Yep. A couple minutes.
simple.
Little fine detail brush.
Yep.
And you're good to go.
Hope and a prayer.
Excellent. We've got one more.
Ooh, one more.
One more in the fantasy single from Rob
Ooh.
Seeley.
I think after this, well,
It's
actually, it's
gonna-
Rob Seeley, so never mind, just skip it. I would say that after this, though, we should probably take a break and grab some lunch.
I think food is probably appropriate.
Food is where it's at.
I know we have the unit category and the monsters category.
Okay.
So I think we only have 2 categories left.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. That's good then. Yeah, so a lunch break after this. So,
Yep.
all right. So Rob,
And then want to start back up at 3?
yeah, I think that would work out really well. So
Perfect.
we can.
So 3 o'clock, we'll be
3 o'clock.
back after we talk about this guy. So
Dang it! I thought we could get away.
Almost gave you an out. So it's Rob Seeley.
Almost.
I mean, you look at the beautiful art on the armor on the mount. I am in love with this model. Just like Kelsey did, the use of tufts,
Yep.
terrain. It shows how you can just cover a base. Just cover a base with a lot of different things that look alive that are already pre-colored for you.
Yes. Yep.
And get something that's really, really cool.
Well, and this is like flock that's been stuck up rather than it being tufts. So having
So how do you stick up flock?
So you can use it's a device where it has an electrical current that you place the a probe on the base, and then you shake the flock out of a thing that charges it electrically, and then it stands it all up.
Okay.
So it's a
so that's
really-
a new basing style that I had not seen.
Oh, okay, that's a very
was the
classic, like,
static.
old style kind of
okay.
thing before tufts really came into the
Okay.
vogue. That's how you did it.
So that's part of this baby of the hobby. You know, the
Yeah.
last 7 years, tufts have always been a part of my life.
That's true. It is. It is. But it is one aspect, and I like that he adds tufts in to give that
Yes.
scrub brush feel and having flowers in there.
Well, and all the
other
different
things.
colors of texture, even the grass, you can see the little purples. It is beautiful.
Yep.
Absolutely beautiful. Like so beautiful that I want to do an army with this. This is the type of model that makes you go buy that army and then it sits on your shelf and you go, oh man, I don't have time.
I've got ideas. The white is well executed on this. It's not over. It's not
awesome.
like it's not quite creamy, but it's not quite dull.
No,
It's got kind of
good.
a gray quality to it, so I'm assuming that he built it up using a gray, which
It's
is really
great.
nice. It's like
And
gray
it's
blue.
smooth and
Yep.
clean.
Yep, it
As
is
you would
smooth and gray,
expect.
or it's smooth and clean. The gems feel a little, I don't know, cloudy.
Yes.
I'm not sure if they're gems. I'm not sure if they're armaments, but they're universal throughout.
Yes.
So, as opposed to the Mag and Ra that he'd done,
Mhm.
I feel like these gems needed more of what that had rather than, but it's more a stylistic choice. It is universal throughout this model,
Yes.
so it's not like it stands out in that way.
Yeah. I like how the paws are
Yeah, the
are
paws are really
set
well done.
aside,
The
set
horns.
out, the horns.
The
The
horns.
colors are good. The blue cape.
Mhm.
The blue is very well done. Nice executed, a real good royal color.
Yep.
And it's uniform. You can see as you start to focus on the brew, it is everywhere.
Yep.
And the white and the purple draw you in first, and then you switch to the blue, and you start to see a whole nother model.
The texture for the fur is really well done. The fur and the hair. I will say, so this is a departure.
Okay.
Departure? Original? Whatever you want to call it. Rob used, instead of doing non-metallic metal, which he loves to do on a lot of his stuff, which he executes very well, he did true metals. And you can tell that he took the care to do more than one layer in every single aspect. So it's not just a single layer of
It's not just gold. It's not flat.
Yep, it's not just gold, it's not just silver. There's you can pick out small areas of the silver, which glint in some areas but are dull in others, so it captures the light well.
It does.
Same with the gold. It's toned in some areas, it's brighter in others.
Oh, so pleasing.
Yeah, it's a very pleasing model to look at.
Oh, so pleasing. I love it.
Yeah, there is, and I'll have to see where it was. There was an area where the white felt a little muddied in some of the holes. I think it's on the front. It feels a little muddied, and on like the shield here, it could use a little bit more and be a little bit cleaner. Yeah, it's right here. So,
okay, I see what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yep, you can start to
It
see that.
It doesn't have
In a
the
couple
shade.
areas,
It doesn't have
you
the
can
shadow.
tell it hasn't been taken care of as much as other more focal point pieces.
I think that it was an area missed in trying to add the shadow into it. So.
And so it'll be interesting. That'll be an area, and any underside stuff, those will be areas that we'll probably be looking at as we're having to really deliberate in the fantasy category to find a winner.
This is an absolutely beautiful model.
Definitely a contender model.
I love it. I love this model. And
wow.
And Rob had not posted these on the Discord, and it would have been really nice to know and see those and be excited.
Well, you get to see them now.
I get to see them now.
It's a surprise for the Dwarven Axe.
That jerk.
All right, we're going on our break.
Yep,
we'll be 50 minutes or so.
Yep, we'll be back at 3 p.m. for you all.
3 p.m.
So we will see you then for more fun and games in the last two categories. So stick around, grab yourself some water, grab a bathroom break.
Yep, take a break.
Hug your families.
It's a good time.
and we'll catch you back at that time.
Absolutely.
So, thanks much.
Well, good. I hope
All
so.
right, we're back.
Yep.
Lunch was delicious. I want to share something that a fortune cookie gave me. At
This
Leon
is
Chen's.
important from the Lian Changs.
So
wow.
just want to let you know that the fortune cookie states, patience is bitter, but its fruit is sweet. And I couldn't think of something more applicable to painting than that, because that was just too fortuitous. So
Yep, it's wonderful. I'm glad to have been able to enjoy some
that was
food,
goofy.
discuss a little bit more about who we think's going to win.
We really talked in depth.
Yep, just getting deep into things.
Ripped out some models.
And so we are moving into the next category.
I hope you guys are ready.
And we are ready for some unit competitions. So there are some units that came in, like we have like a whole guard platoon, basically, of Krieg. And so for space and time, we've limited down things to kind of units of 5.
Yep.
A little bit there. And so we've got these for you to take a look at.
Now, when we just to put it out there for everyone to know, when we judge, we will look at all the models together.
Correct.
This is just what we're going to be talking about and displaying on the stream.
On the stream,
so,
yes.
Be aware. We will be taking into consideration everyone's models.
Everything is in consideration. Absolutely.
Don't drop off entire armies. This
Yes.
is not, no.
That's something that we'll clarify, I think, in the future is squads of 5.
Squads of 5 or something like that.
Squads of 5.
Yeah.
Even if in the game the squad size is 10 or 20, this is not
You
the
don't
game.
want you don't want a 30-man conscript squad?
I don't need a 30-man conscript squad.
But why? If they're so well painted.
If there's room in the case for the 30-man,
Yeah,
cool,
right.
but I'm only judging 5 of them.
Pick out the 5 best.
Yep, so tell me the 5 best conscripts that you have.
Also, Sammy is correct. I was mistaken. I thought Sammy had placed his Earth Elemental as a professional category in the monster category. Instead, on the back, it actually says amateur. I
says
can't
amateur.
read. So I've developed, I can't read. I've gone through college and I still can't read. So,
Well, and we had this great idea about establishing a kind of chest ranking type system for painters. We have no idea how we would regulate it at all,
No clue.
But, everyone starts with a 500 and, you can get up to 1,500. And then that's how we determine what goes in what.
Wait, so
no idea.
if I haven't entered into a painting category, do I move for my score because I don't enter into a painting competitions? Because I'm trying to run one? Is that how it?
No, because
How do I get judged on
then
that?
you're in the judges ranking score.
Oh,
I think,
okay.
It's a whole nother bracket.
Where'd my pointer thing go?
I don't know, but I have mine.
Over there.
This is mine.
That's yours.
Get your own. I don't have
I don't know where mine went.
Well, that's not my problem.
I got one now. It's a
All
brush.
right, so first we are going to start off with the Tau
Ooh.
SEAL Team 6.
SEAL Team 6 from
by
the Bobby Hippie. Yeah. He's coming out swinging. He's been super excited for us to do this. This is a really unique, like a bunch of converted models because it's a bunch of guardsmen in with Tau. And,
I'm trying to think of what the name is for him. There is a name. It's like Gusov's or something like that. There is human Tau, kind of like not servants, so to speak, but they're like part of the military. And I have a squad that I kit bash for him. So this SEAL team really stands out in a very special place.
Okay.
That way, because I'm like, ooh, this reminds me of one of those crazy ideas that was wet blanketed later in my brain.
That was not me.
Nope.
I didn't. I
Nope.
would have been like on top of it.
You
That would've been-
urged caution, and I did not listen, and I wet blanketed myself later.
That's not my
I have
fault.
some really cool award-winning pieces from that endeavor, so I call it a win.
It's fair. I would call that one too. So, as you can see, these are Tau / guardsmen.
They are.
The color palette's really cool. I like that. The red, black,
That's
copper.
Conclave? Farsight?
Yeah. Yep. So there's some small details like on the little scanner thing here that pop out. The berets being painted are really cool. They have good, unique flavor to them. They feel like they, have that kind of Scottish jump out. Green
yeah,
beret
there's some
kinda,
plaid.
Yeah. So there's some good. Now, let me tell you what. I'm a person that loves to paint plaid, and it takes a lot of practice to do.
It
You
does.
have to be very specific on it. So, there's some nice OSL glow off the eyes and the lenses. It might be a little bit overdone on this guy here. A little bit, but it's getting the point across.
Details are picked out.
Yep.
Good uniformity and consistency throughout the squad, even the other bunches that are in the case.
Yep.
I like it. The basing, it has depth. I personally, you and I used to be very big on cork.
Oh, man.
And then we evolved from cork.
Loved it.
Yeah.
It's such a good, simple,
it's a
easy,
good starter.
good starter basing to give
Yeah.
something elevation and depth.
Yeah,
It's
it's
just
a good starter.
so cool.
And now I'm less a fan of cork, but I am happy to see it.
I think that cork has a place in a high end execution of models.
Yes.
But you mostly cover it up. It's a really good structural.
Yes.
It's
You
light.
have to
It's
put
structurally
putty
sound.
over
Yeah.
it, milliput, things like that.
But you can make it look really cool.
You can.
You can.
You
You just
can.
can't. You can't leave it just cork alone.
Yeah. At the next stage of painting, you
Yep.
rarely be able to notice that, hey, that's cork rock.
Yep. Man
Most
cannot
cases,
live off
yeah.
cork alone.
And
Same.
that's why I phased away from it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because
Yep.
that's why I was losing in some best painted army competitions was because of cork.
Yep. As always, rim the bases.
Yes. Clean those bases up. A
clean
little
those
bit of
bases
black
up.
paint.
That goes a long way.
It's
it
huge.
really does. It sets the model apart, and it really even just a black around
Yep.
it just
I like
crosses it.
the multi-tone tough. I like that. That
Yep.
adds a nice piece of color. It definitely, you're gonna get your best painted army points
Yep.
from this scheme.
Yep.
Like that's
Absolutely.
gonna be a thing. If you're looking to win best painted, this is probably gonna get you there in a best painted army type scenario.
I will say, Bobby, make sure that you are being careful about your lines. Clean up your lines. Make sure that if you're painting the blacks, make sure that you're cleaning up where the red is. Black is a really nice eraser. You can always go back over with black and clean up
Quite a bit
those
of
lines.
overbrush, yep.
Yeah, there's overbrush, there's overwash. Make sure
is.
that you're being careful with that.
Yeah. And I'd like to see some more work on the skin.
Yeah, it's a
as
good
always.
start.
It's a very good start.
Good start.
But I know like some of these Scion heads, they have mustaches,
Yep.
and when they're just the flat tone of the skin, it looks a little odd.
A little weird. Are you saying that they can't have skin colored
I'm not saying that.
facial hair?
I'm not saying that.
How dare
I haven't met anyone that has
That's
had
that's
that.
fair. I haven't met anyone
So-
yet, but that's a yet.
Yet.
It's not a forever.
So yet. So but it'll be good to get a closer look at them and see some stuff there.
Yeah,
But I
absolutely.
like these. These are good. They're pleasing. They do justice to the Tau.
Yeah, for the greater good.
For the greater good.
For the greater good.
For the greater good.
All right.
All
Thank
right.
you, Bobby, for that. That was very enjoyable. I was excited to see them on the table. In the case, something
Both.
like that.
Both. They've
Por
been
qué-
on the table. They've been in the case. Been
Por
out
qué
of
no
the
las
case.
dos?
All over.
Yep.
All right. So now we are moving. We've got Will here.
Will's
Some
coming in
nice,
swinging.
Beautiful.
Yep.
Primaris
Hey, look.
sized.
More cork. That cork, though, far superior to the bases that the stands that GW love to put out with these
the
things.
evolution.
Oh.
The evolution of it. But
So-
this is a great way, since you've mentioned the cork, to where it's different.
Yeah.
You can see that difference with the integration of the skulls, the placement of how the cork is. It's not just stacked.
Yep. It
It's
definitely
not
has
just
that.
stacked. And I love it. And it looks like it comes together really, really well. What I said earlier still stands. This, I like this base.
Yeah. It has a unique rock formation rather
Yeah.
than just being cork.
I'd rather have the unique rock formation throughout the whole army.
So here's something that I'm going to pick apart.
Pick it apart.
This rock here is gray and it's got some brown in it. This rock here is gray with some brown in it. This one is almost purely brown. And it doesn't feel like it's uniform between them. And that
Sure, in a tonal color, I can see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yep. But, from a big battlefield.
Yes. Now this is me picking this apart at this
As a
scale.
unit.
Yeah,
At this scale, as a unit,
as a
yes.
unit. Yes.
I would have to agree.
On a display board.
Tonal, yep.
On a display board, it'd be a completely
probably
different
wouldn't
thing.
notice it.
Yeah, you'd never notice it.
Yeah, but I do. I wonder if it's looks like powders. There's
I'd have to get
something-
closer and
there's
take a
a
look.
there's a
Yeah.
toning on the rock, on that rock that's different.
Yep.
Yeah.
The skulls are well done. This is one thing is like as opposed to Bobby's. This is a nice iteration on like red.
Yes.
So it has that streaked, that washed edge, but then they pulled it back with the red
Yeah,
to give it
cleaned it up.
highlight. Yep,
It's
they cleaned it
highlighting.
up. Some little lines, and it doesn't take much. I mean,
No.
this is probably like a stipple or a simple like a heavier dry brush, and that was it.
Oh,
It
sure.
didn't take a lot more to get that, and I don't think it needed more.
No, not at all.
So, well done on the edging.
Yeah, I
this is
like it. I'd like
definitely-
to see more with the shoulder pads.
Yes.
Space Marines are very rarely bald. There's always an arrow or an X or some type of insignia, and I
Yep.
know it can be annoying putting them on.
Well, this would be an X because
But-
they're heavy.
Yeah,
They're heavy troop.
this is a big. That's
Yeah,
that's a
X.
part of it.
Yeah, because it's heavy, I believe. It's
Yeah.
X. Anyway,
those markings or some freehand really
Yep.
would be that next area.
Same with like
the
on
purity seal.
the purity seals, adding in a bit of. You can even use a micron pen,
Yep.
and
Micron pen.
that's the cheat
The
forever
way
is
to go,
micron pen. Yep.
Yep.
Just
or
dab
you
it on.
watch Duncan's video.
Oh, does
He
Duncan
goes
have a
into-
video on
He
it?
has a decal on purity seals.
Nice. That's good.
Yep.
Nice.
Yep. I think he still worked for Games Workshop when he did that.
This is washed weirdly
It is.
on that shoulder pad.
Looks like a little bit of over drip or something.
Yeah.
Uh,
Same with like this gray down here. It's kind of, I don't know. I'd have to get I'm really excited to get a closer look at this one off camera and really dive into it and get into the nitty gritty because I like this.
Yep.
I like the scheme, the color scheme, the color palette is really enjoyable.
I'd love to see the whole army.
Yeah,
Looks like
same.
a really pleasing army.
Will, if you're watching this, please, if you can, post in the Forge Discord, just the Hobby General, or even in the Warhammer chat, post the entire picture of this army because I'd be really interested to see what it looks
Yeah,
like.
it'd be cool. You know. It doesn't make me want to keep my Marines though. My first army, I'm getting close to parting with a very large force, and this is beautiful.
The face here, the skin tone.
Yep.
It's just, it feels a little flat.
Well, it is. It's definitely got the wash over it.
Same with the hair.
But-
it's a little bit flat on it.
You know,
But he did take the care and time to paint the cable in the back.
that's right.
Which, even in an opposing color, being that there's a lot of red, gray, black, and
Yep.
and cream on here, I would say a different tonal color for the wiring would be
like green.
Yeah, a green, something that
Little
pops
green
against
wire.
it. Green or
Yellow
blue,
wire.
yellow. If you didn't want to get away from the warm tones
Yep.
that this has, I would say go towards that.
Yeah.
But overall, awesome. You also
It's
rimmed your
wonderful.
bases.
You did.
Fantastic.
You did it.
Look at that.
Wonderful.
He snuck in here while we weren't looking.
And rimmed them.
Bases. He rimmed the
Because they're
bases.
like, man, they're gouging for rimming.
They're just going for it.
Get them.
Coming out for blood.
Coming out. For
Yeah,
blood.
this one's got a green cable right there.
See,
Look at
there you
that.
go. So maybe a yellow. A yellow.
Maybe a yellow.
Yep, since they've already got a green on them.
Do something different. I mean, even if you wanted to do the green, I would say.
The Death Corp of Krieg
Hey.
with Skyon kit bashing.
Skyon?
Skyon. Scion.
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 Skyon.
Scion.
Sion.
There's a lot of little, like this has a ton of kit bash in it.
There's a lot of kit bash.
Like this is Creed. Creed's jacket, I want to say.
No, that's
No?
that is a Skyon jacket. It's from
Scion
the
jacket.
sergeant.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So
Cool.
those
But
are
this-
the bits, the gun.
This feels like a Skitari like bit. though.
Yes, a little bit, but I
Feels
don't
Skitarii.
think it is.
Eh?
I don't think it is. No,
Anyway, it's got kit bash in there.
it does.
There's an Inquisitor symbol right there.
Oh, look at that.
Huh. Anyway, some cool kit bashing on this one.
Yep. There's some.
This
cool
one's
kit
from our good old friend Stephen H.
Yes.
Coming and swinging.
Oh, Steve.
More swinging from
I
Steve.
love the guard. I love the Krieg. So rimming the bases is huge. Consistency between the terrain
Yep.
Also huge as well.
Color and terrain.
color. It's kind of a mix.
Yeah.
It's a mix of things.
Go with one and stick with it.
Yep. Yep.
Or it might have been, you know what it might have been is like, other than this guy, it might have been they were all different colors, and then he decided to try and like pull them all together with the same color.
It's possible.
Could be
It's very possible.
too. But rimming the
I like
bases
how the
would have hidden
weapons
that.
are picked out a bit more.
Yep.
Yep, those are good. I like that there's some writing on the paper.
Yeah, the writing on the paper for just a little bit of freehand helps kind of pull it in.
Yeah.
It feels we're in the stage where it's muddied. It feels really muddy. And actually, I think those are sisters. These are sister legs, or sisters of
Yes,
silence.
they are.
They're sisters of silence legs.
Yep.
That's why they have the Inquisitor symbol on them.
Yep.
Racking my brain.
That's what they is. So there's.
Or it might be sisters legs. Either way.
Interesting. Yep.
That's a cool conversion. I like that.
Yeah.
From a conversion standpoint, these have such a unique feel, and each one feels individual. You definitely took the care and time to individually decide what they are running. Oh yeah, they're sisters.
Yep, they are
This
unique.
is the sisters bolter.
Yep, they're unique.
Yeah, they're very unique.
Yep. So I like that. The execution on the scheme. Just remember, from some of that feedback we gave earlier, is just visualizing where is it you want to go.
Yeah.
You start with the one. So usually when I'm test painting, I start with one. I don't think of the whole unit. I start with that one. I try to keep track of that scheme. Go, where do I want to go with this thing as a unit? And then the rest of it you pull together.
Yeah.
To follow that uniform scheme.
Yep.
And that's just what I feel is there's a couple different concepts around.
And
the bases being so messy.
Yeah, that too.
Takes away from them.
I was gonna say, if you have a uniformity, you can have a messy hodgepodge of things with having uniformity.
Yes.
You just have to find that one thing that they all tie together with.
Yep.
And then you can have different cloaks, different styles, different color palette, and but as long as that one thing is uniform, you can have it kind of tie together nicely. Eldar does a good job of that.
That was interesting because that had me thinking about a Dark Eldar army that I did for Chase.
Okay.
If you remember it, it was a pirates group,
Yep.
but they all had red right arms.
Oh, okay.
And
yep.
that was the distinguishing figure, was that red marking across everything, and the unique and the basing being uniform. But all the other colors we had tons of schemes.
Yep.
If you remember that from years ago with the boats and all that's a long time ago.
I remember the boats, yeah.
Yeah, but it was all just like, this is a different unit. This you'd think from afar, if you turned them and we're only seeing the left, that they're all different conclaves or whatever. But then the red arm is what tied them into this is a pirate unit, and you're like, oh, this all actually fits.
Base Eldar has a lot of that too, where all of their aspect warriors are different colors, and they're all jarringly different colors. But because they're all Eldar, and you have them all in units, specific units, they all work together with that. So I think the kit bashing, keep it up.
Awesome.
Holy crap.
Yep.
It's amazing. I think just some
If you're
execution
guard,
on it.
Kit bash.
Yeah, I think that just cleaning up and having some uniformity overall, I think would really, really take this to the next level.
Absolutely. Well, Steve, it's always a pleasure to see your work
All day.
on here throughout every category.
Every category. You crushed it. You nailed it. You're an all-star.
We're all stars. Yep, I did a trivia night on Wednesday, and everyone there was like 50 people there. Everyone got a participation ribbon.
I love being a millennial.
It was generational
felt it.
trivia.
Okay.
Yep, and I was like, from the millennial generation, we have our participation ribbons that our parents thought were a great thing to not hurt our feelings.
Hey, we're not supposed to get getting into that. All right, so we've got ourselves Mr. Rob Seeley coming and swinging for a unit.
Rob
Corns
coming in.
Chosen.
Ooh.
Look at these. These are pretty.
They are yummy. Yummy.
At first glance, the detail work and the blood effects are well executed.
Yes.
I don't feel that they are out of place or
They're
overdone.
appropriate.
And especially for something with corn, that's really difficult.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Especially like this guy here is well done for like skin tone.
Yep,
And
the claws on the
some
blood
blending.
here.
Yep.
Look at that. That's
Yep.
great.
The claw or the robes and the leather on this guy, really well done.
The heads I would like to see more.
Yeah, some of the skin tone is a little bit lacking, I would say, especially around the eyes. But I think that's something that I'm just going to have to take a closer look when we get.
Yeah,
when
we need to get these under a microscope
Yeah.
and really spend a little bit more time
yeah.
on them.
The
But this is a beautiful squad.
yeah the color palette that you chose with the white, so the original kind of Khorne army, Khorne's chosen being like I think of
It's kind of like a
World
White
Eaters.
Scars.
Yeah, or World Eaters with
Yeah.
instead of blue it's red. Either way,
I love it.
it's really well done.
The white looks clean,
Mm-hmm.
really nicely done.
Yep.
There's so much on it. I'm having trouble pinning how the white was applied, but it looks like it's from a
With a brush.
grayscale. Thank you. Not your finger with your eyes
Yeah.
closed.
There's some things missing, like this up here. These cloth bits that are on the
Yep.
on the bannerman are a little bit lacking. There was something else that I had saw.
Is it these horns? The
Mm,
sides of these packs,
Yeah,
like there,
yeah.
there.
I think it's one of those that I'm gonna have to get.
We're gonna have to
like,
look at it.
I'm
It
gonna
might
have to
be
look. There's a
intentional
lot.
weathering. It might be something else. There's so much detail, which is
Yeah.
one of the wins that Chaos Marines have.
They do.
is
They have a lot of
so
cool
much
detail.
more details.
It is the win and loss because you can win by just having them painted. You can lose by missing them.
Yes.
So the also here's a good example of you used the flock grass
Mm-hmm.
and you have the under portion painted. You had
Yes.
put down sand, you had painted it brown, and then you applied the flock and then have snow on top
And
of
it
it.
looks like Earth.
Yeah, it does. It because you're
Oh.
looking through and you're seeing through some of that flock and you're seeing the brown underneath and it looks natural.
Yep.
So I think you capture that really well.
And you've heard me stump preach on basing.
Yeah.
And seeing how I like to teach that is it always starts with the dirt first, then up.
Yep. You got to think about what's underneath everything.
Yep. Bare just flock and glue. Ugh.
No, can't
Yuck.
do it.
Yuck.
Can't do it anymore.
No.
Can't do it, man. You can't make me
Not
do
anymore.
it. No, this is well executed. The blending's nice. There's some things that
Wow.
I would
I'd love
like
to
to
see
pick
a whole
out.
army of this marching.
Yeah,
army.
this would be really cool.
Man.
Again, this is what happens when Rob and I play is that we gush over each other's models and we never actually finish a
it's
game.
So good.
So it's the win and the curse.
It is.
that.
It is the win and the curse. The win and the
So
curse.
Rob, thank you for submitting these models. They look excellent.
Beautiful.
I can't wait to see more
Beautifully
from
done.
this army if you continue this army. I can't see why you wouldn't.
Maybe he's bored.
Well, no. So one of his original armies was Chaos. So I would imagine he's redoing Chaos, or he's just adding to. So
Or he's had them.
or he's had them. Yeah.
You know, I mean, we both have dumpster squads from armies years past.
Eh,
that
I'll toss it
can
in, why
still be tossed into an event and
Sure,
think
I'll
that
toss
it's
it in
new.
Yeah. Right.
We have Zoe.
Zoe coming in with a unit here.
Sisters.
Ooh. All right. I'm excited.
Halbert's wonderful,
Bert.
wonderful things. We do love Bert.
Hell of Bert.
I love Bert. Halibert.
Halibert. So, first and foremost, I want to point out that these have cat ears.
Well, yeah,
They're all 3D printed, like heads. They're awesome.
3D printed cat
They're
ears.
wonderful. Meow. I love the pink glow.
I love it.
I really
Yeah.
it stands out, especially like with this purple one for the champion.
Yeah.
It definitely feels different.
It's such a feminine feeling,
It is, and
it's awesome.
it is awesome. I can definitely picture my wife walking up and being like, "I love those." Be like, "Yeah."
Yeah.
I also like that it's pink and then it's still got orange and red.
Well, and it looks like it all just blends
It
so
does.
well. Like
It
you can
does
see
blend
this
super
in
well.
the Imperium cannon just walking out at you.
Oh yeah, that's what works for
Right?
me. Is that also it's. So here's an example of someone that did washing, but kept it, didn't overwash.
Yeah.
Washed it and kept it controlled.
Yes.
Because there are areas where you can see that the wash is there,
Yes.
and there's no extra highlight. There's no extra.
Nothing else.
Nothing else extra, but it works. It dulls it down,
Yeah.
but it doesn't just completely wash everything out.
Right. Yeah.
So it's someone that definitely
there-
put down the wash and then watched it.
There
and then
is
moved.
some along
Yep.
the edges.
Yep, especially on the cloaks down there.
On the cloaks.
Yep.
That does.
That is the one spot that I
Yep.
would say is overwashed. Literally
Yep.
the only spot on these models, I feel, though. And
But I'm excited to get a little bit closer. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's definitely the robing that you can see from along the back.
And
the
it's
shields
like-
are wonderful. The backpacks are great.
yep, Yeah, I think it's just these larger areas because
sometimes
especially
it's hard.
Yeah, especially down here, this feels much more natural.
Yeah.
Like I can jive with that, but it's the larger one on the back. Like
Well,
on that one.
and you know that hard part with the wash is sometimes you're like, okay, I'm gonna wash, I'm gonna let them dry, I'm gonna go do something else.
Yep.
But then, really, one of the tricks with wash, especially wash pooling, is you kind of have to baby it.
Yeah, you do.
You have to see, oh, all of this, 2 minutes later is now pooled here. Take in a brush that's dry, get that moisture
Yep,
out
that
there,
absorbed there. Yeah.
and prevent that from happening. And you need to do it before it starts to dry, or then you end up with these weird spots.
Weird coffee staining.
Yes, I like the
So.
grenades.
Mm-hmm. They add a nice
glow
color,
effect.
like a nice splash of color.
Mm.
And I was gonna say I need to get closer and look at this
That
to see if
seal
that
on the
purity
back,
seal is written on.
It doesn't look like it from this angle.
It doesn't. But the coloring is there.
The coloring I like.
Yeah.
But I wonder if that's black wash.
It might be.
Yeah.
It might be.
So, we're getting into that part where our brains are starting to transition over to top contender mentality.
Yeah.
So we're really excited, and the unit category is probably one of our more aggressive categories where both of us, even just at our lunch, we're kind of like, ooh.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough.
I think it's gonna come to blows.
Yeah, it's gonna come close. I think it's gonna be one of those where we're gonna sit down and really have to like wrap our heads around it, because this is definitely one that I look at and I'm like, wow.
Yeah,
it's
so many
simple
top
and it's
talent in this.
Yeah, there is a lot of. This is a painting competition, so I expect there to be top talent.
Of course, of course.
But yeah,
it spans across all the categories.
I love it. I love it.
Even the Kelsey category.
Even we had some comments about the Kelsey corner.
The Kelsey corner.
The Kelsey corner.
We might pick a top favorite.
We
from
might
the
pick
Kelsey
a top
corner.
favorite from the Kelsey corner. That might have to happen. I can edit the website. I have that power. The Kelsey corner, just for this competition.
The Kelsey Cotton corner.
Just take a picture of all the Kelsey Cottons.
We'll see. We don't want to be unfair.
I don't want to,
It's kind of a fun inside joke, though.
I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to give Kelsey too much credit.
Well, we even have extras of hers that are
I know,
just
they're all
like
back
over
there in the background
because they didn't
there,
fit
yeah.
into the categories. It's like an overflow.
She threw everything in there and was like, I don't know, pick the best.
Pick something.
Pick the ones that you think are the best.
Pick something.
All right, we got James. More Lumineth. Lumineth Rose.
Lumineth.
The Lumineth models are,
They're so action.
they're so movement based. They're beautiful in that aspect.
They're so action packed.
They're well done in that.
You know one of the things I like? They're all facing the beach.
Oh, they are.
They're all
Look at that.
advancing in the same direction.
Yep.
Which is huge.
It is. It is.
So, as we were looking at the single one, you've got the same stylistic here, James, with the tattooing,
Yep.
the ruining, the pale skin, and I love it. I
There-
absolutely love it.
There is some pooling on the cloaks
There is.
that really does
There is.
pull away from that. The skin is
It's
beautiful.
great.
I
There's
love
not
the
much-
skin.
There's not much out of line, but those cloaks. The
Mhm.
bases, very lively. That water effect.
So here's where the departure from that single model versus these models is that
Mhm.
around the feet, he wasn't able to get close enough or
Yes.
wasn't confident enough with it to paint some of these areas. So like this one has a little outcropping, and I can see
and
that.
that looks kind of neat.
That looks neat. But some of the other ones have like areas around their feet
That
where
just clearly should be blue.
yeah, and they're
Yeah.
tan.
I
They're,
like
they're
that
sand.
this one's just ahead of it.
Yep.
So it does look like there was some intentional. I want to try to keep track of it, but like back here.
Yep.
Obviously, there's
Yep,
an area
and this
there,
one.
that one there.
And really, you can. I mean, it goes back to the other water effects that we were talking about, where as you're getting shallower, it should be getting lighter
Mhm.
rather than darker, and that's kind of the difficult thing in those areas. Also, like the water is splashing in, and you don't have it going around the rock.
Yeah.
It kind of ignores the rock in that space.
But those are those type of things that when you get to this level
Yeah.
of best overall and top,
Yeah.
that become critiques.
Yep.
As for
In
when
this kind of
most of
painting
us who make
competition.
these armies, we don't
Oh, yeah.
think of those things.
This
'cause
on
they're
a
not gonna
table?
be
Are you
areas.
kidding?
Yeah.
This on a table would look amazing.
Yeah.
With an entire army behind it?
Yeah. Just
Man.
overwhelmingly wonderful.
Yeah, no kidding.
Um, And so that's always, I think that was always a hard thing when we were transitioning from large scale competition to single competition, was the difference.
The old adage of you need to take as much time as you spent in painting an army, and you need to condense it down to a single model.
Yep.
And that
single
is
unit.
That is really difficult. It is very difficult to capture that kind of feeling and that scale.
Yep.
And so that's a lot of we're getting closer to that, like paint the painting competition level sort of vibe, rather than just grabbing armies out. And actually, so GW has a really good aspect to this that's less of a like an army wide thing.
Okay.
And they're doing like Warcry or Necromunda or Kill Team, where you can have a single squad and you're encouraged to kind of paint it really well.
Well, in that Golden Demon, don't they have a competition where it's like a single model, but you have different versions of stages of that model scaling up? I'm trying to think what they call that. I remember seeing a category on it, though, for a guy who was doing Golden Demon prep.
Maybe.
I'd have to research it.
Yeah. If anybody knows in chat, let us know.
But that's going to be cool.
Good afternoon, Gargant Mech Shop. Welcome to the stream.
Welcome. So we're moving out of the unit category. We have one more left.
One category left, not just one model.
No, one category left.
One category.
Though
we do have, so Sammy, I apologize. You entered into amateur, and I thought you entered into professional, because personally,
because the work
stands for itself. I think that this is professional grade.
Absolutely.
Absolutely think that this is professional grade work, because you look at them legs and thick boy legs.
Boy legs.
All right, so I'm gonna move you guys up so you can check out this bad boy.
See if we can get in
this
there a bit better.
Earth Elemental, which apparently he painted this guy for a D&D group.
Yep.
Like if I saw this on the table for a D&D campaign, oh my god, whew, I'd be terrified. This would be great.
Woo-wee, buddy. Boy, howdy.
You didn't base it, Sam, but
you didn't.
No,
you didn't.
That is why sure. That would be the one thing that I would say you should have based it, but this is professional grade paint.
Yeah, man. Like the only thing here that I would say as an immediate, like, what could you do next? Find some texture mud of your choosing from AK or from Vallejo, and you can fill that whole circle up with that.
Yep.
So that it's all uniform, and stipple it over the existing circular base here. Just create a uniform flat surface.
Yep.
There's so much opportunity here to build this up, but I agree, this is not amateur work. You might be an amateur painter, maybe newer to it or something like that, or not confident, whichever it is, but the crystal work, wonderful. The static grass tuffing,
the tufts in the stonework, he definitely took the time to have the appreciation of where this thing was and how it existed prior to it getting up and being pissed off.
Oh, no basing is why I went for amateur. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so Rob's coming in swinging with his information here.
Good.
40K single unit vehicle monster, same categories for AOS, diorama, dual, Middle Earth, and small scale. So aeronautic and
I like how it's brown between the rocks.
Yeah.
Like
it feels like
wonderful.
Dirt. Yeah. So if I'm just going off of, I'm ignoring the base and I'm going off of the model itself, I think if you differentiated having the head have some extra stuff, because it feels like you miss some cracks there, and that's where my eyes are immediately drawn to are the
It'd be interesting if there was a blue
and
hue in between the face crack.
I mean that,
but I don't think it's necessary.
So I don't think it's necessary. I think
love how it is.
I think it would take away.
Yeah.
If it had like a blue glow effect, because I love the natural feature to this.
I do love the natural.
To Salva, are you Zoe? because if you did, I apologize. We critiqued the heck out of
We did.
those sisters.
Well, they're the only girls that are in the unit category.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
They are really awesome.
They are good. Pulling along the red robe.
Yeah, on the base of the red robes, I think that was the big critique that we had come away with was that.
She missed all the meowing.
Yeah, she missed all the meowing. But anyway, so back to this, Sammy. I do feel that you captured the natural world well in this.
It's so good.
And I
want this model.
Yeah,
like I want this model.
I want to see this on tabletop, like against D&D or
I want
as
it
a
in my
D&D
collection.
Monster. Yeah, this would be a really cool collection.
I've got a couple of them in my collection.
Yeah.
And it's just, wow, like the execution of this is beautiful.
See, here's the thing about executing a good dry brush over just some simple work.
Yeah.
These are simple techniques that really pull a model above and beyond.
Yeah.
Maybe
and
even
picking out some stuff with the green.
Yep, that's
nice and simple.
This
and finding a tough.
Yep.
That's similar in color.
Yep. Well, and having this green here and having it be a tuft, or even cutting these out entirely and replacing with tufts.
Yep.
That would be my, or having.
I don't
vines.
think they go against it. I don't.
You don't think so?
It. No.
No. Okay.
No, it's kind of like something that's a little bit just
yeah.
shoved in, kind of budding through.
Yeah.
Maybe highlighted a little bit with another green that matches the upper part of the top.
Push up those.
But I like
those
it.
greens a bit more. Yeah, I do too.
I like it.
If you had a basing on this, I would say this would be easily in the monster category without question.
Yeah, the basing could easily do. You do that texture that I mentioned. Maybe put some grass and a couple other rocks.
Yep.
And features on there. I'd love to see a distinguishing between the thing that he's holding.
Yeah, the rock
it'd
up
be
here.
interesting. I don't know how I would do it. I'd have to research how I'd want to do it. But if it was like a molten rock that he was throwing, that would add another color palette.
Yeah,
that wouldn't take away from it.
It would actually
I don't know how
add,
I would do that.
Yeah,
it would think about that.
It would also add a little bit of glow effect that you could do.
Yeah, I got it. We're okay.
Yeah, scared.
Yeah,
hold me.
Right.
Yeah, it would add like a nice glow effect to it as well, where you could have a little bit of
clear.
OSL.
It's a rock monster that's picking up a rock and throwing it at people.
Yeah, that is
it's not likely
clear.
to be holding a molten rock at all.
He's angry.
So maybe just a distinguishing between the rock that he picked up would be what I do. I think using a dawn stone.
Yeah, I think that's the primary thing that I would point to as well, is like having just a
different rock
color.
tone.
Though if he's picking up a rock where he just spawned, it's not unusual for the rock to be the same color as him.
Right.
So it doesn't feel like it's super out of place.
Come into my mountain, here I am alive, and I'm taking this piece of me.
Yeah. Yeah, piece of the mountain and throwing it at you because I'm angry.
This sculpt just tells such a great story in this color. I love it.
But yeah, you really did pick out all of the. I don't know why this struck me, and it's probably gonna date me here, but it feels very Jack and Daxter-esque, and I don't know why right offhand, because there's no rock elementals in Jack and Daxter. It just feels very Jack and Daxter.
It reminds me of Heroes of Might and Magic 3.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
So, well, thank you, Sammy, for entering in a amateur level, professional grade model.
Indeed.
You, sir, need to be in the professional.
See, and that's why having a chess type ranking would be great in the Dwarven Axe. I don't know how we would do it.
Yeah, the only problem is that's super subjective, and no one cares.
No one cares. No one cares that much. There isn't that big of a line.
What's the old adage?
Heroes 3 is the bomb. That's right. I still play it.
The old adage of where the points don't matter.
Yeah.
The old whose line is it anyway?
Doesn't matter. All right, we're going into our final category, and then we go offline for a bit. After we maybe do some chatter, maybe we'll chat some stuff. Maybe we'll take some questions after a Q&A after. And then we will separate ourselves completely from the live web and come up with our winners, which will be announced tomorrow.
Yes. So the announcement of winners will happen tomorrow morning at probably 10 or 11 a.m. We'll announce that. And you can collect your awards at. Well, we'll cover that stuff after this final category.
We'll figure out some more of how we're gonna do that.
Yeah. So, all right. So first up, we got Liam.
Back into Star Wars.
I don't know if you know this, but Liam loves his Star Wars.
I love his Star Wars, so this is good.
You like his
for Liam. Yeah.
that you like at Star Wars.
I enjoy Star Wars.
So, an ATST is hard
And
to...
this is on my list of
Oh,
things
really?
to paint.
Oh, okay.
Is this model?
I mean, the ATST is hard to argue with.
No, it's a great. It's
a super
an
cool model.
iconic,
Yeah.
just beautiful model with the sculpt.
It is missing
So,
one key component, I would say. One super
yeah,
key
it's
component.
Huge. It's huge.
No, it's the huge component is there's no Chewbacca coming
I
out
know
of the top.
exactly. That's what I was saying. Was
Angry.
was missing.
It's missing Chewbacca being angry.
We need Chewbacca.
Need Chewbacca.
Somewhere
Chewie.
near this model. So you know the sculpt of this really makes me go into my historical brain,
Okay.
and I really feel that is where some of the tips and tricks could come from to just make this grayscale model better.
Okay. So why
You
don't
know.
you give it some initial thoughts.
I'm thinking it's obviously it's gray and it's got a lot of weathering, a lot of dirtiness on it, and that's good to break up that gray. I would like to see some oil wash mixed in there, some weathering powders, some texture on the base, which in Legion is difficult because the
Okay.
line arcs are necessary.
Okay. So, well, wouldn't it be easier to just put lines down on the base, like a white
so
line
like
or
what
something
I
like
did for my droid decos is I used pins.
that? Oh, okay.
And so I have pins that mark the arc, and then everything else is raised up.
Got it.
And it was able to maintain those lines.
Interesting.
But
Okay.
yeah, these are great. There's some missiles along the side that need some work. But there's a lot of opportunity to dive into the moving parts, the paneling, looking at some of the Vallejo or AK Interactive diesel engine oil lines, that engine grime
So the benefit
stuff. The trick here is weathering.
Yeah, the benefit with like Vallejo is that it's water based instead of
Yep.
mineral spirit based. So if you're not comfortable jumping into like enamels or
Mm-hmm.
enamel washes or something or oils, and you want to stick with acrylic based stuff, you can stick with Vallejo has a bunch of
Yes.
their weathering line where you can add in engine grime and petrol spills and all sorts of fun stuff. Splashed mud. And make it really
sponge
cool.
chipping effect would also
Yeah.
do justice to
Yep.
this really well. But that's what I see is when I listen to some of those extreme historical. We're taking this Panzer and then I'm making it. This is the type of color scheme that reminds me of.
Yeah.
To where they're spending more time on the details of the weathering.
Yep.
Than the actual paint. The actual
Yep.
paint on there is just.
Yep,
Done.
done. Yep. Yeah, you don't have to worry about it because you don't need to get in depth.
And that's the nice thing you get with the Star Wars Empire. There's not a lot of flashy color schemes like the Imperium.
Yep. So Chris pointed out that it needed to be stomping on an Ewok, and then Kelsey would like to
Sad
point
face.
out. Kelsey points out that there is an Ewok variant coming out, so that's pretty cool.
Sad face.
But the comment overall that I would say gets me the most is Rob pointing out that don't get me started on AK Interactive Streak and Grind because that stuff is literal gold in a can.
It is gold in a
It
can.
is gold in a
It is
can.
gold in a can.
I thought that Agrex Earthshade was how you
No
had
way.
talent. No.
Streaking grime.
Streaking grime.
Yep.
Streaking
Put Nolan
grime for
Nolan
an
to the
airbrush.
side and grab
I-
that streaking grime.
I can't believe anytime that someone's like, this looks amazing. How did you paint this? It's like, I put down a base layer and then sprayed it with streaking grime and then
Just put
took
it
it
in
all
my
away.
airbrush and sprayed.
And I feel dumb for ever saying that because it was just like, oh, it can't be this easy.
It is this
No, it
easy.
is this
It
easy.
is this easy.
So dumb.
A lot of painting is finding the easiest way to cheat a good result.
Yes, or something that no one pays attention to that took you hours, and then everybody's like, "Look at that weathering. How did you do? It must have taken you forever. It took me 5 minutes, and I swear to God,
5
I hate
minutes.
that."
And I
It
had a
did.
kid on my arm, and you
Yeah.
know, and I was frustrated.
and I sponged it on, and I didn't even pay attention. You know?
And right when did the dishes.
Yeah, right. God. Liam, this is an awesome model.
It's a great.
I think
piece.
I would agree with Danny in all things.
Yep,
that
I need more.
I need more. You know, even adding in some silver aspects or dark silver, and just adding in weathering would make this thing sing.
Yeah.
And I don't think it needs much more.
When
than
in doubt, look at a picture.
Yep.
When in doubt, look at a picture, because I think that some of these coils underneath are black.
that. Oh, okay.
I think I'd have to check
Okay.
some of the concept art, but you know, what I mean, Star
Okay.
Wars has so much canon art.
Yeah.
All you got to do is just Google this thing, and you will find. You go, okay, what things aren't gray?
Yep.
And then you start there. Boom, 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 boom.
So
boom.
I do know from listening to Adam Savage on Tested, because the dude is a master at creating miniatures,
Mm-hmm.
because that's his original thing, especially for Star Wars. He mentioned a couple things. One thing that I loved was no two R2D2s are the same.
They aren't.
They are custom built every single time. They're all unique. So never be afraid to reproduce an R2D2 that looks unique.
Yep.
And then everything in Star Wars is a dystopian thing. Ooh, did the camera die again?
It looks like it took a picture.
Yeah, it did.
It's dead?
It's dying.
It's dying.
It's dying.
But
So
oh, there it goes.
yeah, but we're switching models anyway, so that's okay.
Yeah.
But everything in Star Wars is a dystopia. So having things look weathered or grimy or whatever is completely okay. So don't feel like you have to have everything be perfect when you're painting it.
Do we have anything else from Chris in here? I feel like I need to pick on Chris again.
Chris who?
That guy that was in here that we did some stuff. I don't remember.
I mean, Chris in channel doesn't have anything here, and I wish he did because I'd pick
Oh.
on him more because I love picking on Chris. You heard me, Chris. I love you.
I don't really know him.
I wish I knew him more.
Are you back? No, they just
turn it
hanging
off
out
and turn
with
it back
us
on.
Right now, my ugly mug.
Yep. They got to put up with us switching cameras, so I apologize, guys. We're trying to find the DC output for the camera.
The DC universe.
It's hey, we're back.
Hey, all
So there we go.
right. So let's get us on. We all have one from Will, a vehicle right here, the bloated drone.
This is a foated bloat drone
Bloated
from the
bloat
GW
drone.
line. It's such a unique and cool model. It's so gross.
Dun 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 dun. Ew.
It's so gross in so many ways. Let's darken it up a little bit. There we go. All right.
Cool.
So we got ourselves a foated bloat drone. Never mind my fingers. There we go. Look at that guy.
I like it. Right off the bat, the glow effect on the
Yeah,
eye and the guns.
The glow effect is really well done. It feels a little watery.
Yes, it
And
does.
that's what kind of gets me. The skin tone is really cool.
Look at the warts.
Yeah, the warts. They're typically
Yuck.
I try and stick for a more like this color
Yeah.
on the warts because it jumps
Well,
out.
just
But
the pus.
this super almost white pus is just
Oh, they want to
gross.
hear about streaking grime in detail. We'll do
man.
that in the Q&A.
Yeah, the Q&A. we'll talk about it. Also, we will talk about
I hope
Renegade
he comes
after
to
this, so
Renegade.
I hope so.
Yes.
We'll talk about that more. We're getting ahead of ourselves.
Got
Anyway,
some
so here
options.
back to the vehicle at hand.
Yes, Will's vehicle.
The copper is really well done. I want more patina, especially
Yes,
with
more
how
patina, especially along these edges here.
Yeah.
On this.
because you have it on the tips, but not
Just the
along
tip.
just the tip, but just not along any of the other parts, which is where I want it most. You know, especially against
Inside
the body
the
and
fan,
things.
I'd like to see a bit more. I like this here.
Yep,
I like
that's
that
really cool.
bone
That
and
kind
that
of
webbing.
gross.
That's cool. I like the coloring of the flesh throughout.
Yep.
And the way the metal is integrated into the flesh, like it's a living thing.
Yep. Also, the flesh up top is a little more purplish, and the flesh down below is a little more tannish.
It'd be nice to see very light exhaust weather powders on that side. Very light, like
Very
subtle.
light. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
it doesn't need to be anything extreme.
This is cool.
Yeah.
That. Oh,
The green, though, overall, it's good, but it feels a little flat.
Sure,
especially
sure.
from the front. It's highlighted on the
think-
edges, but it
I
doesn't
think
have.
this must be wash.
Maybe.
Wash, and
Yeah,
then
this
dry
is
brushed,
this is wash.
washed
This
and edged.
this feels scrubbed right there.
Okay, sure.
Like a scrub
sure.
effect. So I can jam with it.
Yeah, that's interesting. But I like the color tonal. You see the color tonal changes up. So you must have went dark and
Here's
then brought it back to light.
There's a spot right there, and I think there's a spot over there that's green with a lighter tone of green
Mm-hmm.
inside. When the rest of it doesn't, it has a pink in it.
Yeah, we're gonna be looking at that.
Yeah. So it's
and
one
more
of those.
detail.
It's one of those. I wish that it had a little more consistency with it.
Yes.
So
but
move-
it's a grimy
It is.
buddy.
It is a grimy buddy. I will point out that on the base, in front of it and around it, is like this brown, and then back here where it's
like
been dragging
toxic.
through, it is toxic and black,
just
and that
destroyed it.
feels super cool.
Yeah,
I love that.
to see something else used for the slime.
Yeah, instead of just a paint.
Something that's got a little bit more gloss to it, maybe,
Mm-hmm.
or something. But that's that's a minimal thing.
Or having it, you know what would work really well?
Mm-hmm.
Trying to think. An Uhu glue, like oozing out of these pipes with the green mixed in, and then like pull it along in
Yeah.
this area would be really unique.
Yeah.
For anyone one that doesn't know, Uhu glue is like this German glue.
Woohoo!
It's almost like a plastic cement in a way, but it is it's a glue. You can basically apply it with a toothpick, and you can touch that toothpick on any point of the model and like another point, and it'll stick, and it'll like pull
it'll
along
pull
with it, and it's gross and grimy. It looks like
It's
spit.
how you do blood.
Yeah.
That's running.
Yeah, like really, really sticky blood. I've used it for spittle and slime and all sorts of fun stuff, and it will hold forever. That stuff's great. So it'll hold those little like web connections in there really nicely. So.
Surprisingly strong. And we have
It is.
another Kelsey Cotton.
Oh man, the Kelsey special. We got Boney
Boney.
McBonerson. Snaky boy.
Boney. So is Boney a D&D figure as well?
I don't know.
Or Cthulhu?
It's got
I
no.
don't
It's
know.
got. This is a Reaper mini special right here.
All right.
This is Sam should be all over this.
So the blood, I would love to see sponge.
Yep.
Spongy with the blood for the blood god.
This is an example of having bone on something that you can really work through and have a ton of dry brushing
Yes.
over top, because this feels like it's a light washing over it.
Yep.
And
there's
it,
more that can be done.
Yep, it can have more. It's not in a bad state. Like if I
No.
saw, again, it's one of those. If I saw
there's
this,
a lot of palette here.
yeah. If I saw this on a D&D table
Oh yeah.
as a party,
It's perfect.
I'd be terrified.
Perfect for D&D miniature.
Oh yeah, this would be above and beyond anything for D&D. Heck, I've played D&D where
It's a
everything's
Whiz Kids model
dice.
called
Oh.
Bone Naga.
Bone Naga.
The Bone Naga.
The other Kelsey coming and swinging.
Dun,
so-
dun, 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 dun.
I love it. It's a great
Yeah,
model.
it's great.
It's super cool. See, Kelsey is hardly last Q2 Dwarven Axe. She entered in her first ever model
There you go.
into the competition.
There you go.
And was like, I wanted to be judged. And I'm like,
Judge me!
my first model, I would have been terrified. No way.
Super
you
scared.
You couldn't have pulled me
you
into
still
that.
have an Ultramarines captain that I
You're
thought would be the
crazy.
greatest thing since sliced bread. And it's like, oh my God, it's so flat. It's horrible.
For anyone out there that has that paints consistently and professionally, I would say keep an original model of yours that you have
Yes.
handy, because it keeps you humble. Because I remember I
Okay.
remember painting a
I didn't knock it over.
I remember painting a an avatar of Cain, and I looked at it and I was like, I'll never be better than this. This is the best thing I'll ever
Best
paint.
there is.
I'll never paint anything better. Let me tell you what, that model.
Everything that you paint now in your
Yeah.
sleep is better.
I love it. But it keeps you humble. I think Duncan Rhodes actually has a recommendation about doing that too.
He does. He says that.
yeah.
He whips his out all
Yeah,
the
he
time
does.
like that.
It's great.
We have another Kelsey here.
Oh man,
The Kelsey.
the Kelsey. So Kelsey made this and actually finished this up at the 24-hour
Dun,
painting
dun.
competition. It's awesome. So
So first, this is something that we were talking about. You can see the comparison between Sammy's. It's this right here. I'll have you take a look. You can tell that there is
basic.
a base down, and this is an example of how you can overgrow above it. So
yeah.
in this
Yeah,
case,
absolutely.
Kelsey used tufts, but you can also do the texture thing I talked about. But you
Yep.
can hardly tell it. It's there, but that's how you fill in the rest of that.
yep.
So let's see. Let's
did
rip it apart. Kill
you
it.
Did a great job with the skin tones in differentiating the muscles, muscle
Yes.
tone and muscle mass.
Yeah, there are some areas you can kind of hear where the raised effect of muscles that are picked out a little awkwardly.
Yeah, a little bit.
Kind
But
of blocked.
well, it's like
blocky.
here and here.
Yeah,
But it's the question of where's the light source coming from,
right.
and that's I think where a little bit of the confusion lies.
Yes.
Is where is the light source coming from? Because up here, this feels cool. This feels more highlighted than this leg because it's hidden by this arm. But then
the arm isn't that big.
But the arm isn't that big, and you could have some hidden areas like down in here.
Yeah, and the blotching like there,
Yep.
there.
I think it's a good example of like highlighting skin tones really as like a good place to
Yeah.
be at
And some blending
middle.
work.
Yeah, blending would be where I'd be at.
remove that as well. But I like the purple skin. I'd like to see, this looks kind of like flames or something, doesn't it?
Yeah, she had
Or
originally.
like some hue, like a dark energy coming off of
Yeah,
it.
she had approached me and asked, like, should I do mist or should I do flames? And I think that it was more decided that
Flames would be cool.
it was a mist. It was like a cool mist. But she had the OSL like flames.
Yeah.
And I think if she would have gone with mist and had a little more time with it, I think having some like extra effects of that, of like cotton or something like that.
Do it,
that
Chris.
That were.
First competition.
Dude, I'll enter in my Avatar of Cain.
Competition for everyone's first model. All right, I've still got my Astroclaw.
I'll toss in. I'll toss
I'll
in my
toss
Avatar
in a
of Cain.
first model competition.
Mine
should do that next Renegade. Bring your first
Oh,
model.
I
We
like
have a
that.
first model category.
I like that.
You can bring your Avatar Arcane. I'll bring
Okay.
one of my Marines.
Mine's not even based.
Doesn't matter. It's how it is. It's the first model.
I love it.
And we're just going to bring it in and we're just going to rip apart our first models as if they were pro.
Oh man,
First model category.
totes. I
Excellent.
would just love to bring it in, even if it's not judged, and you just
No,
have
we're
it sitting
judging
there.
it.
I don't have that kind of time.
Yeah, we do.
The horns, loving the horns highlight. I think that a little bit more highlight in the back, and actually there's a little bit of overbrush.
There
right
is overbrush.
but like on the face, the skull, the eyes are really well done.
I'd
I
like
like
to see
that.
something more done with the base. And here's why I can say that.
Whoa.
Because
Oh,
Kelsey's other work with the Simba is way more blended and uniform in its toughing.
that's true. This feels a
There's
little.
a much better opportunity here.
Yep.
Um,
Sticking
to
with
do that.
a specific color and then augmenting other
yeah,
colors into
the other
it.
one flows more naturally.
Yes.
This one feels like maybe probably did this model
Yep.
before the Simba. Maybe
You know,
I don't know.
There's something about this basing too where I almost feel it's more Fey-like
Yep.
in its application, so it doesn't have to necessarily feel natural.
Oh,
Like
sure,
with the Simba
sure.
model, it has to feel a little more
Yes,
natural
but
because
that
it's,
could be
it's a
it.
realistic model versus this is like, I wouldn't want to see this.
I think it'd be a
walking
cool
around.
model in like a molten lava theme.
I could see that.
with flames coming off of the
I could
back.
see that, but I think that her going with the purple is
The
much
Phantom
more of a
look,
yeah. The Phantom
so good.
look is
the Phantom
is,
looks good.
Yeah,
So
is
then
unique.
maybe like a haunted house type theme.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep, a ghost
I
and
could go
ghoulish
with that.
theme,
Yeah.
and a graveyard.
Ooh. You know, it would actually
With
set
the
this
burnt
thing
tufts.
apart if there was if the tufts were all here like they are, and then you had a couple gravestone heads.
Yeah,
Or grave.
there's so much.
Yeah.
There's so much story, and I'm sorry that we get lost
Oh,
in
yeah.
the story. But man, these are just great models. I like the horns in the front.
Yep.
Yep, wonderful. Some overbrush there.
I really do think that this is definitely part of Kelsey's style where she blocks
Yes.
in and just has this nice sketch effect.
Mhm.
Because also I will say, going back to it, the model itself, how it's painted, does not take away from the model overall.
Right.
Because the sketch works well and it's executed across the entire model.
Yes.
So it feeling blocky or blotchy actually works in favor of the model rather than it taking away from the model. Would be
I like that. I
Would
like
be
that.
my explanation with that. So
Absolutely. Very well done.
cool.
Hmm.
Can't wait to see that on a D&D table that I'd be scared of.
Right. Right.
There's a lot of these models I'm like, I don't want to see that on a D&D table. It looks awesome. I would love to see it on a D&D table, but I wouldn't.
So now we've got something bigger coming from Steve.
Another Steve special?
Another Steve special.
Oh man.
Hard to believe. They just come out of the woodwork.
Who let this man in here? Get him out of here.
The Steve special. It's Two Belly.
Two belly.
Two Belly.
So the Bellicor model in and of itself is probably one of the best that GW's come out with.
you do like that model.
I do love this model. It was
like that model.
it was a pleasure to paint and build, I will say.
Indeed.
So I have a special place in my heart for building and painting one. The chains are a pain in the butt to put on and deal with on the wings, but
So it runs into the same category as a lot of the feedback that I've relayed. I feel is keeping to an idea and concept and being mindful of color, the color contrast on what's going to be pleasing overall. Making sure the base is cleaned up and going into those finer details. You know, like this Marine is a solo model, as well.
Yep.
Solo model as well. There's more. There's a lot of skulls here.
Yeah, that are missed and integrated into the model itself.
You know, and slowing down.
This rock is a character in and of itself.
It is. There's a whole story there. You remove Be'lakor from it.
Yep.
And you paint that solo as well. And
It's a throne. You need to have it portray as like it's almost a throne-like environment. I do like the modification of the two hands with the orb.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's a unique kind of feel. If you're going to do that, make sure that you kind of integrate it well whenever you're initially building.
Yes.
That would be that would be my
sculpting.
only thing with that.
A little bit of green stuff.
Yeah, a little bit of green stuff and milliput goes a long way, and you did a fairly fine job.
Yep.
It doesn't feel like super out of place.
No.
So,
Nope. And then the flames would like to see some more blending up from the blue to the white.
yeah, and then like the end of the sword here has pooled
Yeah.
up Nolan oil. Same
Yep,
with
gloss.
up here. Yeah, the gloss Nolan oil.
Gloss.
So,
Yeah,
be
some more
mindful of
detail
that.
work there too.
Yeah.
It's a great model. You know, it's a great model. The sculpt, there's a lot there. And when you take on a cool model, you take on a big model, sometimes you have to ask yourself, you know, what direction do you want to go? You know, if you're having fun and you're putting it on the tabletop and you're having a good old time, or even if you're just new to painting and you're just having a good time painting, then excellent. And then you just go, hey, that's my goal.
Yep.
But if you're saying, you know, I also want to get better, I want to be in competition level, that's kind of that breakup, that conversation that we're having of, hey, this is a model in itself. This is a model in itself,
Yep.
where you have to slow down.
Yep.
For competition. You have to slow down for competition.
And when you're doing a display level quality model, taking the time to really go through and expound an individual model, an individual section of a model, and having the time to, taking hours on that, trying to improve it is important, I would say.
Yeah. And one of the things that really reined it in for me on that process of slowing down was when I started watching Ben Cromit's paint.
Oh, yeah.
And he has a beautiful X-Wing Millennium Falcon repaint.
Yeah, that thing
where
is amazing.
He spends hours just using it's soft tone from Army Painter, a paintbrush, and a dryer. And I'm like, this guy is spending more time on this small panel section than I do on my whole army.
Yep.
And that's when I realized, to be at this level, I have to slow down.
Yep.
I have to really focus.
And again, it's important to know what your goals are.
Yes.
Is this to put it on the table and have it look pretty decent? And awesome.
And
do that.
You're good.
You know,
do
then
that.
you're good.
Do what's going to bring you joy.
Yep, exactly.
Not what is going to please other people.
Yeah, don't listen to us and hear us saying we're expecting you to do these things. It's like, if that's not your goal, then don't have that be your goal.
Yeah.
Enter in a cool model that you think is awesome.
Screw you, Alex. I'm just here to play, and I had a good time. No.
Yeah, I'm just that wet blanket. Overall, though, if you cleaned up and executed the tones of color, I think the color palette is awesome. I think it's
the
dead
purples,
on.
the blues,
the
it's
purples,
good.
the blues.
It fits better than some of the other models that we've touched.
Yeah, and especially with like the gray and grayish bone, I think, and even the red tabard works perfectly well.
Yeah, the red's great.
All of those things
The tone
together,
is cool.
You picked out a color palette that works extraordinarily
And I like the
well.
metal work here. Metal seems to be a strength
Yes.
of Stevens, is the metal work.
I would agree. It's just some of the extra details that get lost in that shuffle. So, but yeah, excellent work, Steve.
I love it.
Thank you so much for entering all of your models.
Yes.
Your slew of models. I don't know how you did it. You snuck in here and you put everything in.
I mean, it does. If you
case.
pay, what is it? $5 per model for entry?
For professional, it's $10 per model.
$10 per model.
And just remember, you can
Interesting.
win quite a bit of cash.
So we have two more models
more, all
left, and we've got Zoe
Zoe's coming in. Hey,
right here. This is a familiar scheme. We saw the unit in open.
Yep. So I do know that she put a little bit more effort into this one.
I would hope so. It has a cape.
It has a cape. So she informed me that the wings on the side, these wings, these these ones right here,
Sure.
the shoulder pads,
Yep.
and the cape are all not part of this model.
Okay, so they're
They're
kit
all
batches
kit
that you
bashed
would
in.
think were a part of it.
Yep.
All right, so
Because when
that's
I looked
good to know.
when I looked at it, I was like,
I thought it was
Cool.
part of the
I
cape.
thought it was part of the. I
Yeah,
thought it was part of the
thought it was
model. I was
part
like,
of the
that dude looks sweet with the cape.
And, that's an interesting point because I remember being, you and I were both at an event and I got dinged for not having enough conversions in my guard army. And then we had to go back and show them pictures of the conversions with the green stuff to the judges and go, no, this is heavily converted, but it's converted so well that you just think that they're part of the base stuff. And that can be difficult.
It's actually one of the reasons that I
paint
don't
judging.
don't like conversions as a pure category in
Exactly.
paint judging, because it's really sometimes if a good conversion, I should never know.
You should not know that
I
it's
should never
converted.
know it's a conversion.
Yeah.
But yeah, this stands above, I feel, the other models because of the conversions. It definitely draws the eye more with that cape than if it didn't have the cape
From the unit?
from the
Sure.
unit. Yep.
Yep.
The transfer work actually feels really natural on it, and this is something that I wish that was on your sister's, the one sister that has the purity seal on it.
Sure.
But I think it does suffer from the
Yep.
Yeah,
same
the
issue
rating.
there.
yep. I think it suffers from the other
side.
issues that we saw from the
that
unit
we're
itself.
talking is those areas to really improve on that model. The missiles, same
Yep.
thing.
Yep.
So it's a good start.
Oh.
A lot of strength.
The screen actually has some
The
freehand
screen's got
on
some
it.
stuff, and that's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, is that? Hold on a second. It's a callback to Star Wars.
excellent?
It's the X-wing. It's the X-wing going into the
The
going
best
into
screen ever.
There you go.
Stay on target.
Stay on target.
I love
This
it.
man. This man.
I
knows
like
what's
the
going on.
writing on the cape. The cape and the point are really the
blade.
two best focal points.
Well, they really
make the
do
model
draw the
stand
eye.
out. They grab into you. With this, it all comes down to this, and I hated when Alex would say this, and it's his thing that he says, but I take it, and it's this: I want more.
Yeah.
I just want more.
I
I
could want
know
more.
that the painter has more that can be added to this to bring it out, and I want more.
Yeah, like adding something to the exhaust engines and having this be like a
Yep.
dull copper
Bringing
gold.
up some of the color in the cylinders. Yeah, there's so many
Yep.
little bits that
mean-
will make this sing.
Even just adding in black, just doing a flat black and having like even a gray highlight or edging would
A German
pull it
gray.
apart. Yeah. No, I wouldn't say a German gray because I think it'd get lost in
Not
the
there,
burnished,
but like
in
an
the burnished
underneath
area.
tone. There's,
Yeah,
there's
true.
some
True,
opportunities.
true. Yeah. Yep.
But it's a great model in scale. The army itself has got to be just wonderful.
Oh yeah.
I could definitely see it being an army that takes best painted army.
Oh
in-
yeah,
in a- in a
easily.
bulk event.
Easily.
Yeah, absolutely. And it doesn't suffer. Suffer is the wrong word, but it falls into that category of, was it painted to be best painted in army scale
Yeah.
or in individual category?
Yep.
And there's a big difference.
Hey, Rob Seeley, watch your lunch money, man. She's coming for you. She's coming hard and
She
she's coming
is.
fast.
And it's interesting that we call out Rob Seeley because he is the last
Ooh, he's the
one,
last one.
here.
Hey-o.
And I feel like I've seen this before
Really?
somewhere in
Okay.
life. I don't know.
It's again a fever dream, something around there. So
And it might just be red wave serpents. I have painted 15 red wave serpents for Mark Weiss.
that's Mark Weiss for you. I expect nothing less.
Yep. And so we look in the hair,
Come on.
get it going. And after this, we go into Q&A.
Hey.
Q&A after this. So if you have questions,
Yeah. So
historical painting nemesis, yes,
you got to have one.
I love historical painting, and we were discussing adding an open.
not historical as in a category. Historical as in like history-wise within painting
Oh,
competitions. His
okay.
nemesis. So
Every renegade, you're both in the
yeah,
finals.
you both
Okay.
are. It's typically like which one's gonna win? Is it gonna? It's gonna be
Yeah,
Zoe.
I remember that.
Yeah. It's
Uh,
typically Zoe. The last Renegade, Zoe was very inebriated.
It was,
and
it was
I missed
super
her
annoying
being-
some of the times that I was coming in for Renegade stuff because Alex would be like right there at top, then there'd be another guy, and then me
Yeah.
in third. And they never had like a third winner,
No.
so I just get like an honorary mention. It's like, and Dan was a third, It's just like,
Well,
yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I know what you mean about the painting nemesis. Mine was Peter Soderbergh.
Yeah,
and we were.
it's like
I mean,
Alex Peter Soderbergh,
yeah, really
and
good friends in
then-
that case too.
Oh,
Ugh. Yeah. So
That's the trick to win, is to get your opponent so drunk
There
the
you
day
go.
before so they can't enter.
see, I did it all wrong.
That's what I needed
also,
to do.
bribes work really well.
Yeah,
because,
hey, would you
because,
not enter this year?
Soderbergh bribed judges with mead, and I will because it was very thematic with the Space Wolves, and I'll admit it kind of worked. Anyway, that might be collusion right there. But we're getting into Rob's stuff here, and this is fantastic.
It's a beautiful.
It is
I
really
love
well
the
done.
paneling, colors. It feels pleasing to the eye.
And get a little overbrush
That'll
right
work.
there.
There's some overbrush. Oh no!
I will
Oh,
say
no.
that so
Some
here
of the gaps.
here's the question. Eldar suffer from this. What is a gem and what isn't?
I think
Let's play
it's
this
what
game.
you decide. What you
Yeah.
decide
Well,
is
it's
a
like-
gym isn't a gym.
It's like, this right here. I wish that this was I wish you would carried over your purple from your Mangan-Ra onto these, because I think red and purple work really well, especially with like the browns.
Soderbergh's got an orc diorama now. Oh,
Does he really?
ooh.
What a guy. I'm glad he's still participating.
Spaceball Soderbergh?
Yeah.
No.
Going to orcs, it fits him so well. I'm glad to hear that he's actually still doing stuff. That's awesome.
Cockpit is done. Thank you.
Yep.
Don't be scared of your cockpit, everyone.
I painted my cockpits originally, but I started actually doing a glow effect inside from a screen because I'm lazy. And it looks really good.
Lazy, as long as it looks really good.
I hate that it looks
It's
really
the win.
good too. That's what I hated when I did my Eldar. I was like, this looks way better than me painting it.
So we got some. The interesting thing will be when we flip it upside down.
Ooh. I'm gonna do it.
Upside down. No, you're
I'm
gonna
gonna do it on
live?
camera.
You're gonna do it on camera.
Oh, it's painted. It's a little bit.
Yeah, it's
No,
underside
it's
painted.
washed out,
I
but
like
you know,
it,
you know.
Hey,
All
all right.
right.
Okay. And we got some stuff up here as well. So I like it. I guess pleasing. A bunch of these coming across at the table, probably really cool. I like
Absolutely.
the angle on it. I feel there's some opportunities here at the base, but I like that the stem is incorporated
Yes.
into the base.
Yes.
It's not just the standard clear nonsense.
Let me tell you what. I hate that base so much.
Yeah, the stem stand
The
base.
stem stand base on,
Most
especially
of
for
them
Eldar.
break
Yeah.
so bad.
Yeah,
this is good.
I like the angle. It definitely feels like it's moving in, and especially with something so classic as a Eldar Falcon tank, it feels very
Love to see
applicable.
some exhaust work.
Yep.
Yep. And I think some gems.
Yeah, I think
would break this
the
up a little
gems
bit.
instead of the copper would help, and then
I
having
like
the
the
copper.
copper.
I like the copper, but I don't
But
like
I
them
want
as the
both.
gems.
I
I want
want
both. Yep. I want the copper in the sections like they are right here, and maybe even pick out a couple more. I think that would be where my eye would go. But the line work is excellent.
Yeah.
Other than
It's clean.
a little bit of overbrushing, yep, it's very clean. See, here's
like
the
it.
difficult part about Eldar. I'm going to go off on a little tirade here.
Oh, going on
Is
tirade.
that Eldar vehicles are not metal.
They are not metal.
They are not. They are plastic.
They are not
So,
metal.
As are the models.
They're bone.
They're
bone and
a
a
plastic
plastic. It's
plasticish
not-
bone. They're psychically like bent and molded into this vehicle, and that's what makes it difficult to weather them. Is how do you weather?
How do you weather them?
Because anytime that someone
But
puts
rule of cool.
rule of cool. Anytime someone puts metal as like a weathering on an Eldar tank, it breaks me a little bit inside.
Yeah, don't worry,
because
Rob. I
lore-wise-
got that same thing when I did Eldar as well. He's like, they wouldn't have lead
I was
bulger
so
on there.
mad.
I'm like, hey man, dude, just chill.
outta here.
This is what he wanted.
Get out of here with that crap. I don't want to see that.
Oh,
But
well,
yeah, this is cool. I actually the bright lance, this dark kind of bluish bright lance. I
Yeah.
love that.
that's cool.
I really enjoy that.
I
That-
do, and I
that
like the
pleases
color
my-
change here
Yep.
on the side as well.
Yeah, you did a nice job like building up from a dark tone, like a dark brown, into a brighter red without
Yeah.
going ham.
Yeah.
Like, without going way
It's
overboard
good
either.
spraying,
Yep.
very clean.
Yep.
There's a lot of different brushes, a lot of different resources out there. Very clearly, a lot of good airbrush work
Yep.
utilized on this, and that's good. I am a big proponent of use whatever brush you're comfortable with, regardless of if it's electric or by hand.
Yep.
Use it. Use the brush. Use the tools.
Is an airbrush electric or is it pneumatic?
Well, the compressor
It's
is electric, so I don't know. I mean, I guess.
questions for the
It
Q&A.
usually
All right.
requires some electricity to be able to use it.
That's true.
Q&A.
Zoe, I will not forget that it will be flipping over all vehicles.
We will be
so
flipping
don't-
over everything.
We'll be flipping over everything. So Rob's just got done on camera. He likes it like that.
This is the fun podcast banter. This is not the we hate this model critiquing that will happen in closed doors.
All right. So for those that are in chat, we got 11 of you. that
11 of you.
Stuck with it. Well, they're 10 of you because
Yeah,
Danny's
I don't
in there,
count,
so he doesn't
really.
count. I mean, you can ask your own questions. That's fine.
Oh, that'd be great.
So Q&A. I'll kind of begin this with Renegade while you guys are typing in.
Oh, yeah.
Renegade will be happening. It'll be Q4's Dwarven Axe, and that'll be
Dwarven Axe.
November. Ooh, see, I'm gonna stretch in my brain here.
Renegade is November 18th.
Oh, there you go.
I
18.
have the 18th through the 21st off.
There you go.
Is what my plan is.
Okay.
So I can recover on Monday.
November 18th, 19th, and 20th. It will be held at the Crown Plaza in Plymouth, Minnesota.
Truth.
It is a excellent event that is miniature wargaming all around, but there are great vendors. The Forge will be there as one of the vendors. However, there are a lot of one-off events, and the painting competition will be there this year as the Dwarven Axe, and we'll be in our own space.
Yes. And so the goal here for this question, are you streaming commentary from Renegade? So we would hope to have this same setup at Renegade in some format to where we are discussing all the pieces like we are here. And so that would be the goal.
If we don't, we had tossed around the idea of doing making that particular one specific to interviews with the painters. So you guys would be coming in and we'd sit down and have an interview and stream it.
Yeah.
Have a discussion. Ask what you're working on, what your favorite thing is, what you hated, how you're working on whatever model that you're introducing, and maybe show it off and introduce it and
Now,
talk about
you're in
it.
charge of the judging team, aren't you?
I'm in charge. You're talking to the head of hobby of Renegade.
Exactly.
So,
So
it's my-
another
it's my
plug
thing.
is there probably will be need for some paint judges to help judge the historicals and different things like that in all the major categories.
Maybe so.
So building a team.
We may also be talking about not only the team aspect of judging, but like doing a favorite by the community
Yep.
and having
Yeah.
that in category. So,
So but that's important to remember. Like if our fan base, the Dwarven Axe fan base wants this, well, in order for us to do this, that means we need extra hands to take work off
yeah.
to make that happen.
Yep, absolutely.
Yep.
So, tickets, you can find out more at renegadewargaming.com. They'll have more information there that I don't have off the top of my head, Chris. There is a weekend badge requirement for cost, and then the rest of it is pretty much covered. So if
I think
you're
I get
entering in
free
things-
entry since I'm coming as staff, right?
I don't know.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah. You can stay at the hotel. They have a block.
Roomy?
No, wife is.
Yeah,
no.
she's better looking.
She's also working it.
Oh.
She's head of
There you go.
head of administration.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah. But feel free to bring down your painting stuff, especially in that room. I'm hoping that we can get some tables set up so that people can paint and chat and hang out and have a good time. So if you are playing, there's a 40K GT. There is a 40K friendly. That's really
I think
fun.
Star Wars Legion. Is there Legion this year?
I think there might be.
There's got to be Legion. There's usually Legion
definitely-
and Bolt Action.
There's Bolt Action for sure. That's going on. Batman. Maybe Marvel Crisis Protocol, Kings of War,
Okay.
Age of Sigmar.
Kings of War is gaining a lot of traction.
They are indeed. And then vendors and all that kind of jazz.
It's always a good time.
Yeah,
it's
it
always a good
is a great time.
time.
Even if you come out and just hang.
Yeah,
it's a
just
great
talk,
time.
walk around, look at
Yeah.
stuff. People love it. I mean, you get a bunch of nerds together that like to talk about their stuff.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, they never shut up about it.
Yeah, we don't.
No.
What other questions do you guys have for us?
I was gonna say, if nothing else, show up to the night joust.
Yes.
Because the night joust is you show up with an Imperial Knight or something of that scale, and you stomp around
Such a
and kill
good
each other.
time.
And there's yelling and screaming and lots of chanting, and it's good times all around.
It's all about dying. It's not
And-
about the winning. It's
Yep.
about the dying.
And if you don't have an Imperial Knight, I have several that you can borrow. So feel free to borrow one of mine.
And I have done a best painted knight. That it was a feather in my cap. I'm happy to have that one.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Was that the one where I won that event? Or was it a different one? Okay, yeah.
Because I think you had won too many. So they're like, you can't win this one.
I can't win Best Painted?
This
I'm sorry.
one, but you get this.
The pity prize.
Oh.
I think that's typically a rule is that I can't win Best Painted at that event. I just show up and
PSA,
show up and play.
don't get hammered on Friday and be unable to participate.
Poor
you
Zoe.
should. You
Poor
should.
Zoe.
If I'm competing against you, please get hammered.
Poor
I need
Zoe.
all the help I can get.
So this last year at Renegade, Zoe was playing in the Drunk Hammer, which, by the way, is another
Drunk
excellent event.
Hammer!
It's super fun.
So I do not condone alcoholic usage in absence and excess at all, but it is hilarious to watch all of my heathen friends.
I love watching it. It's so much fun. But she got super hammered on the at Drunk Hammer, and the next day we were like, "Where's Zoe?" And turns out that she was at home like ill, like super sick. And I was like, "Oh no, it's so bad." Yeah, get hammered and participate.
I have played against some very hammered people, and it's just like, are you sure you're gonna make that move?
Oh man,
yeah. I'm gonna do this thing. It's like, okay.
The guy that won several years ago, that won Drunk Hammer, was a doctor down at the Mayo, and I remember the next day he won Drunk Hammer, and the next day he used the wall to support himself as he was walking to the GT hall at like 8 a.m. And he's like, I am still drunk, guys.
Yep.
It was so bad. Any other questions that you guys may have? We will have a survey at the end. For you to go. I'm going to post it up on the Discord as well.
How does announcements work? We'll
be posting them up on the Discord as well as updating the website with the pictures.
Excellent. So that's how you'll find out who the winners are.
Yep. And then you can come down and collect your model. Please come down and collect your models out of the case. As much as I love seeing all these beautiful artwork, we need space for people to enter into the monthly and the hourly painting competitions. And then also just bring your stuff home.
Yeah, isn't that the best when you end up with other models that you did not come with and you have no idea whose they are?
No, because then I feel guilty.
I do too, but I've got a couple things that are on my shelf that I'm like, we never found out who this was.
Yeah, even playing Tao. Yeah, it's for the greater good. They converted because of the greater good. They heard the call.
This is ours.
They heard the call. The ethereals know all. But yeah, again, we'll have a survey after this that will go into having your feedback on the event overall, what we can improve on, what we did really well, etc., and go from there. But yeah, I mean, the Dwarven Axe in the end at Renegade will be much the same format, and I'm hoping that we can do a little bit more because we have a little bit more of a format that we can play with.
Yes.
Than just kind of a one-day weekend kind of thing. We can really get into
a multi-day thing. I think it's gonna be pretty cool.
Yep, exactly. So
yeah, but definitely hang out. We'd love to get selfies and pictures with people. It's gonna be a good time.
It's gonna be a really good time.
Yeah.
So, but if you guys have any other questions, toss them in channel. I'm trying to rack my brain of anything else that I'm really
not that I can think of.
Curious about. Yeah.
Not that I can think of. Do you have any questions? Basing, painting. What's your favorite color? You have a couple more minutes left before we go off the air. Hello from home.
Hey, home. Hello from the forge.
I love home.
From home. From home is the best home. Oh yeah.
It's all good. We understand.
Good. Wait, is this? It's not Luna. Yeah, it's Luna.
Luna.
Damn it, Luna. Luna was trying to enter in something like last minute, and she was like, "Oh, I'll enter it in," and then trying to cruise through with her Skaven, and she just. I was like, Luna, just wait until Renegade.
Yes.
Please.
Hi. I am a new. I'm a new old judge. So
a new old judge. Yeah.
I've judged with Renegade. I used to run an event as well, Slaughterhouse, and Alex and I did a lot of stuff with that. And so we've got, probably like 5 years of just trying to build something like this that is purely hobby.
Yeah.
And now I'm just, hey man, they invited me last year to kind of jump on board.
Yeah, for Q1. Q1.
Got snowed out, wasn't able to make it, but I'm glad. And so I'm here. It's good to be a part, privileged to be a part of something like this. And so, yeah. Yeah,
it's and all the props to
Yes,
the
so
Forge.
Winners announced on the Forge, Discord, and online as well. Should be tomorrow that winners are announced, and then people can come and collect their stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. As soon as we know and get it all updated, the winners will be announced.
Yeah, this is what Luna was looking
Well,
at.
see, you guys need to add me to the Forge Discord
well,
now that I'm a part of the official Forge family.
There's a bunch of QR codes everywhere that get you in.
Well, you know,
But yeah, that was what Luna was trying to enter.
I love it.
Like last minute.
I love it.
She's rushing through trying to get it done.
I'd love to
She
see
would.
it. I just put it in as it is.
Right?
Man, that would have been good to see.
That would have been cool. This is Luna, by the way, like entered into Q1 of Dwarven Axe or whatever it was, and she's just like, yeah, I started painting like 15 minutes ago, and this is what I got. And we're like, holy crap, this is really 15? Really? That's awesome.
I picked up this guy here at the
There you go.
Forge. He has 3 colors, and that's as much as I've been able to do.
ITC standard right there.
Hey, it's already done. It's tabletops ready to go.
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
I think about 502.
Easily. Maybe over, it's at least 50 and no less than 600.
Yeah.
So
I can understand that it's not finished thing, especially with the Dwarven Axe's rule of one-time entry.
yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't want that one time to be in an unfinished capacity.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be difficult to kind of place that.
Yeah.
So
But remember, one of the things that was discussed, is the new category being added for Renegade, the first-time model category.
yeah, your first model, bring
your
in
first
your
model.
very, or like an early on model, because I no longer have my first model.
Okay.
I no longer, it was an Eldar jet bike was my first model.
Sure.
But I no longer have it.
So, but whatever's the closest representation of your first model, this is not really for winning.
It's
There
fun.
isn't a winning. It's for fun.
It's not It's not.
So don't lie. All right, honor system. It's your very first, or the closest representation
closest
that
to
you can
first,
find of your first. Because I know my first is definitely a Astroclaw Space Marine.
There you go.
Somewhere in my legions of 300 of them, and I'm
dig.
sure
You
I
gotta
can
dig.
tell by the mold lines on the legs which one it is.
Which one has
I think
the-
it's a
the
guy
chunkiest
crouching
paint.
down.
The chunkiest paint. I'll be definitely bringing mine in.
Yeah.
So I got to make a post about that, but I'll definitely make it known.
I think it'd be a fun little thing.
Yep.
Just to just have.
Oh yeah.
Depending on the scale, I mean, really, being able to recreate this moment right now at Renegade is going to require help.
You think
You know, I think it's going to require help. So we'll have to explore it. We'll have to explore it, and maybe we'll put Daybolo out for help.
Yep. So keep your eyes peeled and reading.
Yep.
In the channel, there is the Dwarven Axe channel in Discord, so you can definitely get all your news there.
Absolutely.
Again, renegadewargaming.com. I want to say,
RenegadeWargaming.com.
or at least Google Renegade Wargaming.
For sure.
You'll find it for more information. And winners will be announced tomorrow morning. I'll be getting the website updated with winners and the pictures of those winners, and then also the awards will be at the Forge. They are going to be 3D printing some like the award categories onto the plaques, so you'll have to wait for that.
Yes.
So just to let you know,
There's some more work being done on the plaques.
Yep.
But they are present.
They're getting that printed tonight.
Yes.
The Best in Show will have to suffer through not having an award right away. It was not printed immediately, so I need to bring it home, paint it, and then bring it back. So you'll be getting a special message from me about that.
It'll look extra special too.
I'll put I'll
Put an extra
gold
10 minutes of dry brush work in.
gold plated.
Gold
plated. That's where it's at.
plated.
All right, guys. Thank you again for showing up and watching this entire thing. Hopefully you had a good time. We are going to sit back and judge now, and then, like I said, winners will be announced tomorrow. So,
and just continue on the Forge 105 FM channel, listening to the smooth jazz.
All right. You guys take care. Thank you so much for everything. Have a good evening, and we'll talk to you later.